Old Lin only helped his son put down the basket because he felt guilty about causing his injury. He also told old Lin Tai, who was nearby, "Old wife, go quickly and get some silver to invite Dr. Liu from the next village to check on the second son's injury. His foot is quite badly hurt." After saying that, he went back inside to get his pipe. Old Lin Tai didn't understand why his son's foot was also injured. Old Lin Tai worried about his son and said, "Second son? Why are you hurt too? How did you get so careless?" "Mom? I'm fine," Lin Chengsong said with a silly smile, patting his head. Old Lin Tai didn't bother to eat breakfast. He hurried inside, grabbed some silver, and rushed out to invite Dr. Liu. Meanwhile, Granny Yu and Zhang Dazue, who had just come out of the main courtyard, were very excited. They started going door to door in the village, claiming that the thief who tried to steal last night was Lin family's second son. Granny Yu also mentioned that she saw Lin Chengsong with his injured foot wrapped in white cloth and bleeding. It was described so vividly, as if they were right there last night. Everyone who heard it was shocked. Some even wanted to go directly to the Lin family to see if what Yu Pozi and Zhang Dazue said was true. But they were afraid the Lin family wouldn't let them in to check. So some of them asked the village head's family to confirm if it was real. The village head's family refused to answer about what happened last night. Then they went to ask the neighbors on either side of the village head. Finally, one of the women accidentally revealed that last night, they all took bribes from old Lin to keep quiet. This was a big deal. Everyone was shocked and started spreading the news. Some even went to the small yard where Lin Yueyun was staying to ask her directly. But her yard was always locked from outside. They didn't know where to find her, so they had to leave. Some went to the fields to ask Lin Yueyun about it, but no matter how they asked, she didn't say a word. So they all left. Soon, under old Lin's deliberate guidance, and with the gossip spread by two very talkative villagers, the rumors became more and more exaggerated. As a result, Lin Chengsong's reputation was damaged. People said that Lin Chengsong was jealous because his niece sold wild boar and earned some money, so he wanted to sneak in at night to steal silver. But what really happened was that Lin Yueyun had already set a trap. She had the village head and others waiting to catch the thief, and they even caught the thief in a sack, giving him a good beating. They said the thief's foot was hurt by a mouse trap. That night, old Lin and his family came to stop the theft but failed. In the end, they paid money to get the person back. The rumors spread so much that even Lin Yueyun was surprised. She couldn't believe that the person caught in the mouse trap last night was her own eldest uncle, not her second uncle. Wasn't she the one who knew best? Why was she hearing so many rumors about her second uncle? Even the aunt sitting on the cart whispered to others, "Did you hear? It was just last night." After hearing her story, Lin Yueyun finally understood why her second uncle was mistaken for a thief trying to climb the wall. So her second uncle also happened to get injured today? At that moment, Lin Yueyun's mouth twitched sharply. She had to admire the power of gossip. She didn't know who her seemingly honest and simple second uncle had offended. The rumors painted him so badly, and coincidentally, they also made her eldest uncle look bad. "Don't think that the second son of the Lin family is always honest and simple," one lady said. "He's also thinking about a few coins from selling wild boar meat for his niece," another woman added. "And he even did something shameless, like climbing over the wall in the middle of the night." "That's hilarious," a third woman said. "People, you really can't judge a book by its cover." "TSK, TSK. An older woman shook her head. "Exactly. Hey, the person sitting next to you. Isn't that the girl from the third branch of the Lin family?" Someone pointed out. "Her?
She
Probably knows more details. We should ask her," another woman suggested, pointing at Lin Yueyun, who was sitting quietly nearby. Lin Yueyun covered her face. As they approached the town, she thought she was out of trouble. But unexpectedly, the gossipers' chatter reached her ears. She had also accepted Yang's hush money. So she decided to stay honest and not say much, pretending she knew nothing and didn't want to join the gossip. But as a young woman, how could she withstand the verbal attacks from these women? When their buzzing voices made her head almost explode, she quickly said, "Don't believe the rumors outside. The truth is not what you are hearing. Exactly what happened is hard to tell you all. After saying that, Lin Yuan jumped off the ox cart and hurried toward the town to do some shopping, as if chased by ghosts. As for the old house, early in the morning, Grandma Lin had asked Dr. Lu to treat and bandage Lin Chengsong and prescribe medicine. Someone in the village saw this. When Grandma Lin went to get the medicine, she also asked Dr. Lu to prepare a few more sets. Dr. Lu didn't know the reason, only saying that after taking 3 doses, the wound would scab over and heal. But Grandma Lin insisted on getting 2 more sets of medicine, so Dr. Lu had no choice but to agree. Wang Shi learned that her husband and her father-in-law had gone to the fields and come back with an injury on his foot. At first, she thought her husband was just careless, digging a hole in the ground and accidentally hitting his foot. She even scolded him a bit for his carelessness. It wasn't until the doctor left that she stayed home to take care of her husband all day. She wanted to watch over him and stop him from going out to work and show off. Because of this, her husband was rumored all day to be a sneaky wall climber thief, though she didn't know about it. The next morning, while fetching water in the village, she overheard a village woman, Auntie, pointing at her and looking at her with disdain, as if gossiping about her behind her back. She wondered if she had done something wrong or if someone was spreading rumors about her. She tried to approach and ask what they were talking about, but when she got close, they all avoided her like snakes. Even when she asked, she couldn't get any answers. Later, she accidentally overheard from another auntie that her husband's brother had climbed the wall the night before, trying to steal silver from her third cousin's pig farm, but failed. He also got his foot caught in a mouse trap and was injured. She was so angry her chest heaved with rage. She slammed down her water bucket loudly, wishing she could confront those women spreading rumors about her husband. She wanted to clarify that it was her uncle, not her husband, who had climbed the wall. However, since that night when she stayed in the small courtyard of the third house, her father-in-law had warned everyone not to talk about what happened that night, or they would face family discipline. But after more than 10 years of marriage into the Lin family, she had never heard of any family rules like that. Out of respect for her father-in-law's authority, she dared not openly reveal the truth about who had climbed the wall that night. Angrily, Wang Shi stormed up, placing one hand on her hip and pointing her finger at Sun Jiang's nose, shouting, "Go to with your nonsense. You, who love to spread rumors and gossip, are just a worthless troublemaker. How dare you falsely accuse my family of wrongdoing outside? Who gave you the courage? Were you present last night? Did you see it with your own eyes? How dare you spread lies everywhere? How dare you publicly ruin my family's reputation? Watch me tear apart this gossiping troublemaker." After saying that, Mrs. Wang rolled up her sleeves and rushed forward, ignoring her image. She grabbed Sun Jiang's hair, pulling and twisting while shouting, "My family's head was just digging in the field this morning and accidentally hurt his foot with a. If you don't believe me, go ask Dr. Lu in the next village. Do you see if what I say is true? So, my family's head hurt his foot, and now you're twisting it into something else just because you're a gossiping dog mouth? Just wait. Today I'll tear that lying mouth of yours. I told you not to spread rumors about my family. I'll rip that lying mouth of yours apart." The woman fighting with Mrs. Wang was Sun's sister-in-law, Sun Ergo's wife, Sun Zhang. Sun Zhang is usually fond of gossiping with Zhang Dazue and others, showing off what she knows. She's like a second Zhang Dazue. Sun Zhang is a few years older than Mrs. Wang, but they are about the same height and build. They are grabbing, pinching, and scratching each other, especially targeting sensitive areas. They shout loudly in pain as they fight, with screams and the sounds of tearing clothes and hair. The scene is so shocking that everyone watching can't believe what they're seeing. Some curious people even plan to visit Lu's village after the fight to ask Dr. Lu if what Mrs. Wang said is true. Sun Zhang also curses fiercely. "Wang? You old hag. You stinky troublemaker. Don't think I'm easy to bully. I'm not a pushover either." While cursing, she also pinches Wang's buttocks, making her scream. "Isn't it true that I'm not the only one saying your man is sneaking around stealing? But you come here to pick a fight with me? Do you think I look easy to bully?" Sun Zhang was pinching Wang and being pinched in return, causing both to cry out loudly, yet she still managed to retort to Wang. The two of them argued back and forth, pulling at each other's clothes and hair. After a while, everyone watched the lively scene, and the village women worked together to pull them apart. Both looked equally disheveled, having been pulled and torn by each other. When separated, they glared angrily at each other, baring their teeth and continuing to curse. "Sun Zhang, you foul-mouthed woman. Just wait. I'll tear your mouth apart. And you dare spread rumors about me?" Wang shouted. Sun Zhang retorted, "Wang? You shameless woman. Who spread rumors about you? Everyone's been saying the same. Why can't I spread them too? If you have the guts, go and beat everyone who spread this around in the village." They kept arguing, each refusing to back down. They almost wanted to bite each other to stop the fight. Fortunately, others pulled them apart from a distance. After the fight, they each packed up their things and went home. Wang, who had been married into Daking Village for over 10 years, had never acted like such a quarrelsome woman before, and she was so angry, she went straight to find someone to fight. Thanks to Wang's quick temper, this fight also made others in the village start to suspect that her husband might be a troublemaker who sneaks around. Some even went to the neighboring village to ask Dr. Liu to confirm what Wang said was true. In ancient times, entertainment was scarce, and gossip spread quickly across the town and countryside. Everyone loved to spread rumors far and wide. Perhaps Old Man Lin didn't expect that his carefully planned scheme to make his second son take the blame for being injured would backfire. Now that Wang had fought someone, the village gossip was about to change again. Soon, the villagers who loved gossip gathered together, discussing Wang's brave act of fighting. They all thought something was going on. They guessed that Old Man Lin would pay to get someone out of trouble, probably his own family. Besides Lin Chengsong, the second son, there were 2 more people in the Lin family. One was the eldest son of the main household. A few days ago, he was injured by someone, but it probably wasn't him. Some people suspect that Lin Qingbai, the eldest son of the main family, who is known for having a child's voice, is responsible. Thinking back to that day when the 3-room girl was pushing a cart to the town, it was definitely the couple who argued the most. Who else could it be? After her analysis and guesses, everyone guessed that the person climbing the wall was Lin Qingbai from the main family. At first, people were hesitant to believe it and wanted to check carefully to confirm. Otherwise, after Wang's incident of fighting someone and now Yang's situation, it would be too much. Later, when another woman from Yangjia village, who was married outside, returned to the village and brought back a big gossip about a girl from the Lin family in Daking village, everyone was surprised and convinced. This bigger gossip was even more shocking than the rumors about Sun Xiaotao and Lin Fulu, about the disappearance and sale of Lin Yuerong, the eldest daughter of the Lin family. Everyone found it hard to believe and thought the married woman was just talking nonsense. Until someone recounted all the different versions of the gossip about Lin Yuerong. Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. They hadn't seen the girl from the main Lin family out and about for a while. They all thought she was lucky, hiding at home embroidering. Until more than one person mentioned that Yang's family was going door to door looking for their daughter and causing trouble at the Yihong courtyard in the town. Everyone was amazed and said, "Looks like the Yang family and the Lin family are hiding things pretty well. They're so discreet. Have they already arranged a way out for their daughter? But this way out seems a bit improper. It really damages the family's reputation for scholars. I wonder which version is true," said an older villager woman. "Women sold to such places rarely have a good ending," said an older village woman shaking her head. Another villager woman said, "Maybe it's true? Their 3rd son from the Lin family is causing trouble, wanting to leave and live alone. Could it be that he knows the truth? Would he rather let his children rent someone else's house than face the family split? Isn't he just afraid that the next ones to be sold are his 2 daughters? After all, he and his wife aren't often at home." The village woman nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, I think that's very likely. Our big family rules say that after splitting up, even if you're related by blood, you can't just buy or sell each other. If someone finds out or reports it, the other person will have to face the consequences and serve time in jail. This is a new rule that I heard about from the local government a few years ago. I believe the 3rd son of the Lin family started this split because of that." What do you all think? The villagers sat around under the big tree at the village entrance, discussing for a long time. Soon, they turned their gossip against the main branch of the Lin family, criticizing their bad behavior and even rumors about selling daughters to brothels or using money to send the eldest son to school. Everyone called the Lin family's main house shameless and immoral. They also said that Lin Qingbai, the eldest son, tried to steal his niece's pig that day but failed. In anger and shame, he climbed over the wall late at night to steal money from his niece to buy a pig. All these stories spread quickly, and within half a morning, everyone in the village knew about them. Hearing this, Yang and old Lin were so angry they almost spat blood. Yang's situation was obvious. She had been secretly looking for her daughter in the Yang family village, and it couldn't be hidden. Just asking someone casually in the village could confirm it. What made her furious was figuring out who had spread all these secrets about their family. She suspected it was either Wang from the second household or that stubborn girl from the third household. But she never expected that all these rumors were actually discussed and planned by the women sitting together at the village entrance, including the village woman and the women who married out. It showed that women could also hold half the sky. Their gossiping skills were quite good. Thanks to their efforts, they almost exposed all the ugly secrets of the Lin family main house. The rumors spread wildly. Old Lin also heard the gossip outside and was frustrated and angry when it didn't go as he expected. He looked at Wang, who was standing nearby, and couldn't help but glare at her and scold. This is truly shameful. Why do you like to go out and fight with people? Why don't you fight longer before coming back? Mrs. Wang choked on her words, but dared not argue back. Because of Mrs. Wang's involvement in fighting, everyone's gossip turned to her eldest son's family. Old Mr. Lin was also angry, gnashing his teeth loudly. He thought that once he hurt his second son, he could control the situation and the public opinion. He just had to accept some inconvenience for his second son. Soon, the gossip would die down, and no one would mention it anymore. It wouldn't affect his grandson's reputation for studying and taking exams. But who would have thought? No matter how much he tried, he couldn't predict the public opinion. The rumors didn't follow his expectations at all. Old Mr. Lin felt that all this trouble started when the third family wanted to split from the main household. Since then, things hadn't gone smoothly at their old home. The more he thought about it, the more he regretted. He shouldn't have let the third family leave and live separately. He should have kept everyone together, just like before, and listened to him. He never considered that his favoritism and selfishness, sacrificing his younger son's family to make his eldest son's family comfortable, caused resentment. His younger son's family was also unhappy for a long time. Meanwhile, the eldest son's family, used to being supported, only knew how to enjoy life. And to enjoy even more, they even considered selling their daughter to a brothel. Any parent would find that unacceptable. His younger son didn't go to extremes or expose the eldest son's actions of selling his sister. That was a kind of respect for the old household and the main family. Most people wouldn't have that kind of tolerance. They would have spread the news widely. Now, once the ugly behavior of the Lin family and the main household was exposed, even the Lin family members didn't know how to restore their reputation. Because most of the rumors outside were true, and they didn't know how to defend themselves. This news reached Lin Yuehui, who was recovering at home, that his father had tried to steal money by climbing over the wall. He was more upset that his father's reckless actions might affect his future exams. Then it was also rumored that his sister was sold into a brothel, and his mother even went to cause trouble at the brothel's entrance. At this point, he sank to the ground in shock. For events that seriously affect a family's reputation, once confirmed, the person involved will lose their qualification to continue participating in official examinations. He definitely does not want that to happen. So, he quickly gathered the people from the old Lin family house and agreed to tell the same story publicly. When the village chief and others came to investigate the rumors, everyone gave the same account. They honestly said that their eldest daughter's daughter was married off to a government official's household in the county and became someone else's concubine. As for the incident where Yang went to the brothel to cause trouble, it was changed to Yang going to her own family home, and Yang did not agree to her daughter becoming someone's concubine. Yang did not know about this matter. She only heard from someone that there was a woman in the brothel who looked like her daughter, so she went to cause trouble. Later, Yang went inside to look around, found out it was not her daughter, and apologized to the madam, then left. She also said that the Lin family had acted unfairly by secretly marrying off their daughter without letting Yang or the villagers know. The story about Lin Qingbai, the eldest son of the Lin family, climbing over the wall to steal silver from Lin Yueyun, was false. Old Lin said he was tempted because he heard that the county office offered a reward of 3 to 5 taels of silver for catching thieves, so he took someone to the county to claim the reward. But unexpectedly, because of poor supervision, the thief escaped overnight. As a result, Lin Qingbai was beaten by the thief and threatened with a large sum of 5 taels of silver. He also claimed that their Lin family was innocent. After hearing these stories, the villagers couldn't help but feel sympathetic toward the Lin family. As for the village chief, he also received hush money from the Lin family that night and did not want to get involved in the matter. In the end, the village chief scolded the villagers not to spread rumors or false stories, as they could ruin others' reputations and harm innocent people. He also advised the Lin family to behave properly and not cause trouble that would make the whole village gossip. Finally, he led the people away. He did not trouble the Lin family members. After all, if the Lin family made a fool of themselves, it was also a shame for their family. The village chief didn't want the villagers to see their family as a joke. This was part of Lin Yuehui's plan. He knew that as long as the family gave a unified account, it would be enough. The village chief cared about the family's reputation and wouldn't make things too difficult for them. This point, indeed, made him guess correctly. Regarding Lin Yueyun, the 3 siblings worked for 2.5 days to finish digging that 1 acre of land. After hearing gossip about the new trend from others' conversations, Lin Yueyun couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. She also had to admire the boldness of the Lin family members and their clever way of handling rumors. Fortunately, the village chief was from her own Lin family. If it had been someone else, it might not have been so easy to handle. Lin Yueyun feels a strong dislike and disapproval for her brother and sister, Lin Yuehui. After all, these young siblings are not well behaved. They even want to sell the original owner. No, she means they want to sell her to get money. She cannot tolerate that. Lin Yueyun thinks that the parents who raise such children can't be good parents either. She also doesn't want to let go of those who have hurt her and her family before. So, she decided to carry out her plan tonight. Didn't the main family say they were threatened and paid 50 taels of silver? Lin Yueyun thought she would visit their main house tonight. Who else but them is always thinking about their own things and trying to sneak in to steal her silver? She wants them to confirm their loss, right? So, after a tiring day of work, Lin Yueyun and her younger brother and sister finally finished harvesting all the potatoes from that acre of land. When they got home, it was already early afternoon, and there was no time to organize the potatoes or do other chores. Lin Yueyun quickly went to the mountain to look for wild chickens and rabbits in the tall bushes. She used her newly made iron-tipped arrow and a slingshot, aiming at a large gray bird nearby that looked like a partridge. Bang! Whoosh! With a shot, she hit and killed the bird instantly. Lin Yueyun hurried over to pick up the dead bird. Then she went back to the spot where she had arranged to meet Ma San and looked around. She found a rough, folded, light brown note inside a bird's nest. Seeing this, Lin Yueyun instinctively looked around, a slight smile forming at the corner of her mouth. She picked up the note and read it. It said, 8. Aunt wants to send someone to trouble the girl. Be careful. These few words showed that Ma San was still afraid she might have eaten poison. At least, she knew to warn her. After reading the note, Lin Yueyun casually threw it into her trash bin. Then, she tore a small square piece of paper from her space and wrapped a whole pill inside. This was the same pill she had fed Ma San last time. She also wrote Ma San on the outside of the package with a charcoal stick. Then, she placed the small wrapped pill back into the bird's nest. A flash of fierce determination crossed Lin Yueyun's eyes. She thought, how dare you, Lin Yurong? I haven't even had the chance to trouble you yet. You're repeatedly sending people to harm me, Looks like I need to find a time to go to the county and cause you some trouble, so you won't keep sending people to bother me and cause trouble for me. Lin Yuan stepped away quickly, went to chop some firewood, and collected a basket of bamboo shells to use as firewood. She also cut a few sturdy bamboo sticks and carried them home. On her way back to the hillside, she heard some village women talking about the old Lin family house and its problems. She calmly passed by the three women. They saw Lin Yuan carrying a basket of bamboo shells, a bundle of firewood, and a dead partridge in one hand, with a bamboo stick in the other. They gathered around, some looking at her with envy and whispering. They were saying, "Wow, the girl from the Lin family really has skills. She can hunt. That big wild boar must have been her own catch." Carrying the firewood and bamboo home, Lin Yuan put down her load and told her sister, Lin Yuezhou, "Little sister, go boil some water. Tonight we'll have partridge soup." "Okay, sister," Lin Yuezhou replied with a smile and nodded. Then she happily ran into the kitchen to boil water. Lin Yuan remembered her grandfather living in the countryside in her past life, who often made bamboo crafts, including a tall bamboo ladder that was easy to recognize at a glance. Lin Yuan thought it was very useful to make a bamboo ladder. It would be a good tool for climbing over walls. She found her cheap father's old tools, which he used for repairing the yard gate and woodworking, along with her custom-made saw. She mimicked the method and spent about an hour successfully making a bamboo ladder over 4 meters long. After finishing, she placed it in the side room and locked it together with the potatoes. Next, Lin Yuan noticed that her water jar was almost empty. She pushed a cart to the village entrance to fetch a few buckets of water, then boiled it for cooking. She also found some larger, nice-looking potatoes, peeled and sliced them. She soaked the sliced potatoes in 2 wooden basins to remove excess starch. Then, she sent her sister to the kitchen and secretly took some seasonings from the space kitchen, including vinegar and a few small chili peppers. In the pot, her sister was cooking mushroom and partridge soup, along with a pot of rice. Lin Yuan crushed some garlic and set it aside, and also cut some green onion into pieces. Next, she chopped the small chili peppers, removing some of the seeds to try planting some in the yard. She also cooked a spicy and sour shredded potato dish on the stove. The siblings enjoyed their meal very much. Soon they finished eating, washed up, and it was already nighttime. At midnight, when the night was deep and quiet, Lin Yuan, dressed in black, arrived at the side room where the potatoes were stored. She unlocked the door and took the finished bamboo ladder into her space. Then, quietly, she took a detour outside the old house's yard wall. She looked around. No one was there. She took a black cloth from her space, covered her face tightly, and tied the cloth behind her head, leaving only her bright, lively eyes visible. She then took the long bamboo ladder she made earlier that afternoon, placed it against the wall of her old small courtyard, and climbed up quickly. She moved the ladder over and repeated the process, finally reaching her former home's yard. Since moving out with her younger brother and sister, Lin Yuan has seen that their old courtyard has become a place for storing clutter. She no longer cares to check what might still be there from her previous residence. She quickly packs away her bamboo ladder and throws it into her space. Seeing that the abandoned courtyard door is not locked, she opens it and gently closes it behind her. Lin Yuan quickly approaches the main house's courtyard. She finds that the door is locked. She finds a spot, takes out her ladder from her space again, and leans it against the wall of the main house's courtyard. Using the ladder, she climbs up to the top of the wall, then shifts the ladder to another position and climbs down. She thinks to herself, climbing over the wall with a ladder? That's so quick. Finally, she enters the yard of the old Lin family house and immediately puts away her ladder. Her heart starts to feel a little nervous. This is the first time she has broken into someone else's house after living 2 lives. The main yard of the Lin family has 3 large houses and 1 small house. The main house is in the middle, with a side room on the east and a small house nearby. On the west side, there is another house, and beside the yard, there is a small kitchen used for cooking small meals. Compared to the 3-room house she used to live in, this place is like heaven and earth. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Qingfeng looks somewhat like Lin Laotu and Lin Laodai, Lin Yueyun would seriously suspect her father was adopted from Lin Laotu. She walks quickly toward the main house where Yang and his wife live. When she reaches the door, she gently presses her ear against it and listens carefully. Inside, she hears only a loud snore from one side, while the other's breathing is shallow. There is no other sound. Lin Yueyun then takes out a dagger from her space, inserts it into the door, and slowly lifts the latch on one side. Just as the latch is about to slip off and fall to the ground, she quickly pushes the door open and catches the latch before it drops. At this moment, Lin Yueyun was so frightened that she gently patted her chest twice. She immediately looked at the sleeping couple, Mr. and Mrs. Yang. Seeing that they still showed no reaction, and that Lin Qingbai's snoring was louder than the sound of her opening the door, she felt relieved. She put the door latch aside and quietly closed the door. Then, Lin Yueyun slipped into the first floor of the space. She retrieved the anesthetic used by her grandparents for animals in her previous life. Thinking quickly, she tore off a large piece of absorbent cloth, about 30 by 30 centimeters, from the fabric she had bought earlier. Worried that she might also get affected by the medicine, she wrapped the cloth in a plastic bag that usually held compressed biscuits. She poured some of the anesthetic onto the cloth, rubbed it in to distribute the liquid evenly, making sure the whole cloth was soaked with the medicine. Using her spiritual sense, she looked outside the space and found no abnormalities. She then quickly appeared outside. Lin Yueyun pressed the anesthetic-soaked cloth over Lin Qingbai's nose and mouth while he was sleeping. After about 10 seconds, she did the same to Mrs. Yang, who was sleeping nearby. This would keep the couple asleep until tomorrow at noon. Next, Lin Yueyun put the cloth into her space. She then reached under Mrs. Yang's pillow and found a handkerchief wrapped around a brass key. Without hesitation, she took the key and went to the large wooden cabinet in Mrs. Yang's room. She unlocked it with the key. With a click, the lock opened. She took out her tablet from the space, an old device that no longer connected to the internet, but still had a camera and light functions. She turned on the backlight of the tablet and shone it on the opened cabinet. Holding the tablet in one hand to illuminate, she kept searching with the other. Underneath a pile of clothes, she found a small wooden box, slightly larger than an adult's palm. She noticed it was locked with a small lock. Lin Yueyun took out her saw from the space, sawed the lock a few times, and the lock broke apart easily. Lin Yueyun directly threw the lock into her space. She casually opened the wooden box and saw that there were 2 silver ingots worth about 5 taels each. There was also a thin silver hairpin, which looked worth a few more taels. She found several small silver pieces weighing 1 or 2 taels and several strings of copper coins. Just looking at these, her total wealth was about 20 or 30 taels. Lin Yueyun couldn't help but whisper softly, "TSK, TSK, wow. Is the Yang family really that greedy? Hiding a huge amount of money in their wardrobe and not spending it. The couple even tried to stop my cart, intending to steal my prey? Haha, now I will make you feel what it's like to lose a fortune." Lin Yueyun took a small cloth bag from her space and poured all the silver, copper coins, and jewelry from Yang's wooden box into it, leaving nothing behind. Then she threw the cloth bag into her space. Next, she was about to put the wooden box back in its place when she noticed what seemed to be a small wooden compartment underneath it. Using her key, Lin Yueyun gently opened the small partition and found 3 silver notes underneath. She looked at them and saw they were each worth 10 taels, totaling 3 notes. Lin Yueyun knew that using silver notes would make it easier for others to notice her spending. Although she had stolen, she still had her principles. She decided to leave some wealth behind as a backup. So, she pretended not to notice Yang's 3 silver notes. She put the wooden box back, locked the cabinet, and hid the key under Yang's pillow before leaving the room. Lin Yueyun turned around and went to Lin Yuehui's room. She used a cloth soaked with anesthetic to cover Lin Yuehui's nose and mouth for about 10 seconds. She then began searching Lin Yuehui's room. Besides some books and a few brushes on the desk, the only valuable items were a set of small tools for painting and dyeing and some sketch paper. Following her principle of not leaving anything valuable, Lin Yueyun also took the paper and the painting tools into her space. Afterward, she found nothing else on the desk that seemed worth money. She only noticed a seemingly dusty pouch. Out of curiosity, Lin Yueyun picked up the small bag and looked inside. Not looking was fine, but once she saw it, she couldn't help but sneer and say, "Wow, no wonder Sun Xiaodao likes to target me so much." Could it be that she has something going on with Lin Yuehui? Then, Lin Yueyun disdainfully tossed the bag back to its original place, patted her hands, and showed her disgust. Yes, that bag was the token of affection Sun Xiaodao had given to Lin Yuehui before. On one side, it was embroidered with a pair of mandarin ducks playing in the water. On the other side, there were red threads embroidered with the characters for Peach and Hui. Next, Lin Yueyun glanced at Lin Yuehui lying on the bed and noticed there was a hidden cabinet under his bed. Wasn't she feeling a bit careless? She almost overlooked it. Lin Yueyun was too lazy to look for the key on her supposed cousin's body. She directly took out a silver hairpin from her space, which she had just taken from the jewelry she got from Yang's house. She carefully inserted the tip of the hairpin into the lock of the cabinet, twisted it a few times with skill, and successfully opened the lock. Looking inside, Lin Yueyun saw about 10 taels of broken silver coins. Her eyes lit up. A slight smile appeared on her face, and she didn't bother to count it. She took out the small cloth bag filled with stolen money earlier and poured all the silver and copper coins from the cabinet into the bag. Then, she threw the bag directly into her space. After finishing, Lin Yueyun looked around to make sure she left no traces, then left Lin Yuehui's room. She headed straight to the small kitchen in the main house. Inside, she found a basket of eggs, some rice, flour, oil, and 2 dried bunches of greens. Without hesitation, she collected everything and stored it all in her space, then quietly retraced her steps. After leaving Lin family's old house, she went straight to Sun's matchmaker's house. Soon, Lin Yueyun arrived outside Sun's house wall. She saw that Sun's house was a rare blue brick and tile house in the village. Neither the original owner nor Lin Yueyun had ever entered this courtyard, so she was unfamiliar with its layout. She casually chose a courtyard on the west side, guessing that in ancient houses there were usually 2 main courtyards and side rooms, with a main building in the middle. Lin Yueyun left from the west side, using the same ladder and wall-climbing method, heading straight to the west wing of Sun's courtyard. She arrived at the house of Sun Xiaotao and her sister Sun Zhaodi. This was a large main room divided into 2 smaller rooms. Each sister had her own room. Lin Yueyun used a cloth soaked in anesthetic to cover the faces of the sleeping Sun sisters. She then took some silver hairpins and silver earrings from their dressing table. She also found about 10 taels of silver in Sun Xiaodao's room and even moved her dressing table into her own space. Sun Xiaodao kept coming to trouble her, and Lin Yueyun didn't want to let her off easily. "Don't blame me for being harsh. Wasn't it you and your mother who first provoked me? Then be prepared for revenge." Later, Lin Yueyun went to the house where the matchmaker's son and her husband lived. She covered their faces with the anesthetic cloth while they were sleeping. There was a rustling sound in Sun's house. Most of the silver stored there and valuable jewelry on the dressing table were stolen. After doing this, Lin Yueyun went to the kitchen of Sun's house. She unlocked the rice jar with a silver hairpin and took all the rice, grains, flour, eggs, dried vegetables, and seasonings like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar into her space. Then, without looking back, she left Sun's house and headed straight to Lu Goxing's home. When she entered Lu's house, Lin Yueyun looked around. She noticed that Lu's place was even worse than their old residence. She couldn't help but complain. I made a pointless trip, this Lu Goxing's house. So poor that even a mouse would cry and leave." After saying this, Lin Yueyun frowned and thought, didn't Sun's mother and daughter want to conspire with Lu Goxing to harm me? How could I let them off so easily? Suddenly, Lin Yueyun felt like teasing Sun and Lu's family. A slight evil smile appeared on her lips as she thought, maybe I should show some kindness? Hee hee. So Lin Yueyun once again returned to Sun's kitchen. She collected the water jar, vegetable basket, clay pot, and other items from Sun's household into her space. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed a bamboo smoking pipe leaning against the kitchen door. It was probably used by Sun's husband for smoking. Lin Yuyan casually took it and quickly left Sun's house. She successfully moved the smoking pipe, vegetable basket, water jar, and clay pot from Sun's kitchen to Lu Gosheng's outdoor cooking area all at once. Afterward, Lin Yuyan felt like something was missing. She then took half of the rice, flour, and cooking oil from Sun's household and placed them in Lu's kitchen. Finally, Lin Yuyan clapped her hands, smiled mischievously, and said, This looks much better." She added, "Let's wait and see the good show tomorrow." Lin Yuyan knew that Lu's family probably didn't have anything valuable worth her attention. After finishing these tasks, she planned to take a detour back to her small rented yard to continue sleeping. Before leaving, she thought it would be good to leave a clue about the missing items at Sun's house, so she could enjoy the show tomorrow. Next, Lin Yuyan took a small dagger from her space. She poked a hole at the bottom of a half bag of white flour in Lu Gosheng's kitchen and then put away her dagger. She also took some flour from Sun's house and sprinkled it along the road from Lu's house to near Sun's yard gate. After doing all this, she quickly checked for any suspicious traces of herself, but found none. She then hurried back to her rented yard, hiding her actions well. As the roosters crowed, in Daking village, two families woke up one after another, cursing and screaming. Those were the Lin family's main house and Sun's family. Meanwhile, Lu Gosheng's family looked nervously at their kitchen items. Yang was the first to wake up. She didn't notice anything unusual in her room. The door was locked, but she thought her husband might have forgotten to unlock it when he got up during the night. Yang pushed open the door and went to her usual small kitchen to check. Suddenly, she felt confused and full of suspicion. Yang thought to herself, "What is really going on here? Could it be that my mother-in-law came into our main kitchen again this morning to take something?" Displeased, Yang muttered, "Mother-in-law is really something. If she takes things, she should at least say something." After muttering, she carefully looked around the kitchen. All the rice, flour, and cooking oil she had hidden for her small meals had disappeared. Yang stared in disbelief, thinking, "My mother-in-law is really hateful. She took everything from our main house? How can I cook my small meals now?" It seemed her mother-in-law's concern for her grandson was just pretend. When Yang went to the main kitchen in the main courtyard and looked around, she didn't find anything from her own small kitchen. In the main courtyard kitchen, Mrs. Wang was busy preparing breakfast with her daughter. When Yang entered, they both smiled and greeted her. "Good morning, Auntie," Lin Yuejiao said happily. "Oh, good morning, sister-in-law. Coming into the kitchen so early? Are you here to help with breakfast?" Mrs. Wang teased. Yang didn't pay attention to what they were saying. She just wanted to see if the rice, flour, and cooking oil from her small kitchen were in the main courtyard kitchen. She forced a small smile and said, "Just your work. Don't mind me." After saying that, Yang continued to look around, checking here and there. She looked for a while and then muttered, "No way." She then left the kitchen. Yang wondered, what's really going on? If the main house took the stuff, it should be in their kitchen, right? Could it be that my mother-in-law took it? Who else could it be? Could it be that the second house stole from our main house? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. All morning, she had been speaking strangely and targeting Mrs. Wang and her daughter on purpose. While Mrs. Wang and her daughter were busy making breakfast, Yang kept going in and out of the kitchen several times. She even deliberately walked close to Mrs. Wang, who accidentally bumped into her. "Second sister-in-law, what's wrong with you? Can't you watch where you're going? You bumped into me." Yang intentionally nudged Wang slightly, then loudly scolded her to vent her anger. After all, Yang always thought that the dough Wang was kneading might have been stolen from her main courtyard. Yang looked very displeased. Wang and her daughter felt annoyed when they heard Yang's insults. But Wang held back because she had accidentally bumped into someone earlier while stepping back. "Hee, sister-in-law. Why are you coming in again? I was busy and didn't notice you. Do you have to speak so harshly?" Lin Yuejiao also defended her mother and replied, "Yes. Sister-in-law, you keep coming in and out, disturbing our work. Because of this, Yang held a grudge. When the two girls sat down to eat, Yang saw them and thought they were not worth eating with, and she couldn't help but say, "Are you all just good-for-nothings? You even deserve to sit at the table?" Yang was annoyed because some things in her kitchen had gone missing and she didn't know who did it. She was eating her breakfast in the main courtyard but felt it didn't taste good anymore, and she muttered quietly. Wang couldn't take it anymore. They had already gotten up early to prepare breakfast for the whole family. And now they had to endure Yang's scolding? She couldn't even eat in peace? And now Yang was criticizing her two daughters for sitting at the table? The more Wang thought about it, the more she felt Yang was deliberately targeting her second household early in the morning. Wang suddenly slammed her bowl on the table and said to Yang, "Hey, sister-in-law, what's wrong with you? Why are you coming in and out early in the morning to cause trouble for us? Now that we're eating breakfast, you still can't keep your mouth shut. When did our second household offend you? Are you always targeting us? Fine, starting tomorrow you and I will take turns cooking. Our second household can't serve your main household." Humph. Old man Lin glared at Yang and Wang, scolding. "Wang?
Yang?
What's going on with you two? Early in the morning, are you trying to make a fool of yourselves and let the villagers see?" Mrs. Yang was scolded by Mrs. Wang and her own father and felt choked. She quickly said, "Oh, that's not true. Second sister-in-law? Father? What are you all talking about? I'm just curious." Then, Mrs. Yang explained again about the rice, flour, grains, and oil missing from her small kitchen in her yard. She also mentioned her suspicion that Grandma Lin and Mrs. Wang might have taken things from her main kitchen. When Grandma Lin heard this, she immediately got angry, pointing at Mrs. Yang and shouting, "Mrs. Yang, what do you mean? When have I ever taken anything from your main house without telling you?"
Huh.
"You really think I, an old lady, stole from your big house?" Seeing this, Mrs. Wang quickly said, "Sister-in-law,
Don't look at me.
I didn't take anything. Don't even think about accusing our second house of stealing from you." Before Mrs. Yang could react, Mrs. Wang suddenly seemed to remember something and exclaimed loudly, "Oh my goodness.
Could it be
That the main house was also robbed? This morning, when I went to fetch water at the village entrance, I heard that the Sun family was robbed last night. They said that their rice, flour, grains, and oil, as well as silver, money, and items in their cabinets, were all taken away overnight. I thought it was just gossip from those noisy women in the village. No, I have to go see the Sun family later." After Mrs. Wang finished speaking, Mrs. Yang's heart skipped a beat. She didn't even care about her breakfast anymore. She quickly grabbed a steamed bun and strode into her yard. Mrs. Yang hurried back to her room, took out her key, and trembled as she opened her wardrobe. She saw her clothes had been rummaged through again and felt a bit panicked. Swiftly, she opened her clothes and found the wooden box with a large amount of money at the bottom. She felt a slight relief and secretly cheered for a moment, but her happiness lasted no more than 5 seconds. When she lifted the wooden box, her eyes widened, and her face suddenly filled with shock and disbelief. Her eyebrows furrowed deeply, like 2 willow leaves blown by the wind. She stood there stunned, as if turned to stone. Suddenly, Mrs. Yang quickly opened the wooden box with a loud snap, then screamed, "Da-ah!
it?
Who stole my silver? Da-da! Which terrible person did this? They stole right from our house. Oh heavens! My silver! Mrs. Yang cried loudly, hugging the box tightly and hitting her thigh with her hand. Everyone in the main room, who was eating breakfast, heard the noise. They all dropped their bowls and chopsticks, rushing to the courtyard of the big house to see what was happening. Mrs. Wang looked shocked and said, "Could I be right? The big house was also robbed?" Old Mrs. Lin and her husband looked at Mrs. Wang with surprised eyes. Old Mrs. Lin quickly scolded her, saying, "Second daughter-in-law, shut up." When everyone reached Mrs. Yang's room, they saw her crying desperately while holding the wooden box. She kept cursing. "Whoever did this stole all the silver I worked so hard to save for years? Boo-hoo, how can we live in the big house now? Oh heavens! Just send a lightning bolt to strike that bad person down. Boo-hoo!" Everyone understood what was happening. "Big daughter-in-law, What did you just say? Stole silver? Did your big house really get robbed? Old Mrs. Lin quickly stepped forward and stared at Mrs. Yang. Mrs. Yang, with tears in her eyes, told everyone what had happened after she woke up, gaining their sympathy. But that was all. Mrs. Yang didn't dare say exactly how much silver was stolen. She only said it was some small silver coins saved from frugal living. But was it really just some small coins? There was also a 30-ounce silver note given by her daughter. Plus, the silver bars and small coins added up to dozens of ounces. Mrs. Yang remembered she had also placed that 30-ounce silver note in the wooden box. She had hidden it under a small shelf at the bottom, secretly hoping her daughter's gift was still there. Mrs. Yang showed no emotion on her face, but she continued crying as if she had lost her own daughter. Meanwhile, among the two families whose silver was stolen, the Sun family was even more lively. Sun Xiaodao was the first to wake up. She turned her head to look outside and thought, am I not fully awake? Where is my dressing table? Why is that area empty? She rubbed her eyes and sat up quickly, looking around her room. She almost fainted from shock, because she saw her room was a complete mess. The door latch she had locked last night was on the floor. The door was also half open. She remembered she didn't get up during the night. She quickly put on her clothes and went to her wardrobe. When she opened it, she saw her carefully hidden savings of over 10 taels of silver were all gone. Her dressing table and the jewelry box inside it had disappeared too. This was not a dream. It was real. Who could have done this? I will make you pay. Sun Xiaotao couldn't accept what she saw. She trembled, looked at the terrible scene, and screamed while crouching down. Her scream woke her sister, Sun Zhaodi, who was sleeping peacefully next door. What is sister doing? Shouting so early in the morning, she might scare someone to death. Sun Zhaodi woke up suddenly, recognized her sister's voice, frowned slightly, and muttered unhappily. After waking up, Sun Zhaodi immediately sat up, put on her clothes and shoes, and hurried to open her door. When she opened it, she paused for a second, thinking she might have forgotten to lock it last night. She then ran quickly to Sun Xiaotao's room. Seeing the room in chaos, she thought her sister was just upset about rummaging through things early in the morning. Sun Zhaodi didn't notice anything unusual in her own room. Her dressing table was still there. Soon after, the same loud screams came from her parents' house. Immediately, the two sisters looked at each other, then opened their doors and ran to their parents' courtyard. They learned from their parents that their house had also been robbed. The thieves had stolen dozens of taels of silver that their mother had saved over the years as a matchmaker. Sun Xiaodao also told about the theft in her room. This made Sun Zhaodi unable to help but check her own room. She found that some of her valuable jewelry was also missing. Fortunately, the rest was okay and she didn't lose much. However, Sun's mother and father-in-law, along with Sun Xiaodao, were very angry. Who is this wicked thief? How dare they break into our Sun family to steal? I'm going to find the village chief and report this to the authorities. Sun's mother couldn't accept her money being stolen. She seemed to age 10 years in an instant. Her eyes lost their shine, and she sat down heavily on the ground. She patted her thigh and wailed loudly. My life savings. Boo-hoo, who is this wicked person? They just won't leave our Sun family alone. They even stole all my savings for my funeral. Boo-hoo. Even Sun's mother's eldest son and his wife heard her crying and shouting, and they hurried over. Seeing her, they were all shocked. Soon, they sent someone to inform the village chief, which also alarmed many villagers. The Sun family members loudly demanded to report the theft and catch the thief. After all, theft is something everyone despises and condemns, no matter where it happens. Under the village chief's leadership, some villagers volunteered to go to the town to report the crime. Meanwhile, in the village, with the village chief and some sharp-eyed villagers observing, they noticed a small trail of what looked like white flour near the grass not far from the Sun family's gate, perhaps a faint mark left by the thief. These villagers, along with the Sun family, followed the trail of white flour all the way to Lu Goshing's house. At this moment, Lu Gosheng was still sleeping soundly inside. Only Lu Gosheng's mother was scared and nervous, not knowing what to do. Wu Shi, Lu Gosheng's mother, didn't dare cook the rice, flour, or eggs that had been in her kitchen early that morning. After all, she knew very well what kind of person her son was. Lu Gosheng was lazy and irresponsible, and he had a gambling problem. It's hard to say whether he went out with someone in the middle of the night to do something illegal. She just managed to bring back some rice and flour, so she didn't dare to move. Lu Gosheng's mother continued eating her black bread made from wild vegetables and some vegetable mash. At this moment, the Sun family members, who had found a clue, hurriedly followed some curious and helpful villagers to the house. The loud knocking on the door sounded like this. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Dao, the eldest son of the Sun family, directly knocked on Lu Gosheng's courtyard door. Lu Gosheng's mother, Wu Shi, hiding inside the yard, was stunned and very nervous. Every knock felt like it was hitting her heart. It was obvious that the visitors were not friendly. Wu Shi hesitated whether to wake her son and have him climb over the wall to escape or to open the door herself. Before she could act, the small door of her yard was knocked so hard that it was about to fall off. A few years ago, Lu Gosheng had married a woman named Wang. Rumor had it that he often beat her when he was unhappy. Soon after, she gave birth to a daughter and died of an illness within 2 years. People in the village said that she had to work in the fields even while recovering from childbirth, which caused postpartum illness. This was common among ordinary farming families. Women in farming families didn't have as good a life as those in wealthier households. Many women didn't finish their postpartum rest before they had to go back to work. Only some kind and understanding in-laws insisted that their daughters-in-law rest well and eat well after giving birth. But Lu Gosheng's family was clearly not one of those. His wife, Wang, gave birth to a daughter, and the Lu family blamed her for not giving birth to a son. They didn't look at her kindly anymore. Not long after she gave birth, rumors spread in the village that Lu Gosheng had beaten his wife during her postpartum period because she didn't give him a son. Whenever someone mentioned Lu Gosheng in the village, people said he was not a good match. Some gossiping older women even said that Lu Gosheng had killed his wife. Whether this was true or not, no one knew for sure. The knocking from the Sun family eventually broke down Lu's courtyard door with a kick. A crowd of people, led by the Sun family and the village head, stormed inside. The members of the Sun family, led by the head, were angrily shouting that they wanted to send that cursed Lu Gosheng to jail. Madame Sun angrily ran to the front, hands on her hips, and shouted, "Lu Gosheng, you good for nothing. Come out here. Explain to me clearly, why did you steal our grain and belongings? If you don't give me a satisfactory answer today, we'll go see the officials. Let them decide your punishment." After speaking, Madame Sun, in front of everyone, walked straight toward Lu's kitchen. Sure enough, the bags of rice, flour, and oil, along with vegetable baskets and eggs, and even her husband's favorite smoking pipe, appeared in Lu's kitchen. But it seemed that only half of the rice, flour, and oil was there. The other half was gone. Madame Sun thought that Lu Gosheng was definitely part of a group involved in the theft. That Lu Gosheng. Everyone here, come and see for yourselves. The white rice, flour, and oil in their kitchen are actually ours from the Sun family. And my husband's smoking pipe is here too. How did everything suddenly end up in their house overnight? And only half of it is here. Where's the rest? Madame Sun pointed at Lu's kitchen, speaking to the crowd, still searching for Lu Gosheng's mother. Seeing that she couldn't escape today and that her belongings were about to be taken, Lu Gosheng's mother tried to delay, hoping her son would hear the commotion and run away quickly. Wu hurried forward, standing in front of the village chief, and cried out loudly but trembling, "Sniff. Village chief. What is going on? I don't understand what Madame Sun is saying. How come all these things from their kitchen appeared in our house? I didn't touch any of this. I found these items in my kitchen early this morning. I really don't know how this happened. Please check for yourselves. I haven't touched any of it." After speaking, worried that everyone might not believe her, she stepped forward and lifted the pot lid to show everyone that she was telling the truth. "Did we really eat homemade blackface steamed buns this morning, village chief? I really didn't touch the rice or flour in the kitchen. I truly don't know what happened. Village Chief Lin Sihai glanced at Wu Shi. Seeing her expression didn't seem fake, he snorted and said, "Humph, our Daking village. Although made up of many different families, still, we don't allow thieves to run around stealing things." Wu Shi choked on her words but still wiped her tears, forcing a faint smile. She tried to go forward and hold Sun Meido's sleeve, but after being glared at with disdain, she dared not approach.
O Shi ter fully explained. Sun Meido.
Can we two families talk privately with the village chief behind closed doors? You came into our house so early with so many people? You scared the children. Wu Shi, mother of Lu Gosheng, didn't want the Sun family to cause trouble. She glared at her 3-year-old granddaughter. Her little granddaughter, Lu Xiaoqiao, timidly walked toward Wu Shi. Wu Shi pretended to hug her daughter, secretly whispering a few words, then Lu Xiaoqiao ran off quickly. Everyone didn't pay much attention to Wu Shi's actions. But Sun Meido wouldn't tolerate Wu Shi making small moves right in front of her. Sun Meido signaled her eldest son and daughter-in-law to follow. She glared at Wu Shi and sneered. Private settlement?
Fine.
First, tell your useless son to return the 60 silver taels he stole from us last night, then we can talk. Otherwise, there's no room for discussion. Afterward, Sun Meido shot a fierce look at Wu Shi, who stood there trembling. After the officials briefly recorded the matter, they took the carriage, along with the villager from the village, and quickly headed back to the village. Meanwhile, the other women who had come to town to shop after hearing the news decided to spend a small amount of money to ask Lu Dahu to quickly drive the ox cart back to the village. They wanted to go see the excitement. The villager who reported the case also didn't expect that it would be his first time riding in a carriage. It was actually pulled by officials' horses. He felt both excited and a little nervous. He thought he might have been a bit impulsive. He only heard that Sun's family had been robbed, so he volunteered to go to town and report it. What if Sun's family found the thief and even made peace with him? Wouldn't that mean the officials wasted their time coming here? He worried that the officials might think he was trying to trick them, and he could be whipped or fined. He secretly hoped that Sun's family wouldn't find the thief too quickly. Even if they did, he hoped they wouldn't settle the matter easily. At this moment, Lin Yuan had already woken up early, gone up the mountain to chop some firewood, and collected a basket of bamboo shells. She boiled 3 large bowls of eggs from last night, which she had bought from Sun's family, and cooked some noodles. After eating, the brother and sister ran off to learn how to read. But Lin Yuan was curious about how the Sun and Lu families and the main Lin family were doing outside. Out of curiosity, she pushed her cart, took a few empty wooden buckets, and headed toward the village water well. The people in the main Lin family learned that the silver and money in Yang's house had been stolen. When asked how much, she only said it was all taken. Then she sat on the ground, crying and cursing loudly. After everyone from the Lin family went to watch the show at Sun and Lu's houses, Yang sat on the ground, crying and pounding her chest. She quickly pried open the bottom of her wooden box. "Fortunately, the silver notes from my daughter are still here," she said, looking inside and sighing with relief, feeling both happy and sad. After everyone from the Lin family went to watch the show at Sun and Lu's houses, Yang sat on the ground, crying and pounding her chest. She quickly pried open the bottom of her wooden box. "Fortunately, the silver notes from my daughter are still here," she said, looking inside and sighing with. She intended to keep all her 30 taels of silver notes hidden inside her undergarment, carrying them close to stay safe. It must be said that Mrs. Yang's method of hiding her silver notes was a good idea. Because of this, she was less likely to starve on her journey to escape poverty. Soon Lin Yuan, who was drawing water at the village well, saw a horse-drawn carriage speeding into the village. The driver was a strong man in his 30s, dressed in official uniform. Next to him sat another official, and a young man with a familiar face peeked out from inside. The young man pointed the way to the leading official, and the official also saw someone at the village entrance drawing water. On the road, women and some villagers saw this, and stopped to watch the carriage go by. Everyone saw the carriage entering the village, and some followed it toward the Sun family. A village woman pointed at the carriage and said, "Hey, do you see that? Is that the patrol officer's carriage from the town? It looks like the Sun and Lu families are about to have big trouble." "Let's go see what's happening," the village woman-in-law said. "Did you hear? I heard that last night. The Sun family lost dozens of taels of silver and a lot of rice and flour from their kitchen. That's not something ordinary people can afford to eat every day. That's because the Sun matchmaker's family is rich. Otherwise, why would they steal from others? Only their family," the village woman-in-law continued. "I heard that early this morning, the village had led people around the Sun house to look for clues. They found someone. It seems the troublemaker Lu Gosheng, who killed his wife, did it." A curious village ant said. "Really? Let's go quickly and see what's going on," the village woman said with some disapproval. "People who dare to steal from villagers and take their food and supplies must not be let off easily." A young man from the village said, "Yes, we must not let them go. Who knows who will be robbed next?" "Exactly. Let's hurry and follow." After speaking, everyone hurriedly followed the carriage to the Sun family's house. Later, according to villagers' reports, most people had already gone to the Lu family's place. Lin Yueyun, who was drawing water at the village entrance, also quickened her pace because she wanted to see what was happening. The neighing of the horse, who signaled the arrival of the patrol officers, who stopped the carriage at the Lu family's gate. A leading officer jumped down from the carriage, followed by two others with swords, and a villager came out of the carriage. This villager was Sun Daqiang, a member of the Sun family. "Everyone, step aside. Don't block the officer's work. Otherwise, you'll all be taken to the county jail," the lead officer shouted, waving his hand to scold the onlookers. Hearing this, the crowd quickly made way, afraid of trouble. Who is a member of the Sun family? Is the Sun family going to report someone for stealing? The lead officer looked around and shouted loudly. Sun Meddler, hearing the officer's arrival, hurriedly ran over, crying as she told the officers about her family's situation. She said they wanted to report the matter to the authorities for help. This made Sun Daqiang, who was reporting the incident, breathe a small sigh of relief. Wu, the mother of Lu Gosheng, saw from afar that someone else was approaching, and from their tone of voice, it seemed to be an officer. Wu didn't bother to stay and argue with Sun Meddler anymore. She quickly ran toward her son's house. Meanwhile, Lu Gosheng, who was still sleeping soundly in bed, was suddenly pushed into the room by his 3-year-old daughter. "Daddy, Daddy, wake up quickly. Mom says you need to leave the house now." Lu Xiaoqiao didn't understand why her mother wanted her father to get up and leave, but she did as told, calling out a few times and pushing Lu Gosheng. She kept pushing her lazy father and shouting several times. Lu Gosheng, impatient, pushed her away and scolded, "You little brat. What nonsense are you talking about so early in the morning? Hurry up and get out of here. Are you looking for a beating?"
Wah, wah.
Lu Xiaoqiao cried loudly after being scolded harshly by her father. Seeing this, Lu Gosheng lost his sleepiness immediately, sat up quickly, and was also upset because he hadn't succeeded in his plan to drug Lin Yueyun last time. But he couldn't stop his daughter from crying. He was getting more and more eager to marry again. At this moment, Lu Gosheng glanced at his daughter, who was crying, and impatiently got up, dressed quickly, and prepared to go outside to see what was happening. Usually, he slept until late morning, but today he was woken up before noon. As Lu Gosheng pushed open the old, broken door, Sun Dao suddenly punched him hard in the face. With a loud bang, Lu Gosheng didn't have time to dodge and was hit directly. "Lu Gosheng? You good-for-nothing dog. Do you think I won't beat you today, you thief?" Sun Dao and his son were at the door and heard the conversation inside. Sun Dao stepped forward, swinging his fist and cursing angrily. Lu Gosheng immediately was struck, and a bit of blood came from the corner of his mouth. He wondered why he was being beaten as soon as he opened the door. He was also a person with a temper. Then, Lu Gosheng wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand, spat out some saliva on the ground, and looked at the blood on his hand with a sneer. He cursed unhappily, "You Sun Dao, are you crazy? Early in the morning? Coming to beat me at my house? Are you looking for death? After speaking, the two started punching and hitting each other loudly. Watching nearby was Sun Sheng, Sun Da's father. Seeing his son being beaten by this Lu Gosheng, he didn't hesitate. He grabbed a nearby stick and strode forward, aiming at Lu Gosheng. The stick hit Lu Gosheng repeatedly, making loud, bang-bang sounds. Lu Gosheng tried to dodge while shouting and cursing. What the? Sun Sheng? Sun Da? What did I do to offend you? Why are you attacking me? Sun Sheng and Sun Da's father hit Lu Gosheng on his back, legs, and knees with fists and sticks. Lu Gosheng was in pain, dodging and shouting loudly. Watching this scene from a distance was Lu Xiaoqiao, secretly observing. Covering her mouth silently and secretly crying, Lu Gosheng was alone and struggled to fight the father and son in front of him. He was beaten all over and shouted, "Your Sun family is so bold. How dare you break into my house and hit me in broad daylight? Your Sun family? I won't let you go." Just after Lu Gosheng finished his harsh words, he heard his mother, Wu, rushing over in a hurry. Seeing her son being bullied by the Sun father and son, she immediately burst into tears and cried out, "Oh, my son, you've been beaten so badly." Then she pointed at Sun Sheng and Sun Dao, angrily shouting, "Sun Sheng? Sun Dao? Can't you two just talk nicely? Huh? Why do you have to hit him? Look at what you've done to my son." Boo-hoo. After speaking, Wu wiped her tears and squatted down to try to help her son, Lu Gosheng. Soon after, a group of people arrived behind her. "Lu Gosheng? You son of a dog. Come out and explain yourself clearly. Why did you sneak into my house at night? Steal my food and silver?" The matchmaker's son, walking quickly toward Lu Gosheng, crossed her arms and pointed her finger at him, angrily questioning. Lu Gosheng looked closely at her, thinking that the Sun family probably conspired with him to drug Lin Yuanyun but failed. Worried that the truth might be exposed and harm the Sun family, they planned against him. Lu Gosheng found the Sun family's behavior extremely funny. Then he burst out laughing loudly and sarcastically said to the matchmaker's son, "Matchmaker son? Your Sun family is really something. You think you've tricked me? Is that matter already settled?" Huh. The matchmaker's son was anxious about her stolen goods and didn't think carefully about what Lu Gosheng was talking about. In her view, the person who drugged the third daughter of the Lin family was Lu Gosheng, but she wasn't there at the time. As long as she firmly denies any involvement in the conspiracy to harm others, even if the officials come, they won't be able to do anything to her. But what she didn't know was that her good daughter had already revealed to Lin Yuanyun that their Sun family was involved in drugging. Sun's matchmaker only thought that Lu Gosheng, this scoundrel, had failed in his plan to harm the Lin family's third daughter. Now, he was sneaking into their house? She was furious. At this moment, Lu Xiaoqiao, Lu Gosheng's daughter, who was often overlooked, saw a group of people approaching her father with aggressive looks. She thought that the group led by Sun's matchmaker might also want to attack her father. So, Lu Xiaoqiao bravely stepped forward, opened her arms, and blocked in front of Lu Gosheng. Her big, bright eyes stared fiercely at Sun's matchmaker and the others, afraid they might attack her father next.
Stop.
You're bad people. You can't hit my dad, she cried nervously, pointing at Sun's matchmaker and trembling as she spoke. Don't think she was too young to understand. A few days ago, this mean woman had come to her house. She even told her father inside the house that she wanted him to give medicine to others' water so that after it was done, her father could find her a new mother to take care of her. Although she really wanted a loving mother herself and didn't want to be called a child without a mother by the other kids in the village, she was also worried that her father might be taken away or beaten. After overhearing the woman talking to her father, she secretly went to the kitchen and told her fierce grandmother what she had heard. When her grandmother found out, she didn't stop her father from doing the bad thing. Instead, she told her not to interfere and said that once her father finished his plan, she would marry her a new mother. Then she would be like the other children in the village, loved by a mother. She might also have younger brothers and sisters to play with, and maybe there would be more meat to eat. She really wanted to eat meat. She didn't know how long it had been since she last ate meat. So, She listened to her grandmother. Wow, I didn't expect that. Lu Gosheng, such a lazy gambler, and you have such a brave daughter, said a village man who was watching and not afraid to speak. That little brat, you come out and stop me? Trying to stand up for your dad. Dead girl? Get out of here. Madam Sun looked down on the young girl who still hadn't finished breastfeeding, with disdain. She then glanced at Lu Gosheng, who was bruised and swollen, and said sarcastically, "What's wrong? Lu Gosheng? You're a grown man, at least. If you do something, be brave enough to face it. Don't hide like a turtle, hiding behind your mother and daughter, pretending to be timid." A villager who was eager to join in chimed in. Exactly. The villagers, enjoying the spectacle, agreed. Lu Gosheng looked at the Sun family with a mocking expression, wiped a bit of blood from his mouth gently, and slowly stood up, saying, "Humph, Sun family. I didn't sneak into your house to steal anything in the middle of the night. Don't try to falsely accuse me. At worst, I'll fight you to the death." After speaking, Madam Sun seemed to realize what Lu Gosheng meant by fight to the death, but she was not afraid. She believed that all the evidence had been cleared, and no one could prove she and Lu Gosheng were secretly plotting together. She thought she had to make Lu Gosheng pay the price for daring to steal her grain and silver. The evidence was right there in the kitchen. He wouldn't admit it? At this moment, 2 officials with swords and some villagers behind them arrived. One of the officials stayed back to ask the village chief for details. Then, the 2 sword-bearing officials approached Lu Gosheng and the Sun family father and son. One of the officials loudly commanded, "Who is Lu Gosheng? Someone is accusing you of theft, and the evidence is solid. Come with us to the county office." The Sun family father and son immediately pointed at the bruised Lu Gosheng and said, "It's him." "Yes, it's him." Sun Dao, full of anger and injustice, said, "This Lu Gosheng sneaked into my yard last night. He stole all the grain stored in our kitchen and over 60 taels of silver hidden in my mother's room. We're going to report this to the authorities." Lu Gosheng was surprised for a second when he heard this. He had been sleeping all night. He didn't go anywhere. How did I become a thief stealing from Sun's family? And I took over 60 taels of silver? Why didn't I just rob them? Thinking this, Lu Gosheng shouted angrily, "Shut your mouth. Sun Da, don't try to falsely accuse me. What do you mean by breaking into your house at midnight to steal? And over 60 taels? Why don't you go rob someone else? I was at home all night last night sleeping. I didn't go anywhere. I didn't do anything wrong, and I won't admit to it." The crowd behind looked on and saw Lu Gosheng had been beaten black and blue by Sun's father and son. Some people couldn't help but start pointing fingers at Lu Gosheng. Lu Gosheng felt confused. Suddenly, a government officer drew his sword and pointed it at Lu Gosheng. "Evidence is clear. You can't deny it. Come with us to the county office. Whether you're innocent or guilty, the county magistrate will decide." After saying this, the officer's sword was pressed against Lu Gosheng's shoulder and neck, making him too scared to resist or curse. "Officer? I think there's a misunderstanding. I am innocent." "Officer." Wu's wife saw the officer draw his sword and press it against her son's neck. She was anxious and hurriedly stepped forward, crying, "Son, quickly return the over 60 taels of silver you took from Sun's family. Mother doesn't want you to go to jail. If you end up in the county jail, your life will be over." In Lu Gosheng's view, this was definitely a trick by Sun's family. Last time, he and Sun's matchmaker had agreed to harm Lin's daughter but failed. He was also worried that they might use this to blackmail Sun's family for benefits, so they devised this plan to arrest him and send him to jail. But he wasn't afraid. At worst, he would go with the officers and then publicly tell the county magistrate that Sun's matchmaker had asked him to harm Lin's daughter and had given him 2 packets of sleeping powder. Then no one would have a good time. Meanwhile, 2 thugs sent by Ma Xiangrong from the county had come that day to inquire about Lin Yueyun's situation and secretly observed who Lin Yueyun was, the girl they planned to arrest. That same day, they returned to the Yihong courtyard in town. They stayed in town for 2 days and weren't in a hurry to arrest Lin Yueyun, the country girl from Daking village. In their eyes, she was just a country girl, nothing to fear. They thought they could enjoy themselves for a few days before taking action. At this moment, Lin Yueyun had already learned from Ma Sanlia's note that her own family might also face trouble soon. She realized she needed to quickly make her yard more secure, otherwise, she wouldn't sleep peacefully at night. Everyone saw Lu Goxing being taken away in a carriage by the officials. At the same time, they helped load all the evidence, grain, flour, and oil, from Lu's kitchen onto the carriage. Then, they followed the official to Sun's house to check the situation. They found a faint trail of white flour spilled on the ground, leading all the way to Lu's house. They examined the white flour bag, which had a small hole at the bottom. The official then told the Sun family to hurry and tidy up, as the county magistrate might question Lu Goxing in the afternoon. Both the Sun and Lu families needed to be present. Afterward, he nodded to the village chief, Lin Sihai, since he was both the village head and the local leader, and he was required to be there. The village chief quickly agreed, saying, "Don't worry, sir. I'll take a cart to the county later." Seeing the village chief cooperate without trouble, the official left the village of Daking. After the official's carriage left, the villagers gathered together and discussed the Sun and Lu family's situation more eagerly. When Lin Yueyun arrived, she saw the carriage had already gone far away. She hurried to the village chief of Lu's village, who hadn't left yet, and asked, "Village chief, the yard I rent from you, can I raise the wall higher?" Everyone, including the village chief, heard her and thought that after today's events, she was worried her own family might be next to be robbed. They responded quickly, asking to raise their own yard walls too. One older woman even teased her, saying, "Lin girl, are you scared by today's scene? You're so quick to want higher walls now." "Huh, of course. Lu Goxing is a real troublemaker. After what happened today, I want to raise my wall too." Everyone burst into laughter. A young villager said, "Who knows? Maybe the next family to be robbed will be ours." All the villagers listened carefully and then agreed with the villager's statement. Some people disagreed, thinking that since Lu Goxing was caught, there wouldn't be anyone else doing such things. Soon, the villagers started to leave in small groups. Some felt sorry for Wu Shi and sympathized with her, while others thought Wu Shi deserved her fate. Lin Yueyun heard the teasing and doubts from the crowd but didn't explain. She just thought it was a funny misunderstanding. The village chief looked at Lin Yueyun and whispered, "Girl, the yard where you live was rented from someone and sold to the village. If you build a wall around it, wouldn't that make things easier for others? Girl, maybe you should go home and discuss with your parents. I think it might be better to buy a piece of land to build a house or buy that yard outright. Then you can fix it up however you want. Besides, since Lu Goxing was caught, no one will dare to break in for a while." Lin Yueyun wanted to raise the wall not just to prevent people like Lu Goxing, but also to keep out those sent by Lin Yurong. She also planned to visit the county to cause some trouble for Lin Yurong. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yueyun decided to buy the yard and the surrounding land. She was so quick to decide to buy the yard and land. The village chief was also surprised. That was more than 20 silver coins. He learned from the old Lin family house that she had over 20 silver coins. The money came from the sale of her pickled water recipe, which caused her and her siblings to be driven out. After agreeing on the price, Lin Yueyun borrowed an excuse to go home briefly and then went straight to the village chief's house, where she paid him 26 silver coins. The village chief immediately wrote a land and house deed for the sale, planning to get it stamped at the county office soon. Finally, Lin Yueyun and the village chief agreed to take the village chief's ox cart to the county to watch a play and handle the land transfer. The villagers heard that they would soon take the ox cart to the county to watch the play. They all started asking to reserve seats on the spot. Of course, including the village chief and Lin Yueyun, 7 people reserved seats. Each paid 6 cents for the round trip on the ox cart. "After noon, we will leave. Those who are late will not be waited for." Everyone said they would definitely be on time. Sun's wife and husband, along with their son and daughter, also wanted to ride the village chief's ox cart to the county. Unfortunately, all the seats on the ox cart had already been reserved. Moreover, there are other ox carts available in the village and the neighboring village. The Sun family decided to go to the neighboring village first, take an ox cart directly to the county, or go to the town, and then take a carriage to the county office. Lin Yueyun returned home for lunch and told her younger brother and sister that she needed to go to the county. She might be back late or early the next morning. Lin Yueyun told her siblings not to worry about her, as she was going to see a play at the county office. She also planned to meet with the village elder and the clerk to buy the house and nearby land. If she had time, she wanted to visit her mother in the county. In fact, Lin Yueyun was also worried about her brother and sister staying at home alone. She suspected that the people sent by Lin Yuerong might have already arrived, hiding in the shadows, waiting to act. But she had to go on this trip. She needed to make things difficult for Lin Yuerong, right? Otherwise, their family's life would be full of fear and unrest. Lin Yueyun warned her siblings not to leave the yard when she was away. She also took her small, thumb-sized solar-powered camera, which she used for filming videos in her previous life. After inserting the memory card, she took it out and installed it in a corner where she could see the entire yard clearly, then felt safe to carry her basket. Later, she went to the village chief's house and handed over the 20-some taels of silver needed to buy the house and land. She also gave 21 extra as a thank you fee, but the village chief refused to accept it, only taking the carriage fare. After getting on the ox cart, Lin Yueyun found a seat near the side and sat down. Other relatives, including her aunt, a kind lady, and some gossip-loving uncles, also boarded the village chief's ox cart. Among them were two people, Zhang Dazue and Aunt Yu, who loved to watch the excitement. Zhang Dazue saw that Lin family's third daughter was also there. He casually sat next to Lin Yueyun and asked, "Yun girl, are you also going to the county? Are you going to find your mother? Did you go to ask your mother for living expenses?" Lin Yueyun didn't want the villagers' gossip to know she was planning to buy a yard and land, even if they were close to her mother. Then, Lin Yueyun just smiled and nodded slightly at Zhang Dazue, giving the impression she didn't want to talk much. This made Zhang Dazue feel helpless, but also a little proud, thinking he guessed right. Next, on the ox cart, everyone kept talking about and guessing the conflicts and thefts between the Sun and Lu families. Lin Yueyun felt her ears were overwhelmed, so she closed her eyes and pretended to rest, avoiding getting involved in their discussions and guesses. After all, she was the key person behind all this. She borrowed the space to steal the items. She also deliberately encouraged the conflicts between the Sun and Lu families. She wanted to see how the dogfighting between these two families would turn out. At this moment, Lu Gosheng had been taken to the town by 3 officials. One stayed in the town, while the other 2 continued driving the cart, taking Lu Gosheng and the stolen goods to the county office. Lu Gosheng was thrown into the county jail. After the officials left, Lu Gosheng spat on the ground and cursed. "Bah! The Sun family? Trying to frame me for theft. Getting me thrown in jail, thinking it's no big deal? Sun family, you better watch out. I won't let you get away with it." The ox cart jolted along the road. Just as Lin Yueyun was about to fall asleep, they finally arrived at the county. Villagers coming out of the cart, including members of the Sun family, had all arrived in the county. Looking around, the streets were very clean, and there were more pedestrians, ox carts, horse carriages, donkey carts, and mule carts than in the town. Outside the county, there was also a large archway. Under the archway, like in the town, many people were waiting with their animals, ready to take passengers. When someone carried large and small bags past, a man or an older uncle driving a livestock cart would approach and ask if they wanted to ride in his cart. "Madam, would you like to consider riding a mule cart back?" "Where are you from, madam? My donkey cart is quite stable now. It is also cheaper than a horse-drawn carriage and runs faster." A middle-aged man driving a donkey cart also came forward with a cheerful smile and said, "Madam, if you're not satisfied, you might consider my donkey cart. It's very steady to sit on, and the price isn't high." Seeing this, Lin Yueyun felt like she was standing outside a modern bus station, that feeling of a group of motorcycle drivers competing to pick up passengers. She couldn't help but twitch her mouth and think, is this what motorcycle drivers do to attract customers? This has been popular since ancient times. After all, Lin Yueyun came to this parallel world and was visiting the county for the first time. Although she had bought a book about the laws of this era and received a simple map, she had never left Qinghai County before. People in the county generally dressed more neatly and cleanly, with more smiling faces compared to the town. It was rare to see people wearing patched and worn-out clothes like in the countryside. Honestly, this county was quite different from the town. People living here were clearly much wealthier than those in the town. Soon, everyone got off the ox cart and followed the Sun family to the county office. Even old Lu from the neighboring Lu village, who was driving a cattle cart, and the village chief, met and joked with each other. They planned to go together to the livestock parking area to leave their cattle carts. Lin Sihai saw Lin Yueyan still standing nearby and called out, "Yin girl, be careful and stay safe by yourself. You can follow the other villagers and wait outside the county office first. We're not in a hurry to get the documents stamped. Getting documents stamped isn't like other things. It's very easy." Hearing this, Lin Yueyan didn't want to go to the livestock parking area and smell the smell of cow dung. She agreed to go there later. "Okay, village chief, don't worry. I'll be careful." Village Chief Lin Sihai saw Lin Yueyan walking behind the villagers toward the county office, and he felt relieved. He and Lu Taidan from the neighboring village, pulling their own cattle carts and chatting, went together to the livestock market to find a place to park their cattle carts. Lin Yueyan followed behind the villagers for a while. When she looked back, she saw the village chief walking away, so she stopped following them. She walked slowly on her own, enjoying the lively scene around her, heading towards the county office. Lin Yueyan noticed many people selling handkerchiefs and hair ties along the street, as well as some selling ice candies and sugar paintings. After buying a string of ice candies for 5 coins, she heard a loud knocking sound from the county office. 3 quick strikes, then a pause, followed by another 3 strikes. This was a signal according to local rules. If the drum at the county office is struck 3 times, then paused, it means someone is about to make a complaint. If it strikes 9 times in a row before pausing, it indicates someone or their loved ones are wrongly accused, and they need the magistrate to review the case with evidence. No matter which, whenever the big drum at the county office is sounded, everyone knows there's a commotion, and many people rush to watch the scene. Even the street vendors nearby stop their stalls or send someone to see what's happening. Watching this, Lin Yueyan's candy apple in her mouth no longer tasted sweet. She quickly ran towards the county office to find a better spot to watch the show. However, she didn't expect that the show she came to watch would turn to her own situation. Fortunately, she was also part of the crowd. As she jogged towards the county office, other passers-by also hurried over in a rush. To her surprise, the area in front of the county office was so crowded that she couldn't get close. She could only stand outside. Luckily, soon the village chief and old Lu arrived. Seeing this, Lin Yueyan hurried over, waving her hand and shouting, "Village chief, you're here? I'm here too. We probably can't squeeze in." The village chief smiled and said, "Don't worry, girl. Follow me, I'll take you inside." He then took a badge, which looked like a special official token, and handed it to one of the 2 guards standing at the entrance. After saying a few words, the scene continued. The official glanced at the sign handed to him by the village chief, then returned it. He nodded and picked up a spear, beginning to clear the crowd to make way. "Everyone step aside. Don't block the official's work," he shouted fiercely. The crowd quickly parted, and Lin Yueyan and old Lu followed behind the village chief into the building. Along the way, some people tried to sneak in, but the guard stopped them. The crowd outside the gate grew thicker again. A woman far in the back looked at the 2 familiar figures, her eyes wide with surprise, her mouth open in shock. She wondered if she was seeing things. Today, she had gone out with a shopping woman from the Su family and a maid, along with a woman responsible for shopping in the kitchen. They planned to buy some spices and also pick up a few things for themselves, preparing for a short break to visit home. Just after finishing her shopping, they heard the sound of drums from the county office. Curious, they wanted to see what was happening. Before Yao Shi could get closer, she saw 2 familiar figures from afar. One was Lin Sihai, the village head and the village official from her husband's village. The other was a woman she recognized even in new clothes, her eldest daughter, Lin Yueyan. Yao Shi was so excited she forgot about the others around her. She hadn't been home for over half a month. Now that she finally saw her daughter, she had to say something. She quickly told the two women shopping with her, then ran forward, trying to call out to her daughter and the village official. Lin Sihai? Village chief? Yunyatu? Yunyatu? My Yunyatu. Unfortunately, her loud calls were drowned out by the noise of the crowd. Her voice was lost among the chatter. Yaoshe tried to push through the crowd to find her daughter, but the guard stopped her. Suddenly, the county magistrate's official struck the wooden gavel, making a loud bang. Who in the hall wants to file a complaint? Present your petition. Then, the officials standing on either side of the county hall shouted loudly, with large wooden sticks as thick as a grown man's thigh, chanting majestic, 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 before stopping. Everyone present also quieted down. No one dared to make loud noise anymore. Seeing this, Lin Yuyin felt like watching a modern TV drama about a courtroom trial. Suddenly, Sun's family, including Sun's matchmaker wife and husband, stepped forward together. Sun Sheng took out a folded document and handed it to the man beside the county magistrate. The man took the document and returned to present it to the magistrate. Sun's family knelt down together and bowed loudly. Sun Sheng spoke. Honorable Lord of Justice. We are villagers from Daking Village, Qingshui Town, and I am Sun Sheng. We want to accuse Lu Gosheng from the same village of sneaking into our house at night to steal our belongings and grain. We have found evidence in Lu's kitchen. Our fellow villagers can testify, and we ask the Lord of Justice to help us. The magistrate, surnamed Su, known as Magistrate Su, clapped his wooden gavel with a loud bang. Bring Lu Gosheng from Daking Village in Qingshui Town here. Two officials, whose faces looked somewhat familiar, bowed and responded in unison. Yes, sir. The crowd outside started whispering and discussing. Yao's family, standing outside the crowd, also heard clearly. It was about Sun's family accusing Lu's family of theft. She was just curious why her daughter came along. Was she here to watch the show? Or to be a witness? She decided to wait and see. Soon, Lu Gosheng was brought in, looking very embarrassed, being led by two officials, kneeling in front of the court. Next to him, Sun's matchmaker wife and husband knelt. Magistrate Su struck the wooden gavel again with a loud bang. Silence. Silence. The crowd quieted down. Then, Magistrate Su asked, Is the person kneeling here Lu Gosheng from Daking Village, Qingshui Town? Yes, I am, Your Honor. I am innocent. This is clearly a trap set by the Sun family. Lu Gosheng looked up at Magistrate Su, hurriedly pointed at the matchmaker wife, and bowed to the court, replying, Oh, what evidence do you have that the Sun family set a trap to frame you? You? Can you tell us? County Magistrate Su asked back. I have no proof, but I believe it this way. Am I wrong, sir? Please, sir, send someone to investigate this case and give me justice. Lu Gosheng knelt down, crying loudly. Oh, you say you are innocent? Then why did the Sun family accuse you of breaking into their house last night to steal goods and grain? Do you have any evidence or a defense? County Magistrate Su asked loudly. Lu Gosheng also had no proof. He hurriedly begged, Your Honor, I am innocent. I really didn't leave my house last night. Where did the theft of grain and goods come from? I also want to sue the Sun family for barging into my house early in the morning without reason and beating me, and for falsely accusing me of theft. I want them to pay for my medical expenses and the cost of their false accusations. Lu Gosheng? You dog. You lying scoundrel. You're talking nonsense. Sun's matchmaker angrily scolded Lu Gosheng. This made the onlookers laugh loudly. Then, the Sun and Lu families argued back and forth, each trying to prove the other wrong. Lu Gosheng insisted he didn't steal anything or money. As for the grain, Lu Gosheng said he didn't know how it got there. The grain just happened to appear in his kitchen. Maybe some bandit, annoyed by the Sun family's ways, stole from them and left some in his house, thinking they were poor. Lu Gosheng's explanation made Sun's matchmaker so angry she almost fainted. Lu Gosheng was quite good at defending himself. This almost made the Sun family father and sons so mad they wanted to rush forward and beat him up. Both sides kept arguing fiercely. Then, County Magistrate Sue's wooden gavel struck again and said, "Who here is a villager from Daking Village? Step forward." Then, including other members of the Sun family and villagers who came along, they all stepped forward. Even Yao from outside the county office pushed her way in. However, she did not stand with the other villagers, but chose a position closer to the front. "Where is the main person from Daking Village?" Magistrate Su Ji pounded his desk and asked. Then, village head Lin Sihai stepped forward, bowing and clasping his hands in greeting, saying, replying to the county magistrate, "I am the village head of Daking Village. My surname is Lin." "Good. Village head Lin. Please tell us the details about Sun and Lu families," said Magistrate Su. Village head Lin Sihai clasped his hands and replied slowly, "Yes, sir. The missing grain from Sun's family was indeed found in Lu's kitchen, but regarding the missing silver and jewelry claimed by Sun's family, under the leadership of the officials, we carefully searched Lu's house, and we did not find any of Sun's missing silver or jewelry there." Next, village head Lin Sihai calmly recounted what had happened earlier that morning in the village. He also mentioned that Sun's family reported losing over 60 taels of silver. Lu Gosheng listened angrily, thinking he had done nothing wrong. Yet, the village had described him clearly, even finding clues in his kitchen. Lu Gosheng faced the village head and cursed. "Village head? You're talking nonsense. Don't think I don't know, you all are in this together. You've all been bought by Sun's family. This whole act is just to get me thrown in jail." The village head was so angry at Lu Gosheng's accusations that his beard twitched, and he glared fiercely, pointing at Lu Gosheng and saying, "How dare you, Lu Gosheng? Don't you behave yourself? How dare you slander us in front of the county magistrate?" The village head clasped his hands and bowed to the magistrate, continuing to glare at Lu Gosheng and said, "When we went to your house early this morning, we saw the grain in your kitchen. Wasn't it obvious to everyone present? Many villagers saw it too. Even your mother saw it. Even the officials checking the clues saw it and confirmed it was Sun's grain. Are you still trying to slander us?" "Yes, we all saw clearly. The rice, flour, and various seasonings piled in your kitchen." "Is your household really like that? Even the door panels need patching and mending. No wonder you can't afford such precious things." "Exactly, everyone saw that. Do you think we are lying or giving false testimony? Do you think we are blind? Besides, even if the Sun family is very rich, it's impossible for them to bribe all the villagers and officials to testify against us." Lu Gosheng sneered and said, Who knows? After all, the Sun family isn't exactly a good person." Lu Gosheng wanted to say more, but then Magistrate Su Tongmu clapped loudly. "Silence. Silence. Did you two officials also confirm that the grain stored in Lu's kitchen belongs to the Sun family?" The two officials answered together. "Yes, sir." One of them stepped forward and said, "Sir, we also visited both the Sun and Lu families and searched carefully. We found some clues. We confirmed that the rice and flour in Lu's kitchen are indeed from the Sun family. But at Lu's house, we didn't find any of Sun's missing silver or jewelry. Also, according to the Sun family, only half of the stolen rice and flour was taken. The other half is missing. In my opinion, the people who stole this grain and the silver jewelry are more than one person. There might be accomplices. Otherwise, how could half of the grain go missing? And there are no clues left behind for the silver and jewelry or the dressing table." Magistrate Su said, Can the villagers testify?" "County Magistrate, we all can witness that the officials did search both the Sun and Lu families." "We didn't lie, sir," Yu Posey said. Many villagers present also nodded or directly confirmed this. Magistrate Su stroked his beard and said, Lu Gosheng, do you have anything to say? Quickly confess your accomplices. Maybe you can avoid some punishment." After saying this, the room fell silent for a few seconds. Then Lu Gosheng continued to beg and deny.
"Someone,
bring him to me." Magistrate Su Tongmu, feeling impatient, clapped his hand on the wooden gavel, but before he could speak, the scene was interrupted. Lu Gosheng wanted to tell the Sun family's matchmaker about their plan to frame the Lin family girl before he got beaten. "Wait, I'm innocent. Sir, please have mercy and spare my family's only son. Our Lu family only has 3 members left. Are you trying to force my wife and my young granddaughter to death? After speaking, Mrs. Wu hurried in, tears streaming down her face, crying sadly and pitifully. Everyone turned around and saw Mrs. Wu arriving late, holding tightly onto her 3-year-old granddaughter, rushing into the county office. They stumbled in together, crying as they entered. Next to her, Lu Xiaoqiao also started crying loudly, wiping tears. Everyone felt very sympathetic. Some women even started crying and said, "That's a poor family too. They have an elderly mother at home and a little child to care for. I'm just a simple person, but it's truly pitiful. Boo-hoo, if the only son in the family is sent to jail, how will the mother and daughter survive?" The onlookers' aunties said, "That's right. No matter how poor, you shouldn't steal or rob. Now their mother and daughter are suffering. It's such a tragedy." Seeing this, Lu Gosheng worried that the county magistrate might believe the Sun family's false accusations and order the officials to investigate, which could hurt him. He didn't have enough evidence to prove he was innocent. Even if the magistrate summoned officials to question him, he wouldn't be able to confess. He was furious that the Sun family dared to scheme against him. He decided to make a big fuss, so others could see what it's like to be falsely accused and insulted. When Lu Gosheng saw his own mother pleading with the magistrate for leniency, he felt a pang in his nose and realized he had been a fool before. He also thought he had been dreaming too big. He still wanted to marry the Lin family girl as a second wife, but now he knew that the Sun family had strong evidence against him, and he wouldn't get a good outcome. Lu Gosheng sneered coldly and looked at the matchmaker and her daughter. That look made the matchmaker's heart skip a beat, as if she sensed something bad was about to happen. Before he could wait for the county magistrate to speak again, Lu Gosheng only glanced at his mother and daughter, then calmly knelt and looked at the magistrate and the crowd around him. He loudly shouted, "Sir? And everyone present? I, a commoner, have something to say. I, Lu Gosheng, may not be a good person, but I dare to swear an oath here. If I tell a lie now, may I be doomed, sent straight to the 18th level of to suffer forever. I swear by my honor, everything I say now is the truth." After saying this, Lu Gosheng looked at Grandma Sun with a cold smile and pointed at the Sun family members, saying, "Sir? And everyone here? Don't be fooled by the Sun family. Do you know how terrible the Sun family is?" County Magistrate Su only looked at him steadily without speaking, signaling him to continue. "Those women from the Sun family are not good people." County Magistrate Su still looked at him quietly, indicating for him to go on. "Those women from the Sun family are not good people? Aunt Zhang? Mrs. Yu? Have you heard the real reason why Sun Xiaodao fell into the water in the village?" Lu Gosheng looked at Mrs. Yu and Aunt Zhang and asked. Fortunately, Lu Gosheng also overheard his mother gossiping about Sun Xiaodao falling into the water during dinner and learned that Sun Xiaodao and Lin Jia's third daughter did not get along. He guessed that Sun Xiaodao resented Lin Jia's daughter and wanted to have her drugged. Of course, we all heard about it. But what does that have to do with you stealing grain and silver from the Sun family? Mrs. Yu and Aunt Zhang exchanged glances, confused about why he asked this. Aunt Zhang looked at him and asked, "You know about it, that's good. Then I'll tell you what happened next." Lu Gosheng sneered and said, "This matter? The person involved is also here. She is Lin Jia's third daughter, Yun Yatu." Lu Gosheng pointed directly at Lin Yueyun. "Sir, please let the person involved tell the real story of how she fell into the water. And let everyone understand clearly," Lu Gosheng continued. Sun midwife seemed to understand what Lu Gosheng wanted to do, but she also couldn't find the 60 or so taels of silver. Does Lu Gosheng refuse to return the silver? Now, he wants to reveal their deal? Humph. "I'm not afraid of you, mother. I won't admit it," Sun midwife thought. Sun Xiaotao was worried. If that Lin Yueyun told the truth, her reputation would be ruined. She desperately looked at her mother, Sun midwife, hoping she would stop Lin Yueyun from speaking about her falling into the water. But Sun midwife didn't look at her. She couldn't hold back and said directly, "This is my matter with her. What does it have to do with you stealing my silver and grain? Are you now trying to stand up for her? When she said this, Zhang and Aunt Yu exchanged glances, both eyes brightening. It seemed there was some new secret gossip they didn't know about. They looked at each other and kept glancing at Lu Guosheng, wanting to see how he would respond. Meanwhile, Lin Yueyun, who was lost in thought about how to deal with her cousin Lin Yuerong, was called out. She froze for a second, thinking, what's going on? Why is Lu Guosheng talking about himself? Could it be that he saw me sneaking into his house at midnight? No way. The county magistrate also seemed interested, wanting to see how they would explain. Yao Shi heard that the thief Lu Guosheng mentioned her daughter. She quickly stepped forward, and the county magistrate continued. Then, where is the eldest daughter of the Lin family's third branch, Yun Yatu? Lin Yueyun was called out. Surprised but not afraid, she looked at the magistrate and pointed at herself, saying with slight surprise, Me? The magistrate smiled at Lin Yueyun and said, Miss, don't be afraid. Just tell us the details of how Miss Sun fell into the water. Yao Shi was a little nervous, worried her daughter might be bullied, and afraid to speak. She had to step forward and support her. Yao Shi called out, Daughter? My Yun Yatu? Mother is here. Of course, Lin Yueyun heard Yao's shout, and everyone present from the same village also heard it. The villagers from Daking village all looked toward Yao, and Lin Yueyun quickly looked over, noticing a woman who looked very much like her mother from her past life. The woman had a medium build, probably in her 30s. At that moment, Lin Yueyun couldn't help but think of her mother from her previous life. Her nose felt a little sore, and her eyes slightly reddened. She couldn't help but call out, Mom, then she quickly realized what she had said. She then called out again, Mother? After saying this, Lin Yueyun felt it was incredible. It was as if this woman was her real mother from her past life, and calling her that felt very natural. Yao, hearing this, also had slightly reddened eyes and said, Oh my girl, don't be afraid. Your mother is here. Just tell everyone about the incident where Sun's daughter fell into the water. If they bully you, believe that the county magistrate will help you. After speaking, she hurried over to her daughter, reached out and took Lin Yueyun's hand, and gently patted her back. Seeing her own daughter, who looked very much like herself, Yao was also very happy and said, Don't be afraid, my girl. Even if the adults can't help, your mother will stand up for you. Hearing this, Lin Yueyun felt warm and a bit amused, but she kept her expression calm. So, she remembered that early that morning, she had taken her 3 younger siblings' clothes to the small creek in the village to wash. She placed the wooden basin filled with clothes down and went to the creek to pick some wood berries to wash the clothes. While doing so, she saw Sun's eldest daughter, who seemed to dislike her, and some of her close friends blocked her from picking the wood berries on the ground. When she wasn't looking, Sun's eldest daughter and her friends kicked her clothes out of the basin onto the ground and trampled on them. Some almost fell into the water and were washed away. Feeling angry, she cursed loudly with some harsh words. Later, while standing by the creek wringing her clothes, she was almost pushed into the water from behind by Sun Xiaodao. Fortunately, she sensed something was wrong and dodged in time. In the end, the person who fell into the water was Sun Xiaodao herself. Later, Sun's mother and daughter came to confront me, trying to accuse me of pushing her into the water and demanding money and an apology. They claimed I pushed her. Sun's matchmaker even wanted to attack me, but I kicked her down. In the end, their insults made me so angry that I grabbed a basin of vegetable wash water and poured it over Sun Xiaodao. I also threw the 100 coins they demanded into her hand and told them to leave. When Sun's mother and daughter were driven out by Lin Yueyun, they threatened that they wouldn't let me go and would make me regret it. At that time, my grandmother and second aunt were present and could testify to everything, which I explained clearly. That is the story of my disagreement with Sun's mother and daughter. After that, I had no more contact with them. Even if I saw them, I would pretend not to know them. Lin Yueyun finished her calm story. Her mother, Yao, was now very angry. She pointed at Sun's mother and daughter and scolded loudly. How dare you, Sun's family? You're really something. I wasn't in the village often. Is that how you bully my daughter? Your daughter fell into the water? That was her own fault. You can't blame my daughter for that. Your mother and daughter are really shameless, trying to push my daughter into the water and then trying to slander her afterward. And now you fell into the water yourself? Humph. Serves you right. After Yao finished speaking, Sun Xiaodao, feeling humiliated and angry, fidgeted with her handkerchief. She wanted to argue back, but she was afraid that speaking up would only make things worse. So, she decided to stay silent and invisible. Sun's matchmaker was scolded by Yao, but didn't lose her temper. She thought to herself, so you think we are slandering your daughter? Why don't you ask your good daughter how she kicked me? After Yao angrily scolded Sun's mother and daughter, Lu Goxing sneered and said, Do you think Sun's mother and daughter will just let Lin's third family girl go? You're too naive. Are they holding a grudge? Lu Goxing.
What are you talking about?
Don't be nonsense and try to slander us mother and daughter, Grandma Sun hurriedly argued. At this moment, Lin Yueyun also understood what Lu Goxing was about to say next. Seeing the current situation, she realized she couldn't stop others from speaking what they were about to say. Fortunately, she was not being harmed. Lu Goxing? What are you talking about? If you keep talking nonsense, who will still dare to come to you for matchmaking and marriage? Think about your mother and children. Grandma Sun was anxious and directly said what she thought could threaten Lu Goxing. Lu Goxing heard this and sneered. Haha. Sun family, how funny. Lu Goxing turned to the county magistrate, clasped his fists, and said, Please, sir, help keep these mother and daughter from talking so much. If not, I can't finish explaining because they keep interrupting me. County Magistrate Su nodded and signaled Master Ma to handle it. Master Ma nodded and stepped forward. At the same time, Master Ma also learned that the people in the Lin family in front of him were actually the cousin and wife of his own son's aunt from his courtyard. Master Ma pointed at the mother and daughter of the Sun family and said, How dare you, mother and daughter of the Sun family, to interrupt others when they speak. I will have someone shut your mouths. Do you understand? The Sun mother and daughter quickly nodded to show they understood. Next, Lu Goxing told him that Grandma Sun came to his house repeatedly, saying how good and capable the eldest daughter of the Lin family's third household was. She had been separated from her family, could live alone with her younger siblings in a village yard, go hunting and sell the game, buy fine cotton clothes for the family, and eat meat every day. A young woman living better than many men-led households in the village, showing she was capable. Although the girl from the Lin family's third household was still young and 2 years away from coming of age, it was worth considering marrying her now. He was also told to think carefully. Later, Grandma Sun came many times to talk about how good the Lin family's third daughter was, saying that after marrying her, not only would his own daughter have her mother's care, but she might also get meat every meal. She also mentioned that his gambling money would be settled. So he was tempted. Later, he handed over 2 packets of powder to her and warned him to secretly add the medicine to the water in the Lin family's courtyard at night. Then, he waited for Lin Yueyun to drink the medicated water and leave, expecting Sun's eldest daughter to come and report. He followed Lin Yueyun up the mountain, with Sun's daughter and others behind, trying to catch her in the act. Unfortunately, the Lin girl ran quickly and managed to escape, even injuring her forehead in the process. She disappeared into the deep mountains. Later, when he came down the mountain, he saw Sun and some village girls searching around, clearly trying to catch someone in the act. Is everything I said true? If I tell a lie, Lu Goxing, wish to be struck by lightning and die a horrible death, he swore confidently, raising his hand in front of everyone. Those girls who followed Sun up the mountain that morning can also testify, he added. I am not lying, he declared calmly and confidently. His words caused a stir among the crowd. Everyone looked at Sun's family, Lu Goxing and Lin Yueyun with disbelief, wanting to know if the story was true. People in ancient times believed in swearing oaths because they thought it could make things happen. So, most people wouldn't swear lightly. Even Yao, standing nearby, couldn't help but turn red with anger, grinding her silver teeth and clenching her fists tightly. She ignored the fact that they were still in court and stormed toward the kneeling Sun matchmaker, slapping her hard across the face with a loud smack. Sun's matchmaker cried out in pain, covering her face and shouting, Yao? You crazy woman! Don't believe Lu Gosheng's lies. He's framing us. She glared at Yao and shouted, He's accusing us falsely. Yao rushed forward, shouting back angrily, Sun matchmaker? You shameless old woman? How dare you harm my daughter? Today, I will fight you. Before Yao could continue hitting her, the officials nearby stepped in and pulled her away. Yao was still furious, glaring fiercely at Sun's mother and daughter. The two sisters, Sun Xiaotao and her sister, were terrified and scared. I was almost crying openly. Then, Mrs. Yao directly knelt down in front of Magistrate Su with a loud bang, choking with tears as she bowed her head to the ground twice, shouting, Please, sir, help me seek justice for my daughter. This mother and daughter from the Sun family are just like animals. My daughter is only 13 years old, Mrs. Yao said, pointing at the Sun mother and daughter. How could they come up with such sneaky tricks to hurt my daughter? This is just impossible to accept. Sir? This is going too far, too far. Sir? Lu Gosheng didn't want to take on another charge. He immediately knelt before Mrs. Yao and hurriedly said, Third sister-in-law Lin? I admit I believed the ghost stories from Madam Sun and put poison in your water, but I didn't succeed, I swear. I didn't hurt your daughter either. Please, kindly forgive me. Third sister-in-law Lin. After speaking, he bowed his head to Mrs. Yao. Lin Yuyan quickly responded, Fortunately, I only took a small sip from the bamboo tube. Later, I felt a bit weak all over and thought it was just my health. I didn't realize it was something serious. Luckily, I went into the mountains to find a cave and rested there for a while. After feeling better, I chopped some firewood and came down the mountain. That was of luck and misfortune. Thankfully, we didn't continue using the water at home for cooking, or the consequences could have been terrible. Please, sir, help the young lady seek justice. Lin Yuan also knelt down, clasping her hands in a respectful gesture, looking at Magistrate Su. Magistrate Su stroked his beard and said, All right, Lin family girl, rest assured. It seems that the Sun mother and daughter have also broken the law. As the magistrate of Qinghe County, I will ensure justice for you. Magistrate Su clapped his hands loudly with a paw sound and said, Where are the Sun mother and daughter? Is this true? Come quickly, or you will face a good beating. This scared Madam Sun and her daughter so much they almost collapsed. Of course, Madam Sun wouldn't admit it. She wasn't stupid. Immediately, Madam Sun knelt and stepped forward loudly. This is false. Sir, this is false. Sir, this is all made up. Sir, this must be Lu Gosheng, that scoundrel, slandering us. Sir, all these things were definitely done by him alone and have nothing to do with our Sun family. Sir, please, sir, see the truth clearly. Sir, Sun the matchmaker knew she could never admit the truth. Anyway, in her view, Lu Gosheng had no proof that he was the one who came to harm the Lin family girl by poisoning her. Oh, Lu Gosheng? What do you have to say? Magistrate Su asked him. Lu Gosheng sneered when Sun the matchmaker refused to admit it and shouted, Please, sir, see the truth clearly. I am telling the truth. At this moment, Magistrate Su was unsure who was telling the truth, Sun's family or Lu's family. Then, Magistrate Su asked coldly, Do you have any proof that you poisoned the water for the third daughter of the Lin family? Was it ordered by the Sun family? Can't say. But you'll get a beating if you don't tell the truth. Lu Gosheng suddenly became silent. He didn't have enough proof to show he was involved. He and Sun the matchmaker had planned everything secretly, without others knowing. Now, things looked bad. Just as Lu Gosheng was about to give up and accept his fate, his 3-year-old daughter, Lu Xiaochao, bravely stepped forward again. She tremblingly pointed at Sun the matchmaker, her voice small and trembling with fear, saying, She came to our house many times. One time, I heard her tell my dad she wanted to find a little mother for me. I also saw her give my dad 2 small medicine bags and tell him to put poison in someone else's water. I heard this and ran to tell my grandma. My grandma told me not to interfere in grown-up matters. She also said that after my dad's plan succeeds, she will find a little mother who loves me, and I will have meat to eat every day. I haven't eaten meat in a long time. I really want to eat meat, so I listened to Grandma and didn't run out to tell others that Dad was doing something bad. It's because they wanted to marry a little mother for me. Boo-hoo. When she said this, the crowd around started talking. It seems Lu Gosheng's mother isn't a good person either, a bystander said. Isn't it true? Allowing their son to do such terrible things. A woman responded, nonsense. Kids' words can't be trusted, right, adults? Lu Xiaochao finished speaking, and Auntie Sun quickly argued loudly in her defense. Wu, the mother of Lu Gosheng, also stepped forward angrily pointing at Auntie Sun and scolding, it's her. Auntie Sun instructed my son to do it. Auntie Sun?
Don't lie.
I can also testify for my son. Are you all family? Of course you'd lie to protect your son, Auntie Sun retorted angrily. Children don't lie. The Sun family is really unreasonable, said the crowd.
Hey.
Isn't this about the case where the Sun family accused the Lu family of theft?
Why are we talking about this?
And about giving medicine, said another onlooker. Yeah? Could it be? Are these two things connected? Added a third. The scene became very noisy. County Magistrate Su, Jin Tongmu, struck his gavel and loudly commanded, silence. Silence, please. Gradually, the crowd's angry chatter stopped. Son, Auntie? Is this little girl telling the truth? Bring her here quickly. Do you want to get a beating? Magistrate Su asked sharply. Then he continued, someone bring Sun Xiaotao here. And also, send 2 officers to take Sun Xiaotao, the eldest daughter of the Sun family, to Qingshui Town's Daking Village and bring all the women involved in the scandal. Hearing this, Sun Xiaotao panicked. Before the officers could approach to take her to Daking Village, she knelt and crawled out, tearfully confessing everything truthfully. Later, under Magistrate Su's questioning, Lu Gosheng also admitted his mistake and showed a good attitude, and he did not seriously harm the 3 girls from the Lin family. Lu Gosheng was sentenced to 20 lashes as punishment and ordered to pay 2 taels of silver to the 3 girls of the Lin family, to be paid back within 6 months. As for the Sun family mother and daughter, they tried to harm people by causing them to fall into water and later sought revenge. They also planned to drug a young woman to ruin her life before she reached adulthood. If this plan succeeded, the consequences would be very serious. They were sentenced to heavy punishment. The Sun family must pay 10 taels of silver to the Lin family girl and sincerely apologize. The mother and daughter of the Sun family were to be publicly whipped as a punishment. When the Sun family heard this, their ears buzzed, as if they couldn't believe it. Sun Xiaotao hated Lin Yueyun's family even more because of this. Later, on their escape route, to get revenge on Lin Yueyun, she even pushed Lin Yueyun's younger brother, who was walking behind her, into a swampy cliff. But that's a story for later. The mother and daughter didn't want to be humiliated by having to and be whipped in front of everyone. Wouldn't that shame the entire county? Especially for Sun Xiaotao, her reputation was ruined. Who would want to marry her now? They were all scared and kept begging for mercy and apologizing. They even knelt and crawled in front of Lin Yueyun and her daughter to apologize, offering to pay more money to make up for their mistakes. They just hoped that Yao and her daughter would forgive them for the punishment. Su Zixian, seeing that Sun Xiaotao was still unmarried, agreed to the Sun family's request. But they had to get Lin Yueyun and her daughter's approval first, before avoiding the punishment. In the end, Grandma Sun took a black ring of unknown material, along with some silver, jewelry, earrings, and hairpins she always carried, and placed everything on a cloth. She handed it to Lin Yueyun and her daughter, letting them choose. There was also a silver note worth 10 taels of silver, which she showed to Yao and Lin Yueyun. Lin Yueyun saw the black ring, which she found very curious, and chose it. She also picked a silver hairpin and the 10-tael silver note. As for Lu Gosheng, who had stolen from the Sun family, since no silver or jewelry was found, only grain and oil, he swore after being whipped that he hadn't stolen any property or food. Su Zixian knew there might be some deception involved, but there wasn't enough evidence. He sentenced Lu Gosheng to 1 year in prison. All the grain, rice, and oil stolen had to be returned to the Sun family. He also ordered Lu Gosheng to pay half of the stolen grain and silver, which was 35 taels of silver. Then, Master Ma announced the case was closed. Lin Yueyan also started secretly observing the man named Master Ma. The person was a middle-aged, chubby man with sharp eyes. Lin Yueyan thought for a moment. Then she and her mother smiled and respectfully thanked the county official for helping them seek justice. Once the verdict was announced, Lu Gosheng's mother, Wu, burst into loud tears. Heaven is so unfair. Why can the Sun family get away with just paying some silver? My son is about to go to jail for theft. My son? Am I a useless mother? Is it because I didn't teach him well since he was young? She cried and cursed heaven for being unfair. Her son was not only punished with a fine, but also received 20 strikes. But the Sun family's theft of silver and valuables was also sentenced to 20 strikes, totaling 40 strikes. Her son was almost at the point of losing his life. Where could her family get the money to pay the Sun and Lin families? She could only take out her small savings to pay the doctor to treat her son's injuries, then sell their land in the village to slowly pay off the debt. Everyone saw that Wu, being old, was still suffering such consequences because of her son. They all sighed with sympathy. People hoped their own children would be well-behaved and not like Lu Gosheng, badly behaved and causing trouble. In the end, it also brought trouble to her aging mother and her daughter. After the case was decided, the crowd at the court quickly started talking among themselves and dispersed. Village chief and local official Lin Sihai soon approached Ma, the land and house dealer still at the county office, and explained his purpose. Soon, Ma stamped the 2 land and house sale contracts brought by the village chief and took the silver, completing the registration. One copy of the documents was kept at the county office for record, and the other was handed to Lin Sihai to take back to the Lin family. The names on the sale documents were naturally those of Lin Qingfeng, Yueyun's father. Then, the village chief, holding the stamped documents, smiled and left the county office directly. At this moment, Yao and her daughter were still waiting outside the county office for the village chief. Other villagers from the same village also greeted Mrs. Yao before gradually moving away from her and her daughter. They stood apart, discussing the matters of the Sun and Lu families. The villagers followed old Lu from the neighboring village to the place where the ox cart was kept, waiting for the village chief to return together. Regarding the Sun family, some felt sympathy, while others looked down on Mrs. Sun and her daughter. Village Chief Lin Sihai quickly handed the documents directly to Mrs. Yao and her daughter. After thanking the village chief, Lin Yueyan and her mother told him he could go home first. They wanted to stay a little longer, and she said she would call a carriage later to return to the village. The village chief nodded and left after greeting them. While waiting at the county office for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Lin Yueyan had already sold the brine she had prepared earlier in town. To avoid the old household from noticing, she went straight to Zui Xianglu and Tan and told them about selling her secret brine recipe for some silver. She didn't tell them she sold it for exactly 60 taels of silver. After all, this was ancient times. She wasn't sure if her mother would tell her father once she found out. She was worried that old Lin might try to get her silver from her father. She only said she sold a little over 30 taels of silver. Once skilled cooks tried her dish a few times, it would be easy for others to learn. Her silver was enough for her family to live comfortably for a while. Lin Yueyan also told Mrs. Yao that the people at the old Lin household, who had been eyeing her brine recipe, found out she sold it for 20 taels of silver. They even wanted to trick her into handing over the silver for safekeeping. She refused and moved out with her younger brother and sister to rent a small house at the village's edge. She came today partly to see the show. She explained she had younger siblings to support and didn't want to give the old household even a copper coin. She also mentioned that the old household had tried to sneak in at night to steal her silver. At the same time, she wanted to see the prosperity of the county town and was there with the village chief to get official stamps on the land and house documents they had purchased. She told her mother about spending over 20 taels of silver to buy the house and surrounding land. Even Yao, standing nearby, was initially angry, then surprised, and finally excited, clapping her hands and cheering.
Wow.
My daughter is really amazing. Humph. At last, someone who can handle their old family house, Yao said generously, clapping her hands. Hearing this, Lin Yuyan couldn't help but smile skeptically, wondering if her mother Yao had also been transported from modern times. She decided to test her. So Lin Yuyan looked at her mother and asked seriously and curiously, "Mom, do you know what a cell phone is?" Yao looked confused and frowned, staring at her daughter. "Huh? What are you talking about, a chicken?" "What is? A hand chicken? Is it a kind of chicken? How's the meat? Is it tasty? Where can I buy one? Maybe I can buy a hand chicken someday and cook it for you and your brothers." Lin Yuyan covered her face. No, Mom, I was just asking casually. I heard about it randomly in town. I don't understand, so I asked you, Mom. Yao replied. Oh, okay, I don't know what a hand chicken is either. Then mother and daughter continued walking and talking. Yao handed her daughter a business document and said, "Here, take this, dear. This is the document. Keep it safe and don't lose it. From now on, our third family will have our own yard." "That's great. In a few days, Dad and I will take a break and go back to harvest. It's all thanks to you, my good girl." "It's okay, Mom. We're all family," Lin Yuyan said with a smile to comfort her mother. Yao sniffled and thought, "Yes, my daughter has grown up. That's wonderful. She's so sensible now. Her temper has changed too. It must be because those selfish ghosts in the old house pushed us too hard. That's probably why her personality changed so much." "Mom, what are you thinking?" Lin Yuyan tilted her head and asked her mother. Yao sure realized what was happening and smiled as she looked at Lin Yuyan. "Girl, I was just thinking. My daughter is so amazing. You've grown up and become sensible. I feel bad for not always being with you and your siblings," she added. "By the way, what did you want to tell me earlier?" Yao sure asked. "I wanted to ask if I could explore around since I'm new here," Lin Yuyan replied. "Of course you can. I'll take you shopping now," Yao sure said happily. "Let's go, girl," she said, grabbing Lin Yuyan's hand, and they started walking and talking together. "Girl, what do you like? I'll buy it for you," Yao sure said generously. "Okay, I'll listen to you," Lin Yuyan said. She then quickly put a document into her pocket, actually storing it in her space. They happily strolled through the streets, buying some local specialties along the way. Meanwhile, in the same county, Lin Yuyan's cousin Lin Yuerong, the daughter of the main family and newly arrived eighth aunt, was relaxing in her courtyard. She was lying on a luxurious chair under a big tree, slowly drinking a bowl of chilled lotus seed and white fungus soup. Next to her, a maid was fanning her with a fan, taking care of her comfortably. Her life was quite relaxed and pleasant. But she never expected that she would experience a theft case similar to the Sun family's. Back with Lin Yuyan and her mother, after a long day of shopping, it was time to return to the kitchen to help. Yao sure felt the day had gone by too quickly and took her daughter Lin Yuyan to her own residence at the Su family's estate. She called Lin Yuyan to go inside, but Lin Yuyan refused. Yao sure then told her to wait at the back gate while she went inside briefly. Soon after, Yao sure came out holding a bundle which she handed to Lin Yuyan, saying, "Here, girl, take this. These are new clothes I made for you and your siblings during my free time," she explained. Now that the three of them had their own space, they wouldn't have to worry about others from the old house coming to take what was theirs. Also, these broken silver coins and copper plates saved up by Mother for the head of the household. Mother has entrusted you to keep them safe. Since you're the eldest sister, Mother can only ask you to take good care of your younger brothers and sisters. Lin Yuyan smiled as she took the package from Yao. "Don't worry, Mother. I will take good care of my brothers and sisters. Yes, Mother believes in you. Our parents both have income, and since Mother is staying at the main household, she doesn't need these silver coins. Don't be reluctant to buy some meat to eat. You all are growing up and you should eat well to stay healthy. In the future, try not to go too deep into the mountains. Your parents will worry about you." After hearing this, Lin Yuyan felt that her kind mother was actually quite good. Lin Yuyan thought that her mother didn't really need to do this work. She now had several hundred taels of silver, and her mother was skilled too. Actually, they could go back to the town and open a small food stall, or rent a small shop to sell food. Thinking this, Lin Yueyin told her mother directly. Mother? You don't have to work so hard as a helper in someone else's house. Your daughter now has some silver. We can go back to the town and open a shop to sell food. It's enough for us. Yao smiled and looked at her daughter without refusing, saying, All right, in a couple of days, your father and I will go back. We can discuss it then. It's inconvenient here. I'll take you to the town gate to catch a carriage home. I also need to help in the kitchen later. Lin Yueyin didn't want to leave so soon. She still had a gift to give Lin Ruyun, who asked her to send people to harm her again and again. Although she hasn't faced the second wave of trouble directly, she has received news, hasn't she? It might happen in the next few days. She didn't want to tell her mother about her plans, to avoid worrying her too much. Later, Yao happily led Lin Yueyin toward the town gate. On the way, when they saw the maids and servants from the Su family, she would cheerfully greet them, saying they were her daughter. When the maids saw that Lin Yueyin's face looked just like Yao's, she nodded and smiled to greet her. Soon, Yao and her daughter arrived at the gate of Qinghe County. Yao had already told Lin Yueyin to transfer at Qingshui town, where it would be cheaper. Yao found a humble mule cart driven by an honest-looking old man and paid him 15 coins to take Lin Yueyin to the town gate of Qingshui. Yao told Lin Yueyin not to fall asleep on the way and to be careful. After Lin Yueyin got on the cart, the mule driver waved his whip and prepared to leave. Lin Yueyin stuck her head out and waved to Yao, saying, Mother?
You can go back now.
You don't need to watch over me. I know how to get back myself. Goodbye, Mother. Goodbye, my girl. Be safe on the road. Yao waved farewell, watching the cart go away. Yao then turned around quickly and hurried back to Su's kitchen to help. When Lin Yueyin got on the cart, she packed all the snacks and other things she bought with her mother into her large basket, putting everything inside her space. She left only an empty basket and the cloth bundle her mother gave her. As for the silver and copper coins her mother gave her, Lin Yueyin roughly counted about 3 taels of silver. It seemed her mother's job was quite well paid. All the coins were stored in her space. A few minutes after the cart left the county, Lin Yueyin told the driver to stop, saying she had left some things at her mother's place. She suddenly remembered she wanted to buy some more things before returning. Finally, she asked the driver to send the cart back to the county gate. As for the 15 coins, Lin Yueyin didn't try to bargain for them back. She simply jumped down with her basket. She planned to find an inn to stay at first, and then do her plans at night. However, the mule driver still returned 10 coins to Lin Yueyin, which was quite honest of him. Today, Lin Yueyin and her mother didn't just go shopping for fun. She also secretly asked her mother, Yao, where the county magistrate's residence was and where the scholar's residence was. After getting a rough idea of the directions, she had a good sense of where to go. Although the county town is somewhat large, it is only about 2 kilometers away. Lin Yueyin learned that the master's residence and the county magistrate's residence are a little apart, which made her feel a bit more at ease. Carrying a basket on her back, along with the bundle her mother gave her, she quickly headed toward Master Ma's residence, asking along the way for the exact location. When she reached a place not far from Master Ma's house, she silently began to observe the layout and the surroundings. After taking a look around the residence, Lin Yueyin found a nearby 2-story and called Falu Inn to stay in. She paid a 20-won deposit. The innkeeper said that one night costs 20 won, plus an additional 20-won deposit, which would be returned after checkout. That was a total of 40 when paid up front. Lin Yueyin didn't mind spending this small amount of money now. It was almost the end of the late morning period. The main hall on the first floor of the inn was noisy with guests eating. Lin Yueyin took the key given by the innkeeper, glanced casually at the people inside, and then headed to the room indicated by the number on the keychain. When she arrived at a room in the middle of the second floor, she used the key to open the door and looked inside. It was a decent room with a small window on the side. Inside, there was a square table with a water jug and a tea set on it, a bed with a folded thin quilt and pillow, and a wooden cabinet nearby. The room looked simple and clean. After placing her basket down, Lin Yueyin closed the door and went to the counter to ask the innkeeper to prepare some signature dishes and 5 packed roasted chickens to be sent to her room. She paid 2 taels of silver directly to the innkeeper, who only kept 1.07 taels, about 1474 won, and returned 250 won to her. Back in her room, Lin Yueyun took out paper and pen from her space and began to sketch the general layout of Master Ma's residence. While thinking, she wondered how she could exact revenge on her original sister, Lin Yuerong. Where should she sneak in tonight? Considering the size of the residence, she wondered if it had secret guards or many guards like those shown on TV. However, she is not afraid of meeting guards because she has a space where she can hide when necessary. She only worries about those skilled in light-footed martial arts and internal energy. People outside the space cannot find her. At this moment, Lin Yueyun even regrets that when she caught Ma San, she didn't let him draw a rough map of the Ma family's house layout for her. She didn't think it would be useful at the time. Now, going to find Ma San might not be a good idea. What if he betrays her at a critical moment? That would cause big trouble for Lin Yueyun. She doesn't want to leave her safety in someone else's hands. Soon, the shop assistant knocked on the door and brought all the food she ordered. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on. Are you inside, guest? Your food is ready. Before the person finished speaking, Lin Yueyun quickly put away her paper and pen, then went out and opened the door with a squeak. 2 shop assistants smiled as they carried wooden trays with the dishes she ordered. The lead assistant set down the food and soup, then stood to the side and said with a smile, "Sorry to keep you waiting, guest. It's mealtime now. Your roast chicken is still being prepared. Arin's roast chicken is famous, and many people come to buy it. It will be ready soon, and I will pack it to bring to you right away." After saying this, the shop assistant didn't seem to want to leave. Lin Yueyun also realized something. In ancient times, it was common to give tips or rewards. She quickly pretended to search her sleeve, but in fact, she took out a small string of copper coins from her space. There were about 10 coins, and she handed them to the shop assistant, saying, "Here's a little tip." "Thank you, little brother. Please pack the roast chicken quickly and bring it to me." The shop assistant took the tip, smiled, and nodded, saying, "All right, guest, I won't bother you anymore. Enjoy your meal." After that, he turned and left with another shop assistant. Lin Yueyun thought that although she now had several hundred taels of silver, spending 10 coins was not a big deal. However, she remembered that the cheap father of hers had to carry a large sack for half a day just to earn those 10 coins. The shop assistant casually served a few dishes and exchanged a few polite words to get the money. She felt a bit emotional and thought she might owe her humble father a little. 15 minutes later, Lin Yueyun finished all the food on her table. At this time, the shop assistant brought out 5 packed roast chickens and handed them to her. Her second-floor room and the kitchen on the first floor both have preservation features. The roast chickens would look the same inside and out after being stored. While the shop assistant was away, Lin Yueyun quickly put all 5 packed chickens into her space. Then she sat down again and took out her own drawn blueprint to study it carefully. Time passed quickly, and soon it was late in the evening. The shop assistant knocked again, asking if Lin Yueyun wanted hot water. The inn offers hot water for 10 coins per bucket. She didn't want to buy hot water, as she already had hot water in her space for washing. Seeing that it was still early, Lin Yueyun felt bored staying in her room, so she decided to go out for a walk. After locking her door, she was about to head to the main hall on the first floor when she passed by a room labeled guest room. She accidentally overheard a conversation inside. "Did you hear? Recently, because of the drought in Anzhou Prefecture, food prices are rising again," said a young man. "Yes, I know. A few days ago, I sent some servants to line up and buy grain," replied a middle-aged man. "I heard that the price of grain has increased by several coins per jean," said a deep-voiced older man. "If we don't stock up soon, I'm afraid we won't be able to buy any grain when the time comes," said a low, steady voice. "Also, I heard that some villages near the border are occasionally being attacked by people from the southern Yu Kingdom, stealing and killing for grain," said another. "Maybe in the near future, the 2 countries will go to war," said a young man. "Where do you think we should run to escape the disaster?" asked the middle-aged man. As Lin Yueyun passed by, she overheard people quietly discussing the drought situation in Anzhou Prefecture nearby. Curious, she stopped and listened more carefully. She learned that everyone was stockpiling grain and preparing to flee. Most importantly, she heard that recently, people from Manhwa Kingdom had been coming to villages around Xinjiang Prefecture to attack villagers and steal food. Her heart sank. She thought that a war might really happen someday. A few men were planning to leave Qinghai County tomorrow and head straight to Shangrao Prefecture to avoid the disaster. Lin Yueyun believed what they said might be true. She had been in this place for almost a month. The weather had not rained, and the crops in the village were dying from drought. If it weren't for a small creek flowing down from the mountain, the village might also face severe drought. At this moment, Lin Yueyun realized she needed to stockpile food quickly. She also needed to tell her parents to come back from work soon, even if it meant paying some money for breaking her contract. Even in times of hardship, it was better for the family to stay together. She had a rough map of this era and knew her town was very close to Manhwa Kingdom. She started to feel anxious and knew she had to make plans early. At this time, Lin Yueyun didn't feel like going out anymore. She went straight to the counter to ask about the inn's opening hours, which started at dawn. Then she felt reassured and returned to her room. Once inside, she locked the door and thought carefully. She decided that early tomorrow morning, she must buy more grain and seasonings to store in her space. She wondered if she should sell the grain from her water field, which was about to be harvested in autumn. After paying taxes, she needed to keep everything. Because this was ancient times, there might really be disasters or border troubles. Or perhaps a change of dynasty could happen at any time. Thinking about all this, Lin Yueyun entered her space. She took out all the silver and copper coins she had collected over the past half-month and counted them carefully. Besides some jewelry from the Lin family's main house and Sun family, she surprisingly had 523 taels of silver. Lin Yueyun sorted the large silver ingots, broken silver, and copper plates into piles, making it easy to take them out from her space whenever needed. She also tidied up other items inside her space. Afterward, Lin Yueyun picked up her tablet, set several alarms, and then lay down on the bed inside her space, quickly falling asleep. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. When Lin Yueyun woke up again, it was because her tablet alarm had gone off. Hearing this familiar sound, she felt like she was about to go to work again and immediately sat up reflexively. Then, Lin Yueyun took a black cloth that could cover her entire face and a dagger, changed into black clothes, and styled her hair to look like a man. She also used her previous life's makeup to make her features look more masculine, then quickly slipped out of her space. Coming out of her space, Lin Yueyun still felt a bit uncomfortable. Inside her space, it was always daytime, but now she was in a guest house room at night. She opened the door and saw that everything outside was dark. Only the lanterns hanging in the corridor and the hall flickered faintly. She moved quietly and headed straight for the main door of the guest house. Seeing that the door was also locked, she gently removed the latch and set it aside. After looking around, she opened the door, stepped outside, and closed it behind her. Lin Yueyun quickly ran toward Ma Shirya's residence, finding the eastern courtyard. In this era, most men lived in the eastern courtyard, so she wasn't in a hurry to find Lin Yuerong. Instead, she headed straight to the wall over 3 meters high at the eastern side of the courtyard. She looked around. No one was nearby. She then took out the black cloth covering her face and used her spiritual sense to scan the surroundings. Still no one. Lin Yueyun took out a bamboo ladder over 4 meters long from her space, placed it against the wall, and climbed up quickly. She then used the same method to lower the ladder from the other side. After entering Ma's eastern courtyard, she stored the ladder back in her space. Finally, she moved along the wall toward the brightest small courtyard. As soon as I entered the small courtyard, I heard a sound coming from inside that made everyone blush with embarrassment. Lin Yueyun didn't expect to hear such an inappropriate sound as soon as she entered Ma's house. Now she realized she had come to the right place. Unfortunately, she didn't have any special perfume or similar items. She could only resort to the simplest method, knocking on the door. Lin Yueyun approached the door of the room and, unable to wait any longer, raised her hand and knocked loudly. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking echoed. Inside, The person was annoyed to find his private moment disturbed. Ma Xiangrong loudly cursed inside. Who is knocking at this late hour? Disturbing my good time? Do you want to die? After that, there was no response. A little while later, the knocking resumed. Knock, knock, knock. Ma Xiangrong was in the middle of a private, peaceful moment with his eighth wife when suddenly, someone interrupted him with a forceful knock. He was furious. He quickly got up, threw on a rough outer garment, and strode out to open the door, shouting loudly, "Who is it? You better have something important to report. Otherwise, I will make you regret what you did tonight. How dare you disturb my good time?" At that moment, Lin Yueyin seized the opportunity, slipped out of the space, and used a cloth soaked with anesthetic that she had previously prepared. She forcefully covered Ma Xiangrong's mouth and nose from behind. Before Ma Xiangrong could resist or shout, his eyelids fluttered, and he instantly fainted. Inside, Lin Yueyun's sister, Lin Yuerong, saw that Ma Xiangrong hadn't come in for a while. Curious, she put on her clothes and shoes, got out of bed, and walked out. But just as she did, Lin Yueyin appeared out of the space again, using a cotton cloth soaked with anesthetic to cover Lin Yuerong's mouth and nose from behind. Lin Yuerong sensed something was wrong. She glanced sideways and saw the person covering her face was a short, masked figure. Before she could look again, she also fainted. Lin Yueyin looked around and quickly moved the unconscious Lin Yuerong onto the bed in the room. She also released Ma Xiangrong, who had been knocked out and thrown into her space, placing him on the same bed and covering both with a blanket. For safety, Lin Yueyin also closed the door. She then began her search. She took the silver combs, jewelry, and jewelry boxes from Lin Yuerong's dressing table, along with a gold hairpin, all into a small cloth bag from her space. Next, she went to Lin Yueyun's wardrobe. Opening it, she saw it was full of bright-colored clothes, which she didn't like. She looked around and found a wooden box at the bottom of the pile of clothes. Thinking to herself, wow, the mother and daughter hide their silver the same way, she casually used a silver hairpin to unlock the wooden box. Inside, she found a silver note worth 50 taels and some small silver ingots, totaling about 60 taels. She nonchalantly took the silver note and threw it into her space, then poured all the silver into her small cloth bag. She then noticed a man's clothes on the ground nearby, with a white round jade pendant on his belt. Recognizing it as a valuable item, she also took it and put it into her bag. Finally, she put the bag into her space, returned to the inn's entrance, and used her spiritual sense to check around. No one was nearby. She then tore off the black cloth from her face and tucked it into her clothes. Quickly, Lin Yueyin opened the inn door, locked it securely, and returned to her room. She locked the door from inside and slipped into her space. At this moment, she felt extremely nervous. After taking a few deep breaths, she found the 50 taels silver note, planning to use it to buy food at dawn. The anesthetic she gave Lin Yuerong and Ma Xiangrong would likely keep them asleep until noon. By then, I might have already left the county. Lin Yueyin excitedly poured out all the silver jewelry and small bags she had hidden in her room during her late-night visit to Ma's house, sorting them into different piles. Afterward, she found a set of pajamas and went to the bathroom in the space to wash up, humming a song she liked in her past life. Earlier, around the beginning of the evening, the villagers were riding in ox carts, slowly returning to Daking village. From afar, they saw a large tree at the village entrance, where a group of women and young wives sat together, looking in their direction. Except for the Sun family members, who hurriedly rushed home after getting off the ox cart, everyone else ignored cooking or eating and gathered around, talking about the court decisions and compensation involving the Sun and Lu families. The villagers listened in shock and disbelief. Everyone in Daking village knew about Lu Gosheng's bad reputation. He was not only a heavy gambler but also lazy and careless. Anyone who married him would have bad luck. There were also rumors that Andy's son wanted to team up with Lu Gosheng to drug someone, intending for him to tarnish Lin's eldest daughter, and this story spread through the village. The incident of Sun Xiaodao falling into the water was also widely known. Now, Sun Xiaodao, a 16-year-old girl who is still unmarried, faced even more difficulty finding a match. Even Lin Fuji's mother, Wang Chunmei, who liked her, was more determined not to let her son marry someone like Sun Xiaodao. Wang Chunmei thought Sun Xiaodao's reputation was bad. Even if they were poor, they wouldn't marry such a girl. Even after marrying into the family, she worried more trouble might arise, damaging their family's reputation. Their family would be criticized and mocked, which Wang Chunmei didn't want. That night, Lin Fuji's mother told her son not to have any more ideas about the bad girl from the Sun family. She said Sun Xiaodao was not a good girl, and she suspected others were trying to push her down, even accusing others of trying to do the same to her. Later, she teamed up with her mother and people like Lu Guosheng, plotting to harm the third girl of the Lin family. Fortunately, their plan failed. Such a wicked woman? Wang Chunmei couldn't handle her. Lin Fu refused to listen to his mother about the woman he liked. Anyway, that night, Lin Fu argued with his mother, and they became a bit distant. His mother was so angry she hardly slept all night thinking, "Oh, my foolish son is going to fall into the hands of that mean girl from the Sun family." Early the next morning, Wang Chunmei got up with puffy eyes, cursing and preparing breakfast. At this time, Lin Yuyun was staying at an inn in the county. When her alarm clock rang again with a ding-ding-ding, she got up, tidied herself, and quickly left her space. She took the 50 taels of silver and put it in her pocket, then left the inn lobby. It was around mid-morning, just before dawn, with the sky slightly bright. Only 2 tables were in the lobby, one of which was hers. Most people were still sleeping in the inn at this hour. Since Lin Yuyun woke early, she ordered breakfast at the inn and sat in the lobby, eating near another table of guests. She did this to listen in on what they were talking about. She also asked the innkeeper about the local rice shops, where to buy rice that made such fragrant porridge. She wanted to buy a bag to cook at home. The innkeeper smiled and told her where the rice shops were and which one sold that kind of rice. She then asked when the shops opened. The innkeeper replied with a smile, "Most rice shops in this town open at dawn. Since it's now mid-morning, you can just finish your breakfast and go line up." Lin Yuyun nodded and said politely, "Thank you very much, sir." She finished her breakfast quickly and didn't hear the nearby table discussing the information she wanted to know. She returned to her room, took her basket and the bundle she carried, then handed the key back to the shopkeeper and checked out directly. Lin Yuyun left the inn, using her basket to hide the bundle her mother gave her, which she then threw into her space. Following the shopkeeper's instructions, she arrived at a street called Osmanthus Street. She saw a shop called Xingming Rice Store just opening for business. At this time, several women dressed as servants or maids, or in plain clothes, were lining up to buy rice. Lin Yuyun quickly jogged forward to join the line. As she moved forward, 2 people behind her also started running to join the queue. Suddenly, Lin Yuyun felt a tense rush of competition for the rice. There were 4 people ahead of her, and she heard 2 of them discussing how much rice to buy. It seemed they were servants of 2 different families, talking about hosting banquets and needing to buy about 500 jin of rice. Another servant said their master also planned a banquet and wanted to buy as much rice as needed, but they weren't sure if the silver they had was enough. Hearing this, Lin Yuyun thought, hosting a banquet is just an excuse. It seems the so-called disaster is real. I wonder if there will still be rice available when it's my turn. Forget it, I'll just wait in line and see, she whispered to herself. I don't believe it. This city is so big. I still can't buy rice. Soon, the 2 people behind her in line were joined by 2 more men dressed as servants, and they lined up behind them. Before long, it was her turn. She entered the rice shop and, imitating the servants ahead, told a lie that her eldest brother was getting married and needed to host a banquet with 20 tables, requiring 500 jin of rice. She asked if the shop had enough stock. The shopkeeper looked at her suspiciously and asked, "Where are you from? The town or the county?" He then questioned, "Even if it's a banquet, wouldn't 500 jin of rice be too much?" Lin Yuyun felt a bit guilty when asked, but she didn't answer the shopkeeper directly. Instead, she casually said, "Huh? Isn't that too much? How much would be suitable?" The shopkeeper stroked his beard and replied, 200 jin is more than enough. And if you really want 500 jin? That's not impossible, but you'll have to wait 3 days. We don't currently have that much stock in the shop. So, I want 200 jin. Can you sell it to me now? I really need it urgently. Our rice jar at home is almost empty, Lin Yuan said nervously, worried she might not be able to buy rice. At this point, she didn't care if the rice might be priced higher later. She continued, I also want some soybeans, green beans, red dates, and longans. Do you have these in stock? Seeing she was buying many types of goods, the shopkeeper relaxed his doubts. He guessed she was preparing for a celebration, so he smiled and said, Yes, we do, miss. White rice costs 18 won per jin. Red dates are 25 won per jin, longans are 25 won per jin, and soybeans and green beans are 10 won per jin. How much do you need? How much should I take? Can you send someone to deliver it to a nearby designated place? Lin Yuan asked, touching her chin. Yes, inside the city or outside the city gate is fine. Our shop has 2 carts and several workers. Some are already delivering to other households and they will be back soon. Once you settle the payment, those workers will help you load the goods onto the carts and deliver them anywhere in the county. Beyond the county, we can't deliver. Lin Yuan nodded with a smile and clasped her hands, saying, Yes, yes. That's great. Thank you very much, shopkeeper. Please help me get 300 jin of rice. I want to buy a bit more. Also, 50 jin each of red dates, longans, soybeans, and green beans. The shopkeeper listened and took note of her order. Just as he was about to say something, he hesitated and didn't speak. Instead, he called a clerk to check if they had enough stock. Soon, the shopkeeper quickly started counting on the abacus and finally calculated that 300 jin of white rice cost 5 taels and 400 coins. Each of the soybeans and green beans was 50 jin, and the red dates and longans were also 50 jin each, totaling 3 taels and 500 coins. The total sum was 8 taels and 900 coins. The shopkeeper looked up at Lin Yuan and said, Miss? The total cost of these goods is 8 taels and 900 coins. Please settle the bill quickly. We will have our staff deliver the items to you. There are others waiting in line to buy grain behind you. Seeing how lively the grain shop was early in the morning, Lin Yuan still wanted to buy some other grains, but she knew she shouldn't ask the shopkeeper too many questions. She was worried the shopkeeper might suspect she was hoarding grain intentionally. Intentionally hoarding grain is illegal because it can cause panic and shortages. If caught, she would not only lose the grain but also be fined silver coins, and in serious cases, she could be beaten. Lin Yuan didn't want to cause herself trouble. So, she took out 2 silver ingots, each worth 5 taels, from her space and handed them to the shopkeeper. She was cautious about using the silver note worth 50 taels, so she didn't take it out directly. The shopkeeper checked the silver and confirmed it was correct, then settled the remaining silver coins with her and handed her a receipt. He told her to wait on the side until the staff finished counting and stacking the goods, then she could take them away. About the time of a cup of tea later, the staff from the grain shop returned in a carriage. Lin Yuan asked them to help load the grain onto the carriage. There were 3 large sacks, each weighing 100 jin. The soybeans and green beans were packed in 2 medium-sized sacks, each full. The red dates and longans, being lighter, were packed in 2 large sacks, each filled completely. All the sacks were tightly tied with rough ropes. There were 7 large sacks on the carriage, and Lin Yuan also got on. She told the staff to stop the carriage in a quiet alley she had found during her shopping, where few people passed by. She said her family would send a mule cart to pick up the grain later, and she would wait a little while. Lin Yuan also gave the staff 10 coins as a tip and thanked them for their help. This led the carriage driver to talk to her a little more. The rice and grains you bought were also for stockpiling, right? The shopkeeper directly asked. Lin Yuan was caught off guard for a second. She didn't want to admit it and simply said, No. My family is preparing for a wedding and banquet. What's wrong with that? Shopkeeper, Lin Yuan asked with a puzzled look. The shopkeeper looked at her with a doubtful expression, as if he had already figured it out. He looked around and whispered, Miss? I'm telling you, please don't go around spreading rumors. Otherwise, it might cause a panic about food shortages, and you could get into trouble. From what I know, many wealthy families in the county are secretly sending their servants and maids out in groups to buy grains and stockpile them. If you have some money, miss, it might be a good idea to stock up on more food. Maybe there will be a famine or war someday. After all, it hasn't rained for almost 3 months, right? The weather is still so hot. In the villages outside the county, many crops have withered due to drought. I heard even the nearby southern kingdom is trying to cause trouble at our border. Some wealthy families in the county have finished storing their grain and are secretly moving their families away, using excuses like visiting relatives in other towns. Hearing this, Lin Yueyun's heart skipped a beat. She thought, this isn't just a rumor. I really need to stockpile food and prepare some effective weapons. Maybe I'll have to run away someday. Thanks for the reminder, shopkeeper. Are you guys planning to leave without stockpiling food? The shopkeeper cheerfully replied, no way. We're just employees in the shop, working for that little bit of hard-earned money to support our families. If the shop owner doesn't close the shop, we can't just rest either. Of course, we also secretly buy some grains to stockpile. Luckily, it's the harvest season now, so there's plenty of food. We're not worried about the county magistrate checking right now. But he added, it might not be so good later. After the magistrate collects the grain tax, he might order his family to move away. After the assistant finished speaking, the goods on the cart were also unloaded. The assistant smiled and greeted Lin Yueyun, saying, thanks for the tip, miss. We're leaving now. Lin Yueyun nodded with a smile and looked at the assistant. After the assistant drove the cart away, fewer people remained in the alley. Lin Yueyun still felt uneasy, so she used her spiritual awareness to scan the surroundings. Seeing no one, she directly stored all the grain into her space. Then, she quickly left the area. She found a quiet place, slipped into her space, fixed her makeup, changed into new clothes, and then stepped out again. As she walked, Lin Yueyun thought to herself, what if I really have to escape the famine? What should I do? Which way should I go? Do I need to prepare a road guide first? She muttered to herself, I should buy a beast of burden first to pull a cart, but if I secretly buy a beast without telling my cheap parents beforehand, would that be bad? Forget it, I'll ask my parents' opinion later. Anyway, I don't plan to come back to the county anytime soon. At worst, I can buy a mule cart or a donkey cart in town later. Soon, Lin Yueyun arrived at another grain shop in the county. This shop seemed to have a branch in the town as well, called Daxing Grain Shop. She thought for a moment. It seemed that the 50 taels of silver note she stole from Lin Yuedong also had the name and seal of Daxing Bank. She wasn't sure if it was the same company. Now, Lin Yueyun didn't think much and decided to use that silver note to buy grain. She quickly ran to the back and queued up in a long line. After waiting for a whole incense stick, it was her turn. She used the same excuse and bought some grain along with what her neighbor Annie had asked her to buy. The shopkeeper didn't ask many questions, probably because he knew most wealthy families were stockpiling grain now. He simply asked what kind of grain she wanted and how much. Lin Yueyun immediately and without hesitation announced, shopkeeper, I want 300 jin of white rice, and also 100 jin each of white flour, black flour, mixed grain flour, and oats. Do you have enough stock to sell to me? She asked. After speaking, Lin Yueyun realized she was a bit nervous, but she kept a calm face and looked at the shopkeeper, waiting for him to ask questions. She had bought so much grain at once. If the shopkeeper asked about it and she couldn't explain, she might be taken to the county office for questioning. She really didn't want to go there again. The shopkeeper only looked at her briefly and then lowered his head to tell the old accountant to start counting with the abacus. He thought Lin Yueyun was just a maid from some wealthy family sent to buy grain, so he didn't ask much. When she went to the rice shop and queued, her basket was already stored in her space. She was wearing clean, fine cotton clothes, so the shopkeeper naturally assumed she was a maid sent by a big household to buy and stock up on grain. When the accountant said, white rice costs 18 won per jin, so 300 jin is 5 taels and 400 won, the shopkeeper looked at Lin Yueyun and saw her eyes didn't blink once. He confirmed his guess. He stepped forward with a smile and said, Miss, we have all the types of flour and oats you need. Are you sure you want this much? He asked. Her nervous heart eased a little, and she calmly smiled at the shopkeeper, saying, Please help me sell the grains and flours according to the quantities I mentioned. Thank you very much. All right, miss. Please wait a moment. Would you like it delivered to your house? The shopkeeper asked seriously. Lin Yuan didn't show any hesitation and awkwardly smiled, replying, "Oh, it's not convenient to say. I will bring my assistant to deliver it myself." "Thank you for your trouble," the shopkeeper thought to himself. Sure enough, it's another young maid sent by some household to buy grain. Next, Lin Yuan used 10 taels and 200 won in silver to buy 300 jin of white rice, 100 jin of white flour, 100 jin of black flour, 100 jin of mixed grain flour, and 100 jin of oats. Lin Yuan calmly took out the silver note worth 50 taels, stolen from Lin Yuedong, and handed it directly to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's previously cold and slightly suspicious expression immediately softened into a friendly smile. This 50 taels silver note was from her own family's bank, and he knew this very well after working as a shopkeeper for many years. "Miss, please wait a moment. I will settle the remaining silver for you right away. Would you like to settle with silver notes or cash?" Without hesitation, Lin Yuan replied, "Cash, please. I'm worried I might accidentally lose the silver note." Of course, Lin Yuan wanted cash. This is a form of hard currency. If a war or chaos broke out, the bank might not be able to find the money. She wasn't foolish. The shopkeeper carefully verified that the 50 taels silver note was genuine. Then, after deducting the 30 taels and 800 coins left after buying rice and grains, he exchanged everything into 3 silver bars worth 10 taels each and 8 strings of copper coins, giving them to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan asked the shopkeeper to bring a small cloth bag, and he was happy to do so. She then used the bag to hold all the exchanged silver and copper coins, tied it tightly, and carried it close to her chest. She also held a receipt that the shopkeeper had prepared. In less than a cup of tea, the shop assistant had sorted, weighed, and packed the grains Lin Yuan needed, tying the bags securely. They were loaded onto a pre-prepared horse-drawn cart in the shop, and together they set off with whips cracking. Lin Yuan did not ask the assistant to take the grains back to the alley they had come from. Instead, she led the cart to another less busy alley, unloaded the goods, and told the assistant that her companions would come later to pick them up. After the assistant followed her instructions, Lin Yuan rewarded them with 8 coins each. The assistant said nothing and happily drove the cart away. Now, Lin Yuan bought another 300 jin of rice, oats, white flour, black flour, and mixed grains, each packed in large bags weighing 100 jin. She had a total of 7 large bags of grain. The alley she chose didn't seem very busy, and 1 or 2 people often passed by her. There are always children playing and making noise in the alley. Also, everyone wonders why a woman like her bought so much grain and stacked it at the alley entrance. Some even sit with bowls in their hands, watching Lin Yuan wait for someone. This made Lin Yuan feel speechless and annoyed. She had been waiting here for nearly 15 minutes, and the man with the bowl of food hadn't left. In her mind, she shouted, "Why the heck is he just watching? Seriously, eating breakfast takes so long. Does he have to carry out his food like that? Is he afraid others will see what he's eating? Why does he have to come out and watch the fun? Duh, I should have just told the servant to bring the carriage to that alley earlier." After a moment of frustration, Lin Yuan calmed down. Then, 2 women passing by asked her, "Miss, whose family are you from? You look unfamiliar. Why are you stacking so much grain here? Aren't you blocking the usual way in and out of the alley?" Knowing she might not be in a good position, Lin Yuan smiled and looked at the 2 women, pretending to be younger. "Oh, well, ladies, this is grain our family needs to buy. I'm waiting here for my companion to come and take it away. We'll leave soon, so it won't block you long, hee." After speaking, Lin Yuan reached into her pocket and secretly took out 6 copper coins, giving them to the 2 women. One of the older women, surprised that the young girl called her big sister and thought she looked young, happily accepted the coins and said, "Hee. Miss, you're very kind. Please wait patiently. We'll be on our way now, okay?" They then stopped asking or bothering Lin Yuan about why she was stacking so much grain at the alley entrance. Meanwhile, the man sitting at the opposite door, who had been eating, saw the 2 women accept Lin Yuan's kindness. As they were about to pass by him, he immediately picked up his bowl and went into his yard, closing the door behind him. Seeing Lin Yuan's shocked expression, I thought, could it be? These two women are also as influential as Zhang Dazue and Aunt Yu in the village. Look how scared that man was just now. Lin Yuan watched them walk away. She secretly used her spiritual awareness to check if anyone was secretly watching her. Finding no one, she quickly stored all the grain and the small bag of silver into her space. In the end, perhaps because she used too much spiritual energy, she felt as if her body was drained of most of its strength. Despite this, Lin Yuan gritted her teeth and hurriedly left the place. She went straight to the county gate, called a mule cart, and headed to Qingshui town. Just a little while after Lin Yuan left the county, in a small side courtyard of Ma's east courtyard, a man and a woman lying on the bed slowly woke up one after the other. These two were not strangers. They were Ma Xiangrong, the young master of Ma's house, and his new concubine Lin Yuerong. Xiangrong was the first to wake up. He saw that he and Lin Yuerong were lying on the same bed. He also felt a bit dizzy, as if he hadn't slept enough. This was the aftereffect of the anesthetic Lin Yuan had used. Xiangrong remembered that last night, when he and Lin Yuerong were in the room, someone outside the door seemed to be knocking. He got up to open the door, but as soon as he did, someone covered his mouth and nose from behind. He then fainted. When he woke up again, he was lying on the bed. Xiangrong sat up and looked around. He saw that Lin Yuerong's room was in chaos. Everything was messy. Even the dressing table nearby had been pulled open and left that way. Clothes in the wardrobe were scattered all over the floor. He looked around the room in disbelief. Then he looked at Lin Yuerong, who was sleeping peacefully and dressed neatly on the bed. He couldn't help but murmur in confusion. Is this a theft in the Ma residence? Xiangrong didn't care about anything else now. He wondered if, besides the theft in his own room with his eighth concubine, other places might have been robbed too. After hurriedly dressing, Ma Xiangrong suddenly realized that his jade pendant was missing. He opened the door and almost bumped into a maid who was serving hot water to Lady Lin Yuerong. He nearly collided with her basin of water, but managed to stop in time. The maid, realizing she almost hit the young master, quickly bowed and apologized. Sorry, young master. Please forgive me. I didn't know you were in such a hurry. Did I get your clothes wet? It's my fault. Please punish me if you wish. It's okay. It's not your fault. I was just in a rush and didn't watch where I was going. Ma Xiangrong was generally kind to his servants. After that, he asked the maid, by the way, Zhang Mama, last night, did you hear anything about a theft in anyone's courtyard? Zhang Mama looked confused and a bit puzzled, but she still smiled and replied, Young master, I didn't hear of any thefts in the courtyards this morning. Then, Zhang Mama seemed to realize something and thought, could it be that young master stayed overnight at Annieba's place? Could there have been a theft there too? The more she thought about it, the more curious she became. She looked up and saw that her young master had already walked away quickly. She hurriedly pushed open the door to Annieba's room, and what she saw made her gasp in shock. She had guessed correctly. Auntie Ba's dressing table was completely empty. Next to it, the wardrobe door was open, and clothes were scattered on the floor, showing signs of being rummaged through. Zhang Mama felt nervous and muttered to herself, No way. It really was stolen. Am I cursed or what? She quickly patted her own mouth, worried that Auntie Ba might blame her if she woke up. After placing the basin of hot water down, she hesitated for a second, about to call her to wake up. Suddenly, she noticed that Auntie Ba was starting to wake up. At this moment, Lin Yuerong also felt a bit dizzy, as if she hadn't slept enough. When she opened her eyes, she saw her room in chaos. Her dressing table was also open. Her wardrobe was wide open. Her clothes were scattered all over the floor. Before she could say a word, she suddenly felt a rush of heat and fainted. Next to her, Mammy Zhang hadn't had time to speak before Auntie Ba just woke up and also fainted again. Mammy Zhang wasn't sure whether to wake her up or not. After thinking for a moment, Mammy Zhang decided to wake Auntie Ba first. Lady Rome? Lady Rome? Wake up. Mammy Zhang pushed Lin Yuerong gently and shouted loudly. When Lin Yuerong woke up again, tears involuntarily streamed down her face. Her heart was bleeding. She almost cursed the thief countless times in her mind. She knew her jewelry, hairpins, and the silver notes in her wardrobe were definitely gone. Those were her savings from over half a month. However, Mammy Zhang stood there nervously, not yet having asked her anything, and quickly said, "Lady Rome? I just came in and saw your room like this? What exactly happened?" "The young master?" Before she finished, Lin Yuerong interrupted her. She sobbed and said, "Fine, so my room was robbed. Are you only worried about your young master, Mammy Zhang? Do you have any compassion?" Boo-hoo. Lin Yuerong thought Mammy Zhang didn't care about her and only wanted to ask about Ma Xiangrong. She was anxious, wiping tears and questioning. Finally, after hearing this, Mammy Zhang wanted to tell her that the young master had already left early in the morning. No need to say more. Everyone would think she lacked compassion. Ma Xiangrong, who had run out, immediately went to check his own storeroom and found it was not robbed, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "However, I still went to the government office to find my father, Magistrate Ma, and my uncle, Magistrate Su. I told them that my eastern courtyard had been robbed and asked them to send people to investigate. The thief was bold enough to break into my master's house. If they're not careful, the next theft might be at the county magistrate's residence." The county magistrate's house is not far from the government office, which surprised Su Ji County a little. He thought, although the nearby Anzhou city has been suffering from drought and famine for months, and we've received letters asking for higher taxes, these thieves are too daring. They even stole from my master's house. He decided he must act quickly. Without hesitation, Su Ji County personally led a few constables and Magistrate Ma's father and son to Ma's eastern courtyard. The scene was so grand that other wives and concubines in the residence wondered if Lin Yurong had died. They all came to watch the commotion out of curiosity. Some who disliked Lin Yurong couldn't help but secretly laugh. On the way, Su Ji County already knew what had happened to Ma Xiangrong last night. When Ma Xiangrong, with great momentum, led the county magistrate, his father Ma, and several constables into Lin Yurong's yard, she was so frightened she froze and almost stammered. But she remembered that she had lost everything overnight because she had used her body to win Ma Xiangrong's favor. The county magistrate and her father had come to defend her justice, which made her stand firm. Seeing the other wives and concubines watching the show, she felt secretly pleased. She decided to give them a little warning and said, "County Lord? Father? I am innocent. I was with my husband all night. I don't know why, but someone was knocking urgently on the door late at night. My husband went out to see who it was and then fainted on the ground. I was worried about safety outside, so I helped him into the room to lie down. I don't know how long I slept. When I woke up again, the room looked like this. Wah wah wah." Lin Yuerong naturally guessed that the person who covered her mouth and nose with cloth last night was a thief. Although she didn't know who the thief was, she couldn't say anything. She didn't know if the thief, besides stealing from her room, also took things from other parts of the yard. But once she spoke about what she saw, the consequences could be serious. First, she was afraid that if the thief found out, he might come back to hurt her again. After all, if the thief dared to come once, he might dare to come again. Second, she worried that Ma Xiangrong might suspect she had been harmed by the thief and might abandon her. She couldn't bear that, even if it meant losing some money. After thinking about this, Lin Yuerong looked at Ma Xiangrong with a pitiful expression. Her body was trembling slightly, as if she might faint at any moment. She wanted his comfort, and she wasn't disappointed. Ma Xiangrong really helped her to lean on his chest and comforted her, saying, "Don't be afraid, Ronger. Even if we lost money and valuables, we still have each other. As long as you're safe, that's what matters." His words made Lin Yuerong feel warm and happy like never before. However, the other women watching nearby didn't feel the same. They were almost eager to tear Lin Yuerong apart. Later, with the county magistrate and the guards investigating, they found out that the thief used a long ladder to climb over the wall. They also saw muddy footprints in the yard and confirmed only one person was involved. Based on the footprints, they guessed the person was short and slim. Lin Yuerong heard this, but chose not to say anything. She knew the masked man she saw was less than 5 feet tall. She thought he was probably an ugly, short, and thin man. She would never find out that it was her kind cousin Lin Yueyin who was behind it. After gathering these clues, the county magistrate sent people to ask around if anyone had seen a short, slim man about 5 feet tall carrying a bamboo ladder into the county yesterday. They searched but couldn't find any answers, and the matter was left unresolved. Afterward, the county magistrate strengthened the security throughout the county. They also sent people to various places and towns to inform the grain shops not to raise prices unfairly. If anyone bought large amounts of grain, they had to be carefully checked and registered. Otherwise, they would be considered illegal and taken to the county jail for questioning and fines. The grain shops probably understood what was going on. They were afraid of the county magistrate's anger and dared not disobey. Wealthy families had mostly stored enough grain. At Master Ma's residence, none of the other courtyards were robbed, only Auntie Ba's courtyard was stolen from. Now, not only did the other aunts mock and gossip about Lady Rong's bad luck, but even the servants in Master Ma's house started talking about the theft in Lady Rong's courtyard. Some servants, allowed by their mistresses, even said more openly that Lady Rong was an unlucky person. They claimed that since she entered the house, less than a month ago, a theft had already happened. If she continued to be favored and stay, they said the Ma family might be drained of both people and wealth because of her. When Lin Yurong heard this, she was very angry. She clenched her fists in the yard, grinding her teeth and trembling with rage, shouting inwardly, "How do you fools who criticize me understand anything? I am destined by the master's prophecy to be a noble lady. If anyone is unlucky, it should be you other jealous women. Don't come to provoke me, and don't let me find out who's spreading rumors that I am unlucky. Otherwise, I won't let you go easily." Feeling defeated, Lin Yurong tightly held her handkerchief and sat there, sulking. At this moment, Lin Yuyun, who had just arrived at Qingshui town, sat on a mule cart for nearly half an hour. Her mental strength had almost recovered. Plus, she had already bought 1,200 jin of grain in the county, so she was less anxious. Even if she ate 100 jin of grain a month, it would be enough for her family of 5 to last a year and a half. Lin Yuyun couldn't help but smile widely, her lips curling up to her ears. Moreover, her own rice harvest was not yet gathered, and she still had several hundred jin of potatoes. If possible, she didn't want to pay her taxes with grain, but preferred to pay with silver. Lin Yuan got off the mule cart and handed 15 copper coins to the driver. She then entered a quiet alley, took her empty basket from her space, and carried it on her back. Next, she headed toward the town's blacksmith shop. Passing by a bun shop, she remembered the porridge and buns she ate earlier in the morning. Now it was almost noon, and she was a bit hungry. So, she bought a large steamer of meat buns and a large steamer of vegetable buns, asking the shopkeeper to pack everything. Thinking for a moment, she also ordered a large basket of plain steamed buns. Each basket contained 50 big buns. The bun shop owner happily gave her a discount, charging only 200 coins. Since Lin Yueyun's space on the second floor and the kitchen on the first floor could keep food fresh, the buns stored inside would stay the same as when packed. Unless she didn't put perishable food or game in that area, which would then spoil over time like food left outside. After buying the buns, the shop owner, Mr. Li, seemed to recognize Lin Yueyun and remembered she was the girl he once took to Zui Xianglu to sell game. He was happy and tried to chat, saying, "Long time no see. Is that you, girl? I almost didn't recognize you." "Huh? Are you buying so many buns to take home? Are you too lazy to cook during the harvest season?" Mr. Li guessed confidently, thinking he was right most of the time. Hearing this, Lin Yueyun thought, so he's already guessed my reason. I don't even need to find an excuse now. It's obvious I'll go along with it. "Yes, Mr. Li. You guessed right," she replied with a smile. She asked the shopkeeper to leave out 2 meat buns for her to eat now, and packed the rest. In no time, Mr. Li and his wife efficiently packed all the buns she wanted. They packed 15 buns in each oil paper bag. There were a total of 150 buns. The shopkeeper packed exactly 10 bundles of 15 buns each, as Lin Yueyun requested. Lin Yueyun's basket was already full. Then, She went into an empty alley and stored all the buns into her space. Carrying an empty basket, she headed straight to the blacksmith shop. Lin Yueyun explained to the blacksmith that she wanted to make a hollow iron pipe about 2.5 centimeters in diameter and 1.5 meters long. The pipe should be smooth on the surface. It was about the same length as her height and easy to hold. She also made the worst possible plan, thinking she might have to escape from a disaster. She wanted to be fully prepared. This pipe was for self-defense, much stronger than sticks or bamboo. Even if faced with sharp swords, she wouldn't worry about it breaking. Then Lin Yueyun remembered that the blacksmith also knew some woodworking. So, she asked the blacksmith to help arrange someone to quickly make 2 large wooden boxes with lids and locks. She planned to put some visible items inside, so others couldn't see much. It would also help her hide things from her space when needed. Worried that the blacksmith might misunderstand her request for the iron pipe, she borrowed paper and a pen from the shopkeeper. She drew rough sketches of the boxes and the pipe and explained carefully. The blacksmith was surprised and impressed. Later, he made his own iron pipe, which helped him and his family survive during a difficult escape. The blacksmith agreed to help. Lin Yueyun asked him to speed up the work because she needed these items urgently. She also ordered 200 short arrowheads for hunting. Both the blacksmith and the shopkeeper were happy with so much business. They decided that Lin Yueyun could pick up everything in 2 days, but she needed to pay part of the money first. The 2 large wooden boxes cost 500 coins. Each iron pipe was 5 taels of silver, and the arrowheads kept the old price, totaling 11 taels and 500 coins. "We can help you get ahead of the line by finding someone to expedite your order," the shopkeeper said with a flattering smile. "However, miss, you need to pay a part of the deposit first. Just 5 or 6 taels will do for now. The rest can be paid when you come back in 2 days to pick up the goods." After smiling politely, the shopkeeper handed Lin Yueyun a stamped receipt. "Bring this receipt in 2 days to collect your items and pay the remaining balance," he said, looking at her with a hopeful expression. Lin Yueyun checked the receipt, confirmed it was correct, then casually put it into her chest pocket. Actually, she stored it in her space. Next, she went to the general store and bought 100 fire starters for about 1 tael of silver, having their stock. She also bought many cooking spices, 2 oil lamps, some tung oil, and a few candles, spending nearly 6 taels of silver. The shopkeeper didn't ask many questions. Then Lin Yueyun thought for a moment and spent about 250 coins to buy 5 large water bags, 50 big sacks, and 2 new straw mats. The water bags could hold 4 liters of water, meant for each of her 5 family members to have a water container. However, she didn't expect that during the escape from famine, only she and her 2 siblings would go, while her parents had to separate from them. Seeing that she had almost finished buying what she needed, aside from discussing livestock with her parents, she couldn't think of anything else to buy. Next, she planned to buy 2 jin of pork from the butcher. Suddenly, she remembered she had already bought grains and seasonings, but not meat. She knew she had to buy some meat too, or she wouldn't have the strength to escape. Finally, she paid a deposit at the butcher shop and ordered a large pig weighing about 300 jin. Because she needed a lot, the pig butcher sold pork to Lin Yueyun at only 10 coins per jin. Lin Yueyun asked the butcher to prepare the pork in advance. She would come early tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit to pick up the meat and pay the remaining balance. Her excuse was naturally for a family feast soon to be held. Lin Yueyun also directly bought all the pork available at the stall, whether it was mixed fat and lean, ribs, large bones, dragon bones, lean meat, or even pig's feet and offal. This cost nearly 2 taels of silver, making the pork butcher as happy as if he had found money. Lin Yueyun carried an empty basket on her back and went to the vegetable market street, where people were gathering to buy eggs. At this time, eggs were generally sold for 1 coin each. Lin Yueyun bought from all the egg sellers along the street, choosing eggs that looked good or felt fresh. She filled her large basket completely. But she wasn't done yet. She also carried a basket in her hand filled with more eggs. In total, she bought over 500 eggs. At the market, she saw someone selling dried small bok choy, also for 6 coins per jin. This dried vegetable was good for making soup or stews. Lin Yuan bargained and bought all of it, 13 jin in total, costing 65 coins. After all, 1 jin of dried bok choy takes several jin of fresh bok choy to dry. The vegetable seller had only brought out 15 jin to sell today. She had sold only about 2 jin after half a morning. Lin Yuan was a big customer for her. This kind of dried vegetable was mostly grown and dried by the vegetable seller's family, who had dozens of jin in stock. The vegetable seller looked at Lin Yuan as if she had seen a treasure and smiled, saying, "Miss, we still have dozens of jin of this dried vegetable at home. If you want more, I can take you to weigh it at my place. My husband's family is from Nyoto village, not far from here." When Lin Yuan heard it was from Nyoto village, she felt a bit familiar. It was like her own biased grandparents' daughter-in-law who had married into Nyoto village. The cheap little sister-in-law was not kind to the original owner's sisters. In fact, she could be considered a stranger. In the original owner's memory, her cheap sister-in-law was also a very snobbish person, just like her mother, and did not like the original owner's mother. Because of this, she ignored the children of their family. Lin Yuan didn't want to go to the village to buy dried vegetables, just to avoid running into that cheap sister-in-law, which might cause her trouble. She thought to herself that dried vegetables are just a type of green vegetable, so buying more wouldn't hurt. Even if she couldn't finish eating them, she could store them for later. She smiled and asked the Anne in front of her, "Andy, if you still have this kind of dried vegetables at home, could you bring some more tomorrow?" She added, "If I like it, I'll buy it all for you." After saying that, Lin Yuan carefully counted out 65 coins and handed them to the aunt. The aunt took the money, already smiling widely, and quickly said, "All right, girl, I'll bring more tomorrow." She asked, "How many jin do you want, girl?" and continued, "Tomorrow morning, I'll bring my sister-in-law along to pick some to sell in town." The vegetable seller smiled at Lin Yuan, waiting for her answer. Lin Yuan chuckled and replied, "It depends on how much you have, Annie." She said she needed to see the quality before deciding how much to buy. The vegetable seller enthusiastically said, "Of course. Rest assured, girl. Our homegrown bok choy dried vegetables are top quality. We wash them with well water, dry them in the sun, and they're guaranteed to satisfy you." She added, "I'll pick out more in the morning. You must come to buy, okay?" Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Sure, sure." She carried a basket full of eggs in one hand, a basket on her back also filled with eggs, and in her other hand, she held a sack containing 13 jin of dried vegetables. Fortunately, her original body was naturally stronger than average, so carrying all this didn't seem to trouble her much. She walked into a deserted alley and stored all these items into her space. Next, Lin Yuan took advantage of being in town to buy more supplies all at once. She went straight to the fabric and clothing shop she visited last time, bought 100 jin of cotton at 50 coins per jin, costing her 5 taels of silver. She paid only 2 taels as a deposit and agreed to pick up the items tomorrow. Lin Yuan bought cotton because she wanted to be prepared. She also bought several pairs of rough cotton shoes in different sizes, a piece of dark blue fine cotton fabric, and a few more pieces of blue and white fine cotton fabric. All deposits were paid, and she arranged to pick them up tomorrow. Additionally, during her free time, Lin Yuan hid in her space to draw 2 cute pictures, one of a small white rabbit holding a big cabbage, and another of a white rabbit holding an umbrella, both with colorful designs. She showed these to shopkeeper Song at Rui Fabric Shop. At first, shopkeeper Song didn't think much of what a young girl could draw. But when she saw the 2 vivid, detailed drawings, she realized that if these designs were embroidered onto handkerchiefs with different patterns, they would sell very well. So, shopkeeper Song became interested. She shyly looked at Lin Yuan and asked, "Miss, what should I call you? Your drawings are very good. Would you like me to find someone to embroider these onto handkerchiefs? Or?" Lin Yuan glanced at shopkeeper Song, unsure if she was thinking about collaborating. But she thought, even if the shopkeeper appreciated her drawings, the embroidered products weren't finished yet, so it was hard to say. She then replied directly, "Yes, my surname is Lin. You can call me Miss Lin. I do want these 2 designs embroidered onto a few fine cotton handkerchiefs. Could you help find someone to do the embroidery? How much would it cost?" The price is easy to decide, but may I ask, where did you get these two designs? Who drew them?
Could you
Introduce the artist to me? Shopkeeper Song's eyes filled with longing, and she looked at Lin Yueyan with a wolfish smile, saying happily. Hearing this, Lin Yueyan felt a slight relief and thought, I knew it. These two designs weren't created by me. In their past lives, these two patterns were used to make clothing. Whether printed or embroidered, they were very popular across the country. They also won the hearts of women from their teens to their 20s. I can draw dozens of such cute and lively patterns. But should I tell the shopkeeper that I am the one who made these designs? Shopkeeper Song noticed that after asking her question, Lin Yueyan kept frowning and thinking deeply. He wondered, could it be that she doesn't know who created these designs? Or perhaps she doesn't want to tell me. Forget it. Just as Shopkeeper Song was about to feel disappointed about these two paintings, suddenly, Lin Yueyan spoke. There's no need to tell who made the designs, but I have a few more similar patterns. If you need them, I can sell them to you, but I don't know the price, she said with a smile, looking at Shopkeeper Song. Shopkeeper Song thought to himself that it wouldn't be easy to find out who the artist was. But getting similar patterns from her is also good. Like this full-color, lively, and cute painting. What do you think of this price for the girl? Shopkeeper Song held up one finger and smiled. Lin Yueyan thought, 1 or 2 silver coins per painting definitely won't work. Paint, ink, paper, and brushes are expensive, and the dye alone isn't cheap. I wonder if it's 10 taels? 10 taels might be acceptable. Seeing that Lin Yueyan hadn't agreed yet, Shopkeeper Song hesitated a bit. He trusted his own judgment. He liked both of these patterns after just a quick look. And the color matching is good. If embroidered onto handkerchiefs and sold, it would surely attract many young women. Later, if I switch to a few different high-quality fabrics and have them embroidered and sold, the price could be several times higher. So, he decided to make one more offer to Lin Yueyan. About this? What do you think, girl? If you're willing, I can help embroider these two designs onto a few fine cotton handkerchiefs for free. Should I still pay 10 taels of silver to buy these two paintings? Anyway, I decided to be bold and ask. Shopkeeper Song, are you really willing to spend 10 taels of silver to buy my paintings? After saying this, Lin Yueyan still felt a bit nervous, worried about being mocked by Shopkeeper Song. But then, she heard Shopkeeper Song say, Of course. However, if you have similar paintings next time, they can also be sold to me. As long as I like them, I can pay you on the spot. What do you think, young lady? Shopkeeper Song finished speaking. All right, then let's do the deal. Lin Yueyan confirmed her guess and smiled as she looked at Shopkeeper Song. Shopkeeper Song also relaxed a little and walked over to a nearby counter, took out paper and pen, and started writing and drawing for a while. Then he took out 20 taels of silver and 2 agreements, handing them directly to Lin Yueyan, saying, Young lady, do you know how to read and write? This is the sales agreement for these two paintings. You can only sell these two paintings to me, and you can't sell them to others or sell them on the market, Shopkeeper Song said with a serious smile. Lin Yueyan nodded understandingly, took the agreement to look at it, and after confirming there were no issues, signed her name and pressed her thumbprint. Shopkeeper Song took one of Lin Yueyan's agreements, looked at it, and then smiled as he looked at her. Lin Yueyan? Miss Lin? Moon in the clouds? What a beautiful name. Miss Lin. Happy cooperation. After saying this, he extended his hand for a handshake. Lin Yueyan also shook hands with Shopkeeper Song, showing she was happy to cooperate. Then she took the 20 taels of silver from Shopkeeper Song. Lin Yueyan was overjoyed and thought, I thought I was only getting 10 taels for both paintings, but I actually sold them for 20 taels. That's a relief. She paid a deposit of 5 taels, and since she sold the paintings, she earned back 20 taels. Even after paying the remaining balance for those items, she still had some left, which made her very happy. To prevent her family from finding out she was making money from selling paintings, Lin Yueyan was careful. Before leaving, she also reminded Shopkeeper Song not to reveal that she was selling paintings to the fabric shop. Shopkeeper Song agreed. Lin Yueyan thought that she had almost finished stocking her supplies in her space today. Inside her space, there were still 3 paintings she had quickly hidden there earlier. She planned to take them to the bookstore to see if they could be sold. She put a lot of effort into those 3 paintings. She even went up the mountain to gather some large stones, specifically to carve her chosen artist's name, Manhwa Hermit. To make her art name stand out more, she used her previous professional skills to create a special style. She displayed her name in a painted form, which also secretly contained a small hidden message. In a flash, Lin Yuan arrived at the bookstore she visited last time. As soon as she entered, she saw the shopkeeper busy packing some old-looking books into wooden boxes. Lin Yuan thought to herself, could it be that this shopkeeper also received news about the nearby city suffering from a disaster? Are they preparing to leave? Will I still be able to sell my paintings? Before she could think further, a staff member organizing the books approached and said, Miss, are you blocking our way? Please move aside. Lin Yuan quickly realized and hurriedly stepped aside, apologizing. Oh, sorry about that. I was just lost in thought. The staff member nodded without saying much, not bothering to pay her attention. She was not upset. Then, Lin Yuan decided to take out the 3 paintings she had already prepared on her way here from her space, to ask if the bookstore would buy them. But she thought it was better not to show them yet, to avoid seeming too obvious. When she looked up, she saw the shopkeeper carrying some books and heading into the backyard of the bookstore. Lin Yuan quickly stepped forward to stop the staff member who was still organizing books into large wooden boxes. She smiled and asked, Hello, sir, may I go in and see the shopkeeper? I have something I want to discuss with him. I promise it won't take up much of your time. The bookkeeper glared at Lin Yuan and saw she was just an ordinary, dark-skinned rural woman. He pursed his lips and said, Please wait here for a moment. It's not convenient for outsiders to go inside. The shopkeeper will come out again soon. After hearing this, Lin Yuan could only stand aside and wait. While waiting, she casually picked up a travel journal from the shopkeeper's counter and started flipping through it. After a few pages, she began to understand the journal. It was simply written by a scholar who traveled to different places, describing local customs, the people he met, and the events he experienced along the way. It also contained some exaggerated parts, but it was a quick way to get a good idea of the fictional ancient world at that time. So, Lin Yuan decided not to rush to sell her 3 paintings. Instead, she thought about buying some travel books to read. Just then, the shopkeeper came over from the back of the bookstore, carrying a long piece of clothing and wiping sweat from his forehead. He slowly approached the counter and saw a young woman flipping through a travel journal on the table. He smiled and decided to try selling some books again. The shopkeeper quickly walked over, pushed open a small side door behind the counter, and entered. He had a kind, ant-like smile on his face and looked at Lin Yuan, saying, Miss, what do you think of this travel journal? We have many such books about different places we've traveled to. Would you be interested? After saying this, he held up his palm and continued, The price for these travel journals isn't high, only 500 coins each. Would you like to take a look? Taking a risk with one move, hesitating with another, it's better to be straightforward. Anyway, today I came to the bookstore with a new goal, to buy some travel books to read. Lin Yuan smiled knowingly and looked at the shopkeeper, asking, Well, shopkeeper? Which of these travel books talk about local customs and traditions? I want to buy a few to read at home. Could you please recommend some for me? Lin Yuan leaned slightly forward, raised her eyebrows, and smiled as she asked. The shopkeeper heard this and quickly responded, Of course, miss. Please wait a moment, I'll go get them for you. As he spoke, the shopkeeper efficiently opened a small side door behind the counter and stepped out. He moved to the shelves, pulling out several books one after another, holding them in his arms. In just a short time, he was holding about 10 or 20 books. He came over with a big stack of books, smiling happily. Seeing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but twitch her mouth in disbelief, staring at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper quickly placed all the books on the counter, smiling as if he were looking at a treasure. He looked at Lin Yuan and said happily, Miss, look at these. These are all the books you wanted, describing local customs and traditions. Normally, they sell for 500 coins each. If you want to buy more, I might consider giving you a better price. Lin Yuan glanced at him, her mouth twitching, and didn't speak immediately. She casually picked up a few books, flipping through a few pages, thinking, Such a sneaky merchant, definitely a shrewd one. One book costs 500 coins? And a travel story is split into several volumes? Made into multiple books for sale? Goodness, he's really talented. That means buying one travel book costs over 2 taels of silver. Does every person wanting to buy a travel book have to go through this process? Wow, this is pure profit. Much more expensive than other beginner books or the 4 books and 5 classics. Lin Yuan wondered how the shopkeeper would give her a discount. She directly asked, "Shopkeeper, if I want to buy several books, how much can you lower the price for me?" Then, the shopkeeper and Lin Yuan argued back and forth, talking so passionately that they spat a little. In the end, Lin Yuan bought 13 travel books for 350 yuan each, carefully choosing them. She spent a total of 4 taels and 350 yuan. The shopkeeper took the money, handed her the books, and although he smiled, he didn't seem very happy. It seemed he thought he didn't earn enough. But Lin Yuan didn't care. When she put the 13 small books into her basket, she also took out 3 paintings she had prepared earlier and placed them all on the counter. She smiled and asked the shopkeeper, "Do you still buy paintings? I have a few nice paintings here. Are you interested?" The shopkeeper looked at her carefully, thinking, just to sell her some books, and now she wants to sell me paintings too? Is she trying to make me spend more money? I should see what these paintings are about first. He thought, I won't give a high price for these. Then, the shopkeeper asked, "Are you good at painting this?" "We don't accept just any paintings here." Lin Yuan quickly picked up one of the paintings and showed it to him. It was a simple painting on rice paper. It showed a young boy sitting in a yard with some weeds, holding a book that looked like a beginner's book, reading. In his other hand, he was drawing on the ground with a stick. The boy wore a short shirt and patched pants, and his old straw sandals showed his toes. But his expression, looking at the book with eager eyes, was very intense. His exaggerated and longing gaze was very captivating. 2 small sparrows nearby looked at the boy in surprise. The scene made you feel like you were right there, as if the painter was present. The style of this painting was very different from the typical rural scenes many students sold to the shopkeeper. It looked very realistic, capturing a moment of a child in a modern countryside, which was quite refreshing. Unlike other students' elegant landscapes, this was a lively scene of a child, making it stand out. This caused the shopkeeper, who was initially somewhat doubtful, to look at the painting and find himself unable to look away. His expression changed from a playful smile to one of seriousness and respect. It seemed as if he could imagine himself blending into the scene of the painting, losing himself in it for a long time. It was as if the boy in the picture was right in front of him, and his eyes flashed with a moment of surprise. Then, the shopkeeper looked at 2 other paintings by Lin Yuan. One was a landscape painting, which he glanced at briefly before setting aside, seeming a bit dismissive. Yes, dismissive because there were too many similar paintings in the shop, making them no longer valuable. The other painting showed 2 small boys in old, patched clothes, barefoot and squatting on the ground, each holding a stick and focused on catching crickets. The expressions on the boys' faces were exaggerated and funny, making viewers feel drawn into the scene. The shopkeeper was very pleased. Although these paintings were simple sketches made with just a few lines, the colors and details of the boys' clothes were clearly depicted. The 2 braids on the boys' heads and their exaggerated expressions made the scene lively and eye-catching. The appearance of these 2 paintings surprised the shopkeeper. He believed they must have been created by a master artist hidden away from the world. He was willing to pay 5 taels of silver for each of these 2 paintings, but only 1 tael for the landscape. Lin Yuan didn't bargain and sold all 3 paintings for a total of 11 taels of silver. For a common rural family, this was a huge sum. Some poor students, worried about the high costs of ink, paper, brushes, and staying in school, would often earn extra money by painting or copying books in bookstores to support themselves and their families. However, the paintings of ordinary students were not as valuable as these 2 by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had previously seen wealthy young ladies willing to pay 10 taels of silver to buy one of her paintings. She even thought the shopkeeper was greedy. When she wanted to negotiate the price further, a poor scholar, dressed as a student and claiming to sell paintings, appeared behind her. This scholar has thick eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose, and well-defined features. Although he looks somewhat dark-skinned and a bit worn out, his manners are humble and polite. He has the appearance of a noble young gentleman who has fallen on hard times. This made Lin Yueyan unable to help but look at him a few more times. The scholar noticed Lin Yueyan staring openly and confidently, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. He didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Seeing this, Lin Yueyan felt a little amused. But at this moment, she no longer thought of him as a good person. In her own family, there is someone who looks just like him, or even better dressed. But that person has a heart full of greed and is sneaky. He even wanted to sell her to a place like a brothel to make money. Now, Lin Yueyan couldn't really bargain with the shopkeeper anymore. After all, the young scholar behind her, dressed in a faded student's robe and carrying several paintings, was still following behind. What if the shopkeeper only wanted to pay less for his paintings and didn't want to buy her artwork? Wouldn't that be very unfair to her? Lin Yueyan didn't want to take those paintings back anymore. In the end, she accepted the 11 taels of silver offered by the shopkeeper and left the town to return to the village. Unbeknownst to her, the shopkeeper was quite surprised by her 2 paintings. When Lin Yueyan returned to Daking village, it was almost the end of the late morning. Just as she was leaving the town, County Magistrate Su's patrol officer arrived at Qingshui town. He began visiting all the grain, flour, oil, and grocery shops to give notices. The main message was that recently sold grain and supplies should not be sold at inflated prices. They should also avoid selling large quantities to the same customer. Even if someone really needed to buy a lot of grain, they must record the details honestly and clearly. The patrol officer was instructed to verify these records. If it was found that someone was hoarding grain intentionally, causing panic among the people, that shop or individual would be detained and their shop sealed. The county magistrate's order was issued quickly. Even if it made shop owners and managers nervous, they dared not ignore the inspector's instructions. Because of this, the managers and owners of grain shops sighed in relief. Some well-informed people knew that nearby cities and counties were suffering from severe droughts. The magistrate issued this order to ensure enough grain could be circulated. It also gave the people in neighboring cities a chance to buy grain and find a way to survive. Starting that day, the rice shops in Qingshui town limited each person to buying no more than 50 jin of grain at a time. Any excess had to be carefully recorded. Some shop owners and managers even planned to buy large amounts of grain from villages during the autumn harvest at low prices, waiting for the right moment to raise prices and make a big profit. After all, people in the affected Anzhou city nearby had already started fleeing their homes. As for Xinyang Prefecture, which was under current observation, the situation was still uncertain. The magistrate's order made the grain shop owners cautious. They dared not openly buy large amounts of grain, fearing the magistrate might accuse them of hoarding. But they wouldn't miss this rare chance to make money secretly. Some still bought a lot of grain privately, waiting for the right time to sell at a profit. Meanwhile, the autumn harvest was gradually beginning. Ordinary people, if they learned about this, would probably think the harvest grain hadn't been dried yet. They might assume the shops didn't have much grain to sell. What Lin Yueyan didn't know was that she had overheard the drought news from the neighboring city at the inn in the county. This allowed her to stockpile grain in time. Otherwise, after today, it would be hard for her to buy more grain in town or the county. Back in her courtyard, Lin Yueyan thought to herself, maybe I bought this courtyard too early. If people really start fleeing their homes, wouldn't this courtyard be useless? Still, luckily, I bought this place and came to the county once. Otherwise, I wouldn't know about the famine in the neighboring city, and I wouldn't be able to stockpile food in time. When Lin Yuejio's siblings saw their older sister return, they noticed her basket was still full of things. Lin Yuejio quickly put down her axe and stood up, smiling as she looked at Lin Yunyun and said, "Big sister, you're back. Have you had breakfast? The stove has some porridge cooking. I've already eaten. Are you all doing okay at home? Look at what good things I brought back." Lin Yunyun smiled as she approached her sister Lin Yuejio and glanced at their younger brother Lin Yeming, then said, "Yuejio? Little brother? Come here." Big sister went to the county and met her mother. She brought back some clothes from her. Our mother made these clothes herself. Try them on and see if they fit. If they don't, we can ask our mother to help adjust them later. Our parents will come back in a few days to join us for the harvest. Hearing this, Lin Yuming was so happy he jumped up and said, "Great, big sister. We have new clothes to wear." "That's wonderful." Lin Yuejiao and Lin Yuming exchanged happy looks, their eyes crinkling with smiles. They almost wanted to jump again. The siblings took their clothes and lined up to run back inside to change. Lin Yunyan looked at them and thought, children are really simple and happy. But right now, compared to her past self, she was still just a girl in middle school. However, since she carried the soul of a 31-year-old adult, she couldn't be as carefree and excited as they were. Seeing her brother and sister rushing to change into their new clothes, Lin Yunyan took the opportunity to take out 8 meat buns and a roasted chicken from her space. She also pulled out some seasonings, dried vegetables, and a dozen eggs from her basket, which she had prepared earlier in her space. She planned to have fried eggs with porridge and the meat buns for lunch. Later that evening, she planned to eat roasted chicken with rice and stew. Lin Yueyan watched as she took care of her younger brother and sister over the past half-month. Their bodies had grown much healthier, which made her feel happy. She thought this was the normal life people should have. Soon, Lin Yueyan finished her chores. She went into the kitchen, washed a large iron pot, and took out some fatty pork she bought earlier from the pig meat shop. She cut several pounds of fat into small pieces, planning to make lard. She also started the fire to reheat the iron pot with pork lard. After cutting all the pork fat into small chunks, she filled a large basin with them. It looked like quite a lot, and her small lard jar might not hold all the oil. She then took out 2 large ceramic bowls she bought from the grocery store, used for soup. She began cooking. She threw a piece of pork fat about the size of a palm into the pot with one hand, and with the other, she gently pushed and stirred the fat with a bamboo spatula. She kept doing this until the whole iron pot looked shiny and moist. Next, she cleaned the pot and divided the remaining half basin of pork fat into 2 parts, frying them briefly. Then she added a large spoonful of water and turned up the heat to boil the pork lard. After that, she lowered the heat to slowly simmer and extract the oil. As the water evaporated, only the pork fat remained. When the fat turned golden brown, she quickly scooped out the crispy bits and set them aside in a big bowl. She also picked out some spices she had bought earlier for marinating, along with garlic and scallions, washed everything, and fried them together with the pork fat. After frying, she removed the residue and discarded it. This homemade pork lard smelled very fragrant, even when mixed with rice. It also added a rich aroma to any dish she cooked, helping to mask any strong or gamey flavors. In the end, Lin Yueyan had made enough pork lard to fill 3 big bowls with crispy bits and 2 large basins of pure lard. Afterward, Lin Yueyan took out her small jar of pig fat, which was almost empty. She used a water scoop to pour the hot pig fat from the pot into the jar. It sizzled loudly as the hot oil hit the cold jar, causing the remaining solidified fat to melt into liquid. Small bubbles of oil kept popping inside the jar. Once she filled both the pig fat jar and a large ceramic basin used for soup, there was still a little pig fat left in the pot. Lin Yueyan turned up the heat, cracked a few eggs into the pan, and cooked them until done. She flipped the eggs to cook the other side, then drizzled a little soy sauce on top before removing them. The strong smell of cooking pig fat and fried eggs drifted out towards several households near the village's edge. Many children, unable to resist, started crying because they wanted to eat the fried eggs with pig fat. Some poorer families scolded their children for being greedy, and even Lin Yueyan, who was cooking, became the target of curses. Most villagers learned from Madame Yu, or Zhang Dazue, that Lin Yueyan had gone to the county, where the county magistrate ordered Lu's family to pay her 2 taels of silver within 6 months, and the Sun family to pay her over 10 taels immediately. Seeing her house's door closed during the day, they guessed she was afraid people might come asking for money or other things. A woman who followed the smell of food spat on the ground in front of Lin Yueyan's house and said disdainfully, "Bah, what's this? The door's closed during the day? She's probably afraid we'll come asking for favors." She then turned and cursed as she walked toward the old Lin residence. Lin Yueyin didn't know about this small incident. After cooking the pig fat and eggs, Lin Yueyin took one of the still warm, not yet solidified jars of pig fat and stored it in her space kitchen. Her younger siblings had already tried on their clothes and changed back into their original outfits. They sat waiting for their eldest sister to finish cooking pork cracklings and eggs to eat for lunch. At this time, it was nearly late morning, not yet noon. Lin Yueyin served 3 large bowls of warm rice porridge and also brought out 8 hot meat buns in big bowls. She placed everything on the small, slightly broken table that the original owner used before. The 3 siblings started eating an early lunch together. Meanwhile, a jealous woman let her grandson into the old Lin family house. Seeing that second sister Wang was about to go to the kitchen, she followed out of curiosity and lifted the lid of the old Lin family's pot. She saw leftover vegetable batter and black steamed buns, which looked like what was eaten in the morning. She looked disgusted and stepped back, then told the people in the old house that Lin Yueyin from the 3rd household had returned from the county. She looked at the people there with disdain and said, "Tisich, your Lin family only eats this? The girl from the 3rd household is now very popular, isn't she? Doesn't she have a lot of silver? They're cooking pork fat and frying eggs for lunch. Maybe they bought a lot of meat to cook and eat. Perhaps they even brought some to show respect to your old house. Just a selfish girl who only eats for herself. If she were in our family, she'd be beaten to death. That's so unfilial." Hearing this, the 2 elders of the Lin family looked angry and pale. They knew about Lin Yueyin being asked by the county magistrate to pay 10 taels of silver to the Sun family. Plus, the money from selling a secret recipe for marinated water, wild boar meat, and the 2 taels of silver Lu's family needed to repay within half a year. Now, that girl had at least 30 or 40 taels of silver. Thinking of this, they couldn't stomach the leftover vegetable porridge anymore and decided to go find Lin Yueyin to borrow some silver. Whether she would return it or not was not their concern, they just wanted the money. They had grand ideas, but unfortunately, Lin Yueyin was not the original owner. They don't care about their family ties at all. They also wouldn't lend money to the people from the old house. Lin Yueyin knows what kind of person the head of the old house is. She didn't know about the situation in the old house. While drinking porridge, she felt her eyelids twitching constantly. Thinking carefully, she remembered that when Ma San attacked her last time, she also had this feeling. But back then, she didn't pay much attention to it. Lin Yueyin thought, "Is the person sent by Lin Yurum? They probably want to attack." She quickly finished her bowl of porridge, then carried her basket and held an axe, telling her younger siblings to stay at home and not go out. She decided to go up the mountain to check. Lin Yueyin thought that even if there were bad people wanting to harm her, it would be better to deal with them on the mountain before returning home. This way, she wouldn't scare her younger brothers and sisters. When she left her yard, she locked the door from outside and headed toward the back mountain. When she reached the tree where Ma San had arranged to send a message before, she looked around and reached into the tree hole, but didn't find any notes left there. She then used her axe to cut off a thick branch. Under the hot afternoon sun, she brushed the nearby grass and headed toward the deep water pond in the mountains. As she walked, she suddenly heard a crisp sound that she didn't make herself. It was the sound of someone or a large animal breaking dry branches. Because the weather had been very hot and sunny these days, even the broken branches on the ground would dry out in a day or 2. At this moment, Lin Yueyun's eyelids twitched even faster, and she felt a little nervous, with cold sweat forming on her palms. She knew she was about to face another attack. Sure enough, when she held her long branch and shouted toward the direction of the sound, she said, "Who's there? Come out now. Stop playing tricks. I see you." After shouting, she retracted her axe from her basket, but in reality, she had already put it into her space. She tightly grasped the thick branch in her left hand and began to scan her surroundings with her mental energy. She indeed sensed 2 men. They were hiding in a surrounding position, one in front and one behind, near the right front and left back of Lin Yueyin. Lin Yueyin was followed again when she went up the mountain, but she didn't dare to be careless. After sensing the 2 men's presence with her mental power, she wondered about their martial skills. She could only act first to gain the advantage. If they attacked her together later, she was afraid she couldn't hold out. She quickened her pace and rushed swiftly toward her right front. One of the men hiding there suddenly swung a whip toward Lin Yueyun. Lin Yueyun dodged just in time by turning sideways. She looked closely and saw that the man looked very. His small green eyes looked at her with disgust. This man seemed to be a regular at a brothel. He didn't expect Lin Yueyun to dodge his attack. While continuing to attack her, he looked at her with a lecherous gaze and said, "Hee, you've been hiding for so long. Finally, you came up the mountain. I can give you a chance, surrender peacefully. Otherwise, I might have to be rough with you. When that happens, you won't be asking for mercy, understand?" Ha ha ha. Seeing his lecherous gaze fixed on her, Lin Yueyun immediately felt like gouging his eyes out. She angrily cursed at him. "Shut your mouth. Have you just eaten something disgusting? Why do you speak so nastily?" The man, hearing this, swung his whip at her while sneering. "Humph, you little brat. Let's see how long you can keep talking back. Once I catch you, you'll see. Things will get interesting then." Lin Yueyun dodged the whip attacks while trying to strike the man with her thick branch. However, she was repeatedly avoided by this dog of a man. She even got whipped twice on her hand because of him. A hot, sharp whip struck the back of the hand, causing pain. Immediately, bloodstains and red marks appeared on the hand. Lin Yueyun was angry. She tried several times to grab the whip with her hand, almost catching it each time, but the other person quickly swung the whip away before she could grab it. Because of this, 2 more whip marks appeared on her hand, but she didn't give up. She charged forward recklessly, trying to get close to the opponent, hoping to pull out a dagger from her space and stab him. At the same time, she also asked her own question during the fight. "Tell me, are you sent by Madame Ma's concubine? How much silver did she pay you?" Lin Yueyun asked knowingly. As soon as she said this, the man swinging the whip in front froze for a moment, and Lin Yueyun seized his whip. Lin Yueyun was naturally stronger than most men. With a forceful right hand, she swung both the man and the whip into a nearby tree, making a loud bang sound, and the man fell with a. Quickly, Lin Yueyun pulled the whip from the man's hand and threw it into her basket. Then she heard the man let out a wicked laugh. Hee hee. Not bad. At this moment, the man hiding behind her on the left rear also rushed forward with a wooden stick. Lin Yueyun quickly moved closer to the man who had just swung the whip at her, who also quickly drew a dagger from his sleeve, trying to attack her as she approached. Lin Yueyun struck him the back of his right hand with a stick, causing the dagger to fall. The man was hit hard and let out a painful cry. His hands trembled uncontrollably. The man instantly became furious, his eyes turning more vicious, his face grim with clenched teeth. He picked up a random wooden stick from the ground and rushed toward Lin Yueyun, cursing. "Are you kidding me? I underestimated you." Then he continued. "Zhang Xiaowu? Still hiding behind? Cowering? Come on, everyone, attack together. This mean woman is quite capable, so don't underestimate her." Zhao Wu, hiding behind, was originally rushing forward, but he accidentally tripped over a vine on the ground with a loud bang. Just as he was about to get up, he heard the man call him to join in, and he responded, "Coming, Brother Yong." These 2 men are small-time troublemakers from Qinghe County in Xinjiang Prefecture, also known as minor followers of Ma Xiangrong from the Ma family, who met outside. One of them, He Daong, is the person fighting Lin Yueyun. He is dark-skinned, somewhat short, and skilled with a whip. His appearance makes it hard to tell his exact age. He has an average build and some fighting skills. During the fight, Lin Yueyun didn't notice his weakness. Both sides were swinging wooden sticks at each other, hitting back and forth. Except for Lin Yueyun taking advantage of his carelessness at the start and hitting the back of his hand, no one managed to land a hit after several moves. He Daong became anxious, realizing that completing this task wouldn't be easy. Just as he opened his mouth to call Zhao Wu to come up, Lin Yueyun seized the chance, swung his stick, and with a loud bang, struck the area around his opponent's chest, roughly where the liver was. He forcefully pressed into that spot. When Lin Yueyun hit him, the man immediately let out a painful cry, twisting his face in agony. He instinctively covered his injury with his left hand. The man glared at Lin Yueyun with anger. If looks could kill, he would have already torn Lin Yueyun apart. He Daong, feeling the pain from Lin Yueyun's strike to his liver, turned pale and blood started to seep from the corner of his mouth. He stared fiercely at Lin Yueyun and cursed, "How dare you hurt me? I'll fight you." After saying that, he rushed forward to continue fighting Lin Yueyun. Lin Yueyun kicked him far away with a strong kick. Then, with another bang, he crashed into a tree trunk and fell to the ground. He Daong's face twisted in pain as he curled up and lay there, like a dead dog, unable to move. The man behind, named Zhang Xiaowu, also got up and rushed forward. Seeing Lin Yueyun kick his boss away in anger, he shouted, "That you mean, woman? I will fight you. How dare you hurt my boss? Take this." Then, Lin Yueyun quickly turned around and seriously started fighting the young man in front of her, who was only a few years older than herself. His fighting skills were not very good. After a few moves, Lin Yueyun beat him into a panic, and he ran away covering his head. The man was dodging Lin Yueyun's wooden stick, crying and begging for mercy. The stick he used to fight Lin Yueyun had already been knocked away. The man kept crying and shouting, "Dot miss? Spare me, dot miss. We were blind. I'll tell you everything you want to know, as long as you let us both go. Spare us, miss." The stick in Lin Yueyun's hand seemed to have a mind of its own, aiming at the man's arms, hips, waist, and back, where it would hurt most, and hit hard, making loud thuds. The man screamed loudly in pain. Another man, who had already been injured by Lin Yueyun, was now coughing up a lot of blood, clearly badly hurt internally. He looked worse than Zhang Xiaowu and couldn't stand steadily, trembling slightly. They finally realized they were no match for this girl. Lin Yueyun was gaining the upper hand in the fight. Next, Zhang Xiaowu stepped forward and told the whole story clearly, as if pouring out a jar of beans. After finishing, he took out all his silver and banknotes and handed them to Lin Yueyun, saying, "Miss, please be kind and spare us. Just treat us like trash and let us go. Miss, this is all I have, my entire family's savings. I give it all to you, okay? We will never dare to bother you again, miss." Whoa. After hearing this, Lin Yueyun snorted coldly and frowned, thinking, "It seems last time I raided the Ma family, it wasn't thorough enough. So, the people who wanted to harm me and this Ma family are not just Lin Yuerong. Now there's another young master from the Ma family? Very good. It looks like I need to find time to visit the Ma family again." Far away in the county, Ma Xiangrong didn't know that because he had his eyes on Lin Yueyun, he almost caused a disaster for the Ma family. Lin Yueyun thought, "This money sent to me? I might as well take it." She casually took the silver note from Zhang Xiaowu and looked at it. While she was lowering her head to check the amount, Zhang Xiaowu seized the opportunity, pulled out a dagger, and quickly stabbed toward Lin Yueyun's chest. But Lin Yueyun was prepared. Although she was focused on the silver note, her mental power kept alerting her to these two people. She reacted quickly, sneering at Zhang Xiaowu, who had been injured, and directly struck him with a stick, making a loud bang. The hand holding the dagger snapped with a crisp, and Zhang Xiaowu let out a miserable cry, startling the birds in the forest into frantic flight. Then, the sounds of Zhang Xiaowu rolling on the ground with his arms crossed and screaming echoed. His dagger attack didn't even scratch Lin Yueyun's clothes. Yet, she was the one who got her arm broken? Lin Yueyun showed no sympathy for these two people. She grabbed a wooden stick and aimed it at one of their arms and one leg, hitting them with several thuds, destroying one arm and one leg of each. Screams and wails pierced through the forest again. Even the two households at the foot of the mountain heard the screams of the two men. At the same time, the people living in Lin Yueyun's house were also startled by the screams coming from the mountain. After believing the old woman's gossip, the Lin family members couldn't bring themselves to eat their lunch. Especially old Lin and Yang. These two, one saw that their granddaughter had more money in her pocket than they did. Where wouldn't I feel jealous? Everyone wants to get everything here to feel safe. Another person, seeing the family of the third house I look down on, now that they've left the old house, they are doing so well. Their money in their pockets is the same as their savings. How can she not be jealous? So, they decided to stop their harvest work for now. They thought it was best to quickly go to the third house's new rented yard to ask for money. The couple from the main house and old man Lin hurried to the gate of Lin Yueyun's yard. They saw the yard was locked from the outside, so they couldn't get in. They thought those stubborn children from the third house had gone out. Maybe they could climb over the wall and look around, see if there was anything valuable to take. Just as Lin Chengbai climbed onto the wall again, his first thought was to check if there were mouse traps below. Then he jumped down. As soon as he landed, Lin Yueming, standing nearby, looked at him and shouted, "Uncle? Why are you climbing over my house's wall again? Didn't the mouse trap from last time catch enough?" Lin Yueming's words instantly made Lin Chengbai angry. He rolled his eyes at Lin Yueming and cursed. "Are you this brat? Seeing your uncle come, not even opening the door to greet me, and locking the door from outside? Humph. Where's your big sister? Has she gone out?" At this moment, Lin Yuezhou also came out from the kitchen after hearing the noise. "None of your business? My big sister just went out for a bit. She'll be back soon." Lin Chengbai didn't care how long that bit was. Seeing that Lin Yueyun, that stubborn girl, wasn't home, was just perfect. So, he glared angrily at Lin Yuezhou. "What? That brat? Not satisfied. This is because your grandpa asked me to come to the third house to bring some rice, flour, and oil back. Our food at home is running low. Some of the rice we harvested hasn't dried yet. We can only borrow some from your third house to eat." After saying this, Lin Chengbai felt he might be afraid of Lin Yueyun's lingering influence. Since she wasn't home, why was he explaining anything to this girl who looked somewhat like Lin Yueyun? Then, Lin Chengbai ignored the objections of Lin Yuezhou and her brother, forcefully pushing them aside. He raised his fist and threatened fiercely, "If you dare to stop me again, watch out. I'll deal with you." Hearing this, 7-year-old Lin Yuming was so scared that he cried out, "Wow," while wiping his tears and shouting, "Big sister? When will you come back? Our big uncle keeps stealing from our house."
Sob.
Big sister, sob. Seeing this, Lin Chengbai immediately covered Lin Yuming's mouth and glared at him, saying, "Shut up, don't cry, no crying. If you do, big uncle will hit you, understand?" He then raised his fist to show Lin Yuming, scaring him into quickly covering his mouth. Tears kept flowing down his cheeks, but he dared not cry out loud, because this big uncle really might hit someone. In the old house before, once he was so hungry that he fought with Lin Yuguang over food, and this same big uncle directly picked him up and slapped his several times. He cried loudly, shouting. Later, his grandparents saw this and only scolded him. At that time, his older sister just watched him get beaten without daring to stop it. Of course, that older sister was the timid and shy original owner, Lin Yuyun. Even when she saw her brother being beaten, she didn't dare to intervene. Then, Lin Yuming was pushed aside by Lin Chengbai and fell heavily to the ground. He continued to wipe his tears and cried loudly. At this moment, although Lin Yuzhou was only a 10-year-old girl, her strength was no match. But she bravely stepped forward to try to stop Lin Chengbai from entering their kitchen to take things. He immediately grabbed her arm with one hand and forcefully threw her to the side. Lin Yuzhou was knocked off balance and staggered, falling to the ground with a loud bang. Her forehead hit the ground, and she felt dizzy. Her hands were scraped as well. A slight prickling sensation came from the palm of her hand. Her palm was covered with small stones and dirt from the ground, and there were faint traces of blood seeping out. There was also a small stone on the ground that had just scraped Lin Yuezhou's forehead. Blood from her forehead slowly trickled down the edge of her eye. Lin Chengbai didn't realize he had hurt her when he pushed her down. He kept walking toward the kitchen angrily, cursing, "You stubborn girl? Thinking you can stop me? I'll beat you too." Lin Yuming saw her second sister lying on the ground for a while, without getting up. She was worried. Crying, she quickly ran forward and shouted, "Boo-hoo." "Second sister, what's wrong?" "Second sister?
Don't scare Minger.
Your forehead is bleeding a lot." "Boo-hoo." Soon, people inside and outside the yard heard Lin Yueming's crying. Hearing this, Lin Chengbai was surprised and a little nervous. But he didn't care about that now. He just wanted to take advantage of Lin Yueyun being away to quickly move some things from the third room back home. He quickly took out a cloth bag he carried with him and hurriedly packed things from Lin Yueyun's kitchen. The roasted chicken and 2 unfinished meat buns that Lin Yueyun had prepared earlier were all put into Lin Qingbai's bag. He picked up a meat bun and stuffed it into his mouth, still scolding. Stubborn girl? So many good things to eat. Don't you think about sharing some with the old house? Humph, trying to eat everything alone. After saying that, Lin Yueyun's melted pig fat, which hadn't fully solidified into a white paste, was also picked up by Lin Qingbai and taken out of the kitchen, placed on the wall outside. Then, he glanced at the brother and sister, saw that Lin Yuezhou was indeed holding her forehead, and said, "Why are you crying? These are things your third room is offering to your grandparents. Don't think about taking them back." After saying this, he felt a bit guilty, then climbed over the wall and took away the pig fat that was on the wall. Lin Yueyun's kitchen was completely looted by the hated eldest uncle. Almost all the pots, bowls, and utensils were taken away. In the end, the brother and sister could only cry loudly on the ground. Lin Yuezhou looked at the uncle who had climbed over the wall and left, with anger in her eyes, her lips bleeding from biting them. At this moment, Lin Yuezhou clearly understood why her older sister insisted on practicing martial arts every day, unlike her, who often felt tired and gave up after a few days. This time, Lin Yuezhou decided to commit to waking up early every day to practice martial arts with her sister. Meanwhile, in the mountains, Lin Yueyun was unaware of what had happened in her yard. After breaking the 2 men's hands and feet, she took the 50 taels of silver and 3 one-tael silver fragments given by Zhang Xiaowu and directly put them into her sleeve. In fact, Lin Yueyun had already stored the silver and silver notes into her space. When she broke the men's limbs, their screams were heard by Lin Qingbai and others who were outside the pig oil wall. They thought a wild beast had come down from the mountain and was attacking people. They were so frightened that they hurried back to the Lin family's old house. At first, the older man, who looked a bit more mature, was the most injured by Lin Yueyun. He kept glaring at her angrily and refused to hand over his silver. Lin Yueyun was not angry. She smiled coldly, looked at them, and pointed at the 2 men. "If you know it's good, don't come to trouble me again. Otherwise, next time, it won't be just broken hands or feet. Do you understand?" The younger Zhang Xiaowu quickly nodded, saying he understood. He stammered, "Yes, miss. Please spare my life. I really won't dare to do it again." Lin Yueyun thought to herself, that at least he knows when to admit defeat. "Today, I won. If you all had broken hands or feet, I would feel at ease." She glanced at the 2 again and said coldly, "What if I had lost today? I think my outcome would have been 100 times worse than this. This is all your fault. You can't blame me." After speaking, Lin Yueyun squinted at the older man again, sneering coldly and pointed at him. "What's wrong? You don't accept it? You just have to hold it in. Next time, don't offend me again, or I will make sure you regret it." Then she grabbed her wooden stick and walked away toward the water pool without looking back. After walking for a while, she thought it over and felt she had been too lenient with those 2 scoundrels. Maybe she should search the other man again? Perhaps she could find another 50 silver notes. Just letting those 2 go? That's not like her style. They were still 2 living people, after all. She couldn't just walk back and let them see her laugh at them. Later, Lin Yueyun found a quiet spot and quickly slipped into her space. She changed into a tattered, plain rough cloth outfit that was so old it was hard to tell the color or whether it was meant for a man or a woman. She also used her old modern makeup to create a look resembling a middle-aged man with a scarred face. She padded her shoes with several layers of cotton to make herself taller, and her height looked much longer. Looking in a mirror, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. But she had to admit her makeup skills were pretty good. Even if she appeared again in front of those 2, she believed that as long as she stayed silent, they wouldn't recognize her. Next, Lin Yueyun stepped out of her space, holding a cloth with anesthetic on it. She took a different route and approached the 2 men from another side. Before they could speak, she used the soaked cloth to knock them out one by one. Finally, she searched the older man thoroughly and found 2 small packets of powder. She looked at them and thought they were probably dangerous, so she threw them into her space. She also grabbed a dull gray purse and a dagger. Without wasting time, she stored everything into her space. As for the young man, Zhang Xiaowu, Lin Yuan didn't bother to search him. After finishing these tasks, Lin Yuan looked at the two people. She thought they would not wake up until late at night. Fortunately, she found a cave nearby that seemed unused by wild animals. She dragged each of them inside and used an axe to cut some thick, sturdy branches to block the entrance. Even if there were wild animals, she was not worried about the two dying inside. When they woke up, they could still push the branches aside and come out. This was her way of earning their money and saving their lives, so it was a fair reward. Then, Lin Yuan left the cave and went to the water pond she had seen before. She pushed aside some dense grass that allowed her to see all around the pond and slipped inside. She quickly entered her space, took off her clothes, and took a hot shower. Afterward, she put on her clothes and dried her hair inside the space. She gathered the top half of her hair into a bun with a hairband, leaving the bottom half loose. Next, Lin Yuan picked up the small purse she had taken from Hidayong. She opened it and poured out the silver coins and banknotes, counting them carefully. She found 2 silver ingots weighing 5 taels each, 5 weighing 2 taels each, and 3 weighing 1 tael each. There was also a banknote worth 50 taels, totaling 73 taels. Adding the 53 taels that Zhang Xiaowu had voluntarily handed over earlier, they had earned a total of 126 taels from these 2 people that day. Wow, these 2 are really rich, Lin Yuan muttered to herself. It was worth fighting them for this. After finishing, she used iodine solution from her emergency kit in her space to treat her injured hand and sprinkled some hemostatic powder on it. After tending to her wound, Lin Yuan quickly left her space, carried her basket, and picked up her slingshot and short arrows. She used her mental power to observe the water pond, looking for any animals nearby. 15 minutes passed, and the 2 deer Lin Yuan imagined never came to drink water. Finally, Lin Yuan used her mental power to look outside the space. After another 15 minutes, she saw a flock of birds, like wild ducks, landing in the pond and playing happily. There seemed to be about 20 of them. These birds, just one adult, weighed over 2 jin, about 1 kilogram. They had long, flat beaks, red eyes, black feathers on their heads, and mottled white on their wings and back. Only their bellies were white, making them look similar to ducks. But their calls were not duck quacks. Instead, they made a sound like goo-goo H, with a long H at the end. Lin Yuan didn't bother to watch further. She quickly and quietly appeared in the grass, hiding so the birds didn't notice her. She aimed her short arrow at the group of birds near the water with her bow. She fired nearly 10 shots in quick succession. Bang! Whoosh whoosh. As she shot the first arrow, she saw it precisely pierce one bird's neck. The bird's neck broke instantly, and blood splashed into the pond, staining a small area red. The other birds, frightened, started making goo-goo sounds and quickly swam toward the shore. Some flew directly onto the bank. Since these birds are social animals, they usually don't fly away alone when they see a companion in danger. Instead, they wait for the leader bird to signal, and then all take off together. Some clever ones, seeing their companions bleeding and noticing weapons flying toward them from a certain direction, quickly decided to escape. The flock made a few goo-goo calls, as if they had agreed, and all hurriedly flew in the same direction. Just as Lin Yuan wanted to shoot a few more, she saw 5 birds floating in the pond. There was also one injured bird on the shore that couldn't fly away. It was about to run. Lin Yuan swiftly pulled out her slingshot and shot a short arrow, hitting the bird's head directly. The bird was hopping around wildly until it took its last breath. Lin Yuan smiled as she stood up from the bushes, then walked straight to the water pond. She used a long stick to fish out several birds and small animals from the water. Because they were hid in the water, each of the creatures she pulled out seemed to weigh over 3 jin, about 1.5 kilograms. At this moment, Lin Yuan still felt her right eyelid twitching occasionally. She wondered if she had already dealt with the 2 rude men. Why was her eyelid still twitching? Then, Lin Yuan thought about her younger brother and sister at home. She was worried they might also be harmed. So, she took out a small bundle of rope from her space. She tied the 6 dead birds and animals together by their feet, 2 at a time, and fastened them to a long wooden stick. She then hurried down the mountain. On her way down, she bumped into a large gray hare. Without hesitation, Lin Yueyin pulled out her slingshot and shot the hare dead. She also saw an arrow flying toward the hare at the same time. Lin Yueyin's mouth twitched slightly as she saw her neighbor Wang lie on the mountain. It seemed he was chasing the hare, and she had just shot it.
She felt a little awkward about this.
Even Wang Lai looked at her with surprise. Then Lin Yueyin smiled and said to Wang Lai, "Wow, what a coincidence. Uncle Wang, are you hunting on the mountain too?" Sorry, I didn't see you just now," she added quickly. "I just shot the rabbit." She then said, "You can take the rabbit. Just give me back the arrow." Wang Lai looked at the 6 birds and small animals tied to the wooden stick on Lin Yueyin's shoulder, which resembled ducks. He smiled with envy but didn't assume he could take them just because he was chasing the rabbit first. Instead, he looked at Lin Yueyin with some surprise and said seriously, Young lady, I didn't shoot those animals first, so I can't take them. You shot them first, so you can take them," Lin Yueyin replied, seeing that he didn't just take the animals for himself like others might. "No need. I have gained enough today. You can have this wild rabbit." Wang Lai wanted to say more but suddenly ran out of words. He looked at Lin Yueyin with admiration and said, "Thank you for letting me have it. I won't be polite then. Here's the arrowhead for you. You can take it yourself, young lady." After saying that, he happily picked up the wild rabbit. Before Lin Yueyin could reply, she heard a girl about her age wave over and shout, "Dad? We're going down the mountain now. Are you ready? Once you're ready, let's go." Lin Yueyin looked over and saw it was Wang Lai's second daughter, Wang Arya. Lin Yueyin picked up the arrowhead and followed Wang Lai down the mountain. When Wang Arya finished tying up the firewood to carry down the mountain for her father, she saw Lin Yueyin walking behind him. Wang Arya looked at Lin Yueyin with admiration and pointed at her, saying, "You? Are you our new neighbor next door? Wow, it's really you? You're so impressive. You can hunt too. I wish I could be as good as you." Lin Yueyin nodded and smiled at Wang Arya, saying, "Yes, I am your new neighbor next door." Wang Arya really wanted to make friends in the village. But because her family had escaped from hardship before, and her mother was not the type to chat with others, she didn't usually socialize. During festivals or special days, they didn't go to give gifts or exchange greetings with unfamiliar villagers. So, they weren't well accepted by the villagers. Even when she and her older sister washed clothes by the creek, the village girls would tease and mock them. Some boys also made fun of them, and some mean-spirited ones even threw small stones into the creek, splashing water on the sisters, making them jump and glare, then laugh loudly. Later, they stopped trying to interact with the villagers. "My family lives at the foot of the village hill, which keeps us quiet and peaceful. Even when I go to wash clothes at the creek, I usually go in the afternoon or very early in the morning. I try to avoid contact with the village girls and boys, so they won't tease my sisters and me or cause trouble." But Wang Arya thinks differently about Lin Yueyin. When Wang Arya went to wash clothes at the creek in the afternoon, she overheard some village women talking about Lin Yueyin. She couldn't believe that Lin Yueyin dared to stand up against her unfair grandfather and uncle's family. That night, she took her younger brother and sister and moved out, refusing to be controlled by others. That's the kind of person Wang Arya is. Wang Arya even couldn't understand why the people in the old Lin family didn't treat the impressive Lin Yueyin well. Why did they force her to leave the old house? What were they thinking? What she didn't know was that many villagers actually wanted their children to earn money and keep it all under their control. They didn't want their children to have the power to oppose them. If the children did oppose, it would threaten their own benefits. In their eyes, the third son of the Lin family earning some money outside was seen as breaking away from their control. Even his children moving out on their own was considered unfilial and a sign of wanting to leave their parents behind. Of course, this also came from their ignorance and selfishness. They believed they had suffered enough and thought their children should experience the same hardships to understand. Wang Arya, being just a young girl, couldn't understand all this. Her desire to make friends made her eager to approach Lin Yueyin. She reached out her hand with admiration and said, "Hello. I am your neighbor, Wang Area, 13 years old." Then, feeling a bit nervous but hopeful, she looked at Lin Yueyun and said what she wanted to say. "I want to be friends with you." "Can I?" Lin Yueyun looked into Wang Aria's eyes and sensed she was sincere, not pretending. She saw a mix of hope and fear of rejection in her eyes. Lin Yueyun smiled and reached out to hold Wang Aria's hand, saying happily, "Yes, of course."
Hello.
"Wang Aria, my name is Lin Yueyun. I'm your new neighbor, and I am also 13 years old this year." Wang Aria felt happy inside and said, "Really? So we're the same age. I was born on the 2nd day of September. What about you?" "I wonder who is older." Hearing this, Lin Yueyun thought, "September 2nd? Isn't that the same birthday as Yu Jiao?" Lin Yueyun didn't directly tell her own birthday, only mentioning she was a few months older. "I am a few months older than you," she said. "Oh, really? Then can I call you Sister Yueyun from now on?" Lin Yueyun nodded. Of course. Wang Aria was happy and helped her father, Wang Lai, carry some firewood onto his shoulders. The three of them walked down the mountain, talking and laughing. On the way, Wang Aria hesitated and asked, "Sister Yueyun, can I come visit you whenever I have free time?" Lin Yueyun thought for a moment. It's good when someone takes the initiative to make friends. Besides, from the incident with the wild rabbit, it shows that Wang Lai's character isn't bad. His daughter probably isn't bad either. "We can be friends." Seeing that Lin Yueyun was deep in thought and didn't answer, Wang Aria felt a little sad, thinking she might not be welcome. "Will I bother you guys, comma?" she asked nervously. Wang Lai saw his daughter ask this and silently thought to himself, does she know she might bother others? And she still asks? If they refuse later, you'll feel awkward. But he couldn't say this directly. His daughter was a bit impulsive, but as her father, he had to give her some face. He just awkwardly smiled, glanced at his daughter and Lin Yueyun, and didn't say anything, pretending not to see or hear. His daughter's eager desire to make friends looked a little pitiful. Lin Yueyun also saw the awkwardness in the eyes of this father and daughter, waiting for her answer. Lin Yueyun thought about how her younger brother and sister also had few friends to play with in the village. While carrying her hunted game, she smiled and looked at Wang Aria, replying, "Sure. You can come to my house and play with us whenever you're free. However, I might be quite busy sometimes. I don't spend much time at home." "Yes, I understand. It's the harvest season now, right?" "Being busy is understandable," Wang Aria quickly added. Lin Yueyun noticed that her straightforward way of speaking might make others uncomfortable. Moreover, the harvest season was a happy misunderstanding. She was indeed quite busy. Unlike the girl in front of her, who could play freely and innocently, she had to worry about whether the drought might affect her family and prepare for survival. So Lin Yueyun directly invited Wang Aria. "Aria, if you're bored sometimes, you can come to my house and play with my sister Yuejio. My sister is usually at home." Hearing this, Wang Aria was naturally happy and nodded quickly, saying, "Yes, yes. I want to make more friends too. Yunue, you don't know. Many girls in the village don't like to play with me and my sister. They all laugh at us for being refugees. When I play with them, they always tease us just for fun." After speaking, Wang Aria's mood suddenly sank and she continued, "Later, I found out they didn't like me, so I stopped playing with them." Seeing this, Lin Yueyun comforted her. "Actually, in my opinion, we're not made of gold or silver. Not everyone will like us. If you can't get into certain groups, maybe those groups aren't good anyway. So, don't force yourself. If they don't want to play with you, you can find others who do. There will always be people who appreciate you and want to play with you. Why be sad over girls who don't want to play with you?" Wang Aria suddenly understood everything and nodded thoughtfully, saying, "Yes, yes. Sister Yunue, you are right. It seems very reasonable." Lin Yueyun also learned from the original owner's memory that although the third household was not favored, the eldest household had a cousin who was a scholar, which made others cautious. Even the people in the third household dared not offend them easily. However, after the family split, the girls in the village inexplicably became hostile toward her. This can be seen from the incident where Sun Xiaotao fell into the water. Lin Yueyun naturally understood that Sun Xiaotao's hostility toward her was because of her worthless cousin, Lin Yuehui. Lin Yue even had a purse given by Sun Xiaotao. Soon, everyone went down the mountain and returned to their own homes. Wang Leil, who had been invisible nearby, saw her daughter, Wang Arya, making a new friend. It was a girl her age who also knew how to hunt. She was happy for her lively and spirited daughter. Lin Yin took out her key, unlocked the door, and pushed open the courtyard gate to her home. She didn't see her younger brother and sister. She thought they were still in their rooms taking a nap and hadn't woken up yet. After putting down her things, she sat on a stool to relax her muscles and bones. Wang Arya, upon returning home, couldn't help but share with her mother and older sister that she had made a new friend. She also told them she would go find Lin Yin to play soon. Seeing her older sister and mother look at her with surprised expressions, she asked, "Mom? Sister? Why are you both looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?"
No. Ella.
You don't know? We just heard from next door. Her mother then explained that shortly after Lin Yin left, people from the Lin family's old house climbed over the wall and searched her home. Her younger brother and sister cried for a long time afterward. She didn't know what had happened. She wanted to go see for herself, but the door was locked and she couldn't get in. Wang Arya thought this is serious. She needed to visit Lin Yin's house to see if she could help. Just as Lin Yuyin sat down and was about to stretch, she saw Wang Arya rush in hurriedly, panting as she said, "Big Sister Yuyin? Are you okay? Oh no. Are your younger brother and sister all right?" Seeing Wang Arya's anxious expression, Lin Yuyin thought that something bad might have happened to her younger siblings. Her heart skipped a beat and she wondered, could it be that the so-called older cousin and the man from Ma County are trying to catch me? Have they sent someone to target my younger brother and sister? That won't do. Immediately, Lin Yuyin stood up, pulled Wang Arya aside, and asked seriously, "What are you saying? What happened to my brother and sister?" Then she quickly ran to her own room, calling out as she went, "Mei Mei Yu Jiu. Little brother? Are you at home? Big sister is back. Come out quickly, big sister." Before she finished calling, her brother and sister appeared. However, her younger sister, Lin Yujio, had a bandage with bloodstains on her forehead, and her face looked very pale. Seeing this, Lin Yueyun's heart suddenly clenched with pain, and her anger surged. She asked, "Yujio? Tell big sister. What happened?" After speaking, she saw her brother and sister exchange a glance, but didn't answer immediately. Seeing this, Wang Arya was even more anxious than the siblings and quickly said, "Weiyun, my mother heard noises in your yard and came out to see. She found that your grandfather and 2 elders from your family climbed over the wall and took your things. This happened shortly after you went up the mountain at noon." At this point, Yuju knew she had to speak. She was worried that if she told the truth, her big sister might cause trouble at the old house and the village would spread her bad reputation again. She didn't want her sister to carry that bad name. But she also knew she had no choice but to speak. So Yujio told how her eldest uncle climbed over the wall, pushed her and her little brother, and then went into the kitchen to take some things. After hearing this, Lin Yueyun's anger couldn't be suppressed. Angrily, she stormed into her own kitchen, took a quick look, then directly carried a basket on her back, holding an axe. She told her younger brother and sister to close the courtyard gate and followed behind. She pushed open the gate and headed toward the old house. Behind her, Lin Yuejio's brother and sister, Wang Arya, followed nervously, feeling unsure whether to go along. Lin Yuejio also wanted to persuade her older sister not to come, but she knew her sister was angry and wouldn't listen to her. Lin Yueyun, holding an axe and a basket, angrily walked toward the old Lin family house. On the way, she saw some nosy neighbors eager to watch the scene. When she reached the old house, she saw the gate was locked. Without hesitation, Lin Yueyun swung her axe and loudly cursed, "Witch thief! Breaking into my yard in broad daylight and stealing our food and money. Open the door quickly and return what you took from us, or else I'll break down the door and force my way in." The Lin family had only lost some food from the kitchen, but Lin Yueyun didn't want to let the family of the old house get away easily. She even claimed that her own money was missing. She just wanted to cause a big fuss at the old house so they wouldn't always be so bold in front of her. Her loud shouting attracted nearby neighbors. Ignoring their gossip, Lin Yuan swung her axe and struck the door of Old Lin's house several times. Inside, Old Lin and Old Lady Lin heard the noise and became very anxious. Old Lady Lin looked at Old Lin nervously, pacing back and forth, and said angrily, "Look at you. What good things are you and your son doing? I told you not to go, but you didn't listen. You even took your wife and the third family with you. Now look, that girl from the third family isn't as easy to handle as before. Probably, this time, the old house will be in chaos. Old man, I think we should return the things to the third family as soon as possible. It's not even time to pay the silver for their respect yet." Old Mr. Lin heard this and calmly glared at Grandma Lin, then snorted and said, "Humph. So what? Even if we've separated the family, I am still her real grandfather. Taking her some things shows I still care about her." After speaking, Old Mr. Lin glanced at the couple standing at the door. He calmly continued smoking his dry pipe and said, "Why be afraid? I am the real grandfather of those kids. This is an unchangeable fact. What's wrong with me taking her some things? Just say I did it. I see that little girl not even fully grown. What can she do to me?" Humph. At this moment, the couple at the door exchanged a look and silently breathed a sigh of relief. Grandma Lin, upon hearing this, was anxious. She clenched one fist and wrapped her other hand around it, pacing back and forth, sighing as she said, "Old man. And you, big brother and sister-in-law.
You.
Oh, I advise you to go apologize to young girl quickly, and return the things taken from the third house. Don't let the old house and the third house fall into a serious conflict." After Grandma Lin finished, Lin Chengbai looked disdainful. He didn't want to apologize to that girl. Moreover, he was the elder. How could elders apologize to juniors? He couldn't lower himself to that level. He didn't believe it. A 13-year-old girl daring to hit her big uncle? Does she still want her reputation? So, Lin Chengbai acted nonchalant and said, "Oh, Mom. Why worry so much? It's unnecessary. I don't believe she, the third house's girl, dares to hit her real big uncle in front of everyone. Does she still want her reputation? Don't worry, Mom. At most, we'll just return some pig fat to her. And what about that roasted chicken? It's already eaten. What else can she do?" At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly smashed a big hole in the old house's door with a few loud bangs. Now, the lively gossip is unavoidable. But she doesn't care. Today, she is determined to cause trouble at the old house. She wants to fight back and get her pride restored. The people from the old house keep provoking her family, as if she is made of clay. The gate of the yard, smashed open by Lin Yuan, now shows the locked latch inside. Lin Yuan raises her axe and strikes forcefully. With a loud bang, the latch inside the gate is cut through. The gate of the Lin family's old house wobbles and threatens to fall. Lin Yuan steps forward and kicks the gate open with a loud bang. She ignores her second aunt, Wang, who tries to stop her with her hand. Lin Yuan glares at her, making Wang shiver. "Hee. Young Miss Yin? Coming here angry and smashing the old house. That doesn't seem very proper, does it?" Lin Yuan looks at her second aunt and says, "Is that what you mean? That our third family should be bullied?"
Oh, I didn't mean that.
Wang quickly explains. "We in the second family didn't take anything from your place." She adds hurriedly. As soon as Lin Yuan enters the yard, she walks quickly into the kitchen of the old house. She starts searching everywhere, but doesn't find her pig fat jar or other belongings in the main kitchen. At this moment, the heads of the main family and the old man from Lin's side arrive, angry and rushing over. Old Lin frowns and glares at Lin Yuan, shouting loudly, "You disrespectful, unfilial brat! How dare you come here to smash our old house? Aren't you afraid of dying? Looks like I have to teach you a good lesson today. I will beat you, ungrateful child." After speaking, Old Man Lin grabbed his dry tobacco pipe and forcefully swung it at Lin Yuan's head. Lin Yuan quickly raised her axe to block, making a loud clang. The pipe was broken, and she also Old Man Lin's arm, causing him to stumble 2 steps back. Old Man Lin looked at Lin Yuan with disbelief. Suddenly, he had an idea. As Lin Yuan broke his pipe, He pretended to lose his balance and fell to the ground with a loud thud. Then he started pretending to have hurt his back. "Oh, my old back. You unfilial scoundrel. I took the things from the third house, so why? Are you not sparing even your own grandfather? How dare you hurt your own grandfather like this? You ungrateful troublemaker. How did someone like you come from my Lin family? Oh, my back." After saying this, old man Lin looked at Lin Yueyun with angry eyes. Lin Yueyun noticed her roast chicken and buns were gone. They must have been eaten by the people in the old house already. She thought to herself that she had just fed them to the dogs. But she didn't want to let the people in the old house get away with it easily, especially the family from the main house. Most of the roast chicken and buns she bought were probably eaten by them. Lin Yueyun raised her axe and broke open the lock on the wooden cabinet in the kitchen. Inside, she found only a dozen eggs, a few pounds of black flour, half a bag of yellowed white rice, and 2 pieces of damp red sugar. These things clearly weren't from her own home. She couldn't care less and took out about a dozen eggs, putting them into her basket. This was probably what the old house owed her family before. Old man Lin was really furious now. His pretend pain in the back grew a little louder. "Hey, everyone, judge for yourselves. This unfilial granddaughter is causing trouble in her own grandfather's house. She even pushed me down, making me hurt my back. This is just too unfair." Old Mr. Lin pretended to be in pain, holding his waist with one hand and crying out loudly. This drew the attention of the people watching, who started to gather and criticize Lin Yueyun. "She is so unfilial. If she were in my family, I would have beaten her half to death. How can she, just a girl, come here causing trouble?" A village woman said. "Exactly, she is our own granddaughter. What's wrong with taking a few things? Even if she took something, your family still has the duty to support and respect her," a village woman said casually.
Yes.
A girl acting so rebellious. How can the men of the old Lin family allow a girl to do whatever she wants? It's really... An older man glared angrily at Lin Yueyun. He didn't finish his words, but everyone understood. He was probably calling the men of the Lin family cowards. At this moment, Lin Chengbai was not happy. Before he could speak, he heard his mother, Grandma Lin, shout, "All of you busybodies who like to watch trouble, get out of here. Our family doesn't welcome you. Go away, go away." Grandma Lin was shooing away the crowd like flies, cursing as she did. In fact, old Mr. Lin hadn't actually hurt his waist. He just didn't want his third family to have a good life if they dared to oppose him. The third girl had dozens of taels of silver in her hands, right? So he pretended to be sick, determined to get that silver from her. Thinking of this, old Mr. Lin felt his plan was pretty good. He shouted even more loudly and convincingly.
"Oh dear.
Oh dear. This girl is so ungrateful. Truly so unfilial. She caused me to twist my waist."
Oh.
Oh. Old Mr. Lin pretended to be in great pain, and Grandma Lin quickly went to help him. Meanwhile, Lin Chengbai, who had been feeling guilty about sneaking over the wall to take things, saw his father being pushed by a younger family member and called a coward by a village elder. Suddenly, he felt no guilt at all. Instead, he was filled with the desire to teach the younger generation as an elder. Lin Chengbai tried to reach out and grab Lin Yueyun, intending to punish her in the name of her older uncle to vent his anger. After all, he still remembered how she caused him to step on a mouse trap last time, and he held a grudge. Moreover, if he kept letting this stubborn girl cause trouble and destroy things, she might even get into his main courtyard someday. And then, all the pig fat he brought back in that big porcelain basin, wouldn't it be lost? Unexpectedly, Lin Chengbai missed his chance. Lin Yueyun easily dodged his attempt to grab her hand. Then, Lin Chengbai grabbed a thick wooden stick, which he had somehow found, and raised it as if to hit Lin Yueyun. In that moment, Lin Yueyun quickly turned aside and avoided the. She then sneered and said, "Humph, you really are a shameless thief. Last time you climbed the wall and stepped on a mouse trap and still haven't learned your lesson? This time in broad daylight, you're climbing my wall to steal again. Aren't you worried that your precious eldest son might not be able to continue his exams?" After saying this, Lin Yueyun kicked him hard, knocking Lin Chengbai into the kitchen.
Ah?
You?
You little brat. What are you talking about?
How dare you hit me? Lin Qingbai was stunned, unable to believe that a girl could hit him so hard. Lin Yuan looked at him with a cold smile and said, "Did I say I'm your good big uncle? Are you trying to fake innocence and blame me? I haven't even done anything to you." Inside the kitchen, Lin Yuan and Lin Qingbai stood there, surrounded by people outside, so the light inside was dim. Those outside couldn't see clearly what Lin Yuan was doing. They only saw Lin Qingbai trying to grab a stick to hit Lin Yuan but failing, then sitting on the ground and cursing. Just as Lin Qingbai was about to get up and continue fighting, he was about to stand when Lin Yuan suddenly appeared behind him, with her back to him, giving him a sharp kick in the knee. Lin Qingbai immediately knelt down. Lin Yuan leaned in and whispered threateningly, "Do you still want your son to keep studying? Then don't mess with me." After hearing this, Lin Qingbai glared angrily at Lin Yuan and said, "How dare you?" "Do you think I wouldn't dare?" Lin Yuan said dismissively. The people outside the yard, watching as old man Lin cried out in pain, did not come into the kitchen directly. Instead, they peeked from the door, but didn't see Lin Yuan hit anyone again. Lin Yuan hadn't yet found her large pot filled with pig fat, but she guessed it was probably in the kitchen of the main house's yard. Deciding not to hold back, she stepped her so-called eldest uncle, making him scream loudly.
"Ah!
You little brat! How dare you step on me? You shameless girl! You've gone too far. Still dare to threaten me?" With that, Lin Qingbai grabbed a wooden stick and prepared to hit Lin Yuan. But Lin Yuan knew what he was about to do. She was already ready to retreat. She hugged her head, carried an empty basket on her back, and quickly ran out of the kitchen, shouting, "Help! Uncle is trying to hurt me." At the same time, she secretly put her axe into her space while running. Seeing this scene, everyone thought Lin Qingbai was chasing Lin Yuan with a stick. Lin Yuan ran straight toward the main house's yard. Yang, who was nearby, was already stunned. Seeing Lin Yuan heading toward her family's yard, she also ran after her, shouting, "Lin Yuan? You little troublemaker! Why are you running into our yard? You're the one going to the third house to get things, not me. I won't let you into our yard. Get out now, do you hear me?" Yang's angry shout drew everyone's attention. They looked at each other with expressions of understanding. Lin Yuan was very familiar with the main house's kitchen because she had sneaked in there once before. She quickly slipped into the small kitchen in the main yard. There, she saw her own ceramic basin filled with pig fat and lifted it directly. Also, she noticed that the rice, flour, and grains in the main house's kitchen had been replenished so completely. She wanted to take the bag of white rice and flour into her space too, but after thinking about it, she decided not to. She didn't want anyone to find out she had a space, so she didn't actually put the rice and flour into her space. Even if she wanted to take it, she would wait until midnight and secretly do so. At this moment, Mrs. Yang led a group of people rushing into the main kitchen of the big house. Seeing Lin Yuan holding a basin of pig fat at the door of the kitchen, she looked at Mrs. Yang calmly and said, "Big auntie? Don't you feel guilty? Is this your pig fat?" Mrs. Yang saw that Lin Yuan was holding the pig fat stolen from her husband's third room. She felt guilty for a moment, but quickly regained her confidence and said, "What? This is my pig fat pot. You? Put it down quickly, otherwise I won't be polite." "Oh? Really? I just want to ask, Big Annie, how did my pig fat pot end up in your kitchen?" Hearing this, Mrs. Yang sneered coldly and said confidently, "Huh. I say it's my pig fat pot, and how can you prove it belongs to your third room? And also, why are you causing trouble? Aren't you afraid your reputation will be ruined and you won't be able to marry?" Mrs. Yang asked back. Lin Yuan didn't know how to explain herself at first, since the pig fat pot was just her own. After all, it didn't have her name on it. But she could also use this to her advantage. Lin Yuan asked Mrs. Yang, "Big auntie? Why is there suddenly so much white rice and flour in your kitchen? And why are you sneaking into our third room's yard to steal things? Could it be these are also stolen from your big house?" As she finished speaking, Lin Yuan suddenly seemed to realize she had said the wrong thing and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. These words were quite sharp and made people think. After all, the missing half of the grain from the Sun family still hasn't been found. Hearing this, Everyone looked at Mrs. Yang and Lin Qingbai, who had just run in with strange expressions. Because there were rumors that he had climbed over his own third brother's wall and even stepped on a mousetrap. This made Mrs. Yang furious. She wondered how she had noticed that this dead girl from the third room was so eloquent and capable of insulting others. She had also been robbed before, but didn't report it. She felt very wrong, didn't she? Now she was being openly insulted by the third wife, calling her the head of the main household. If she didn't clarify things today, she might lose her place in the village forever. That girl? Such a cruel heart. Today, she finally saw that this third wife was not someone to be taken lightly. You're this girl? What nonsense are you talking about? Trying to accuse us of stealing rice and grain.
Bah, Mrs. Yang Ang really showed that.
All these rice, flour, and oil. I bought them myself in town with my ox cart, and I have the receipt from the grain shop as proof. That can't be faked. After saying this, Mrs. Yang felt it wasn't enough and continued. The village's ox cart driver, Lu Dahu, can also testify for me. Mrs. Yang glared at Lin Yueyun, wishing she could stare a hole through her. She pointed her finger at Lin Yueyun and said, "As for you, boldly running into our main house's yard? You must have bad intentions. If anything valuable goes missing from our house, can you handle the blame?" After speaking, Mrs. Yang stepped into her small kitchen, looking around. She felt guilty when she saw that, besides the pig fat basin that she originally took from the third house, everything else was untouched. But she couldn't just let the pig fat she had in her hands slip away. Since the items were with her, and Lin Yueyun had no proof that the pig fat belonged to her family, and there was no name on the pig fat indicating it was hers, Mrs. Yang thought more and more that Lin Yueyun couldn't do anything to her. Then, Mrs. Yang suddenly became confident. If she had felt guilty before, now she was fearless. Mrs. Yang thought she could control Lin Yueyun, standing with her hands on her hips and shouting, "Girl, hurry up and put down my pig fat basin. If you drop it, you'll owe me at least 2 taels of silver." Lin Yueyun had to think to herself, Mrs. Yang is really shameless and greedy. It's really like a small knife cutting the buttocks. Eye-opening, Lin Yueyun said with a mocking smile as she looked at Yang, who was stomping her feet. Suddenly, Lin Yueyun felt like teasing Yang a little more and said, "Oh? You say this porcelain basin belongs to your big family? How can you prove it? I remember the shopkeeper was selling this set of porcelain as a whole. Otherwise, if you buy just the basin alone, it would cost 3 or 2 silver coins. I have the receipt for the whole set of porcelain." Uncle's wife, do you also have a receipt for this basin? Could you show it to everyone? Lin Yueyun didn't actually have a receipt for the whole set. She was just pretending to trick Yang. Hearing this, Yang thought to herself, what? Buying just one basin costs 3 or 2 silver coins. Is this gold or silver? Isn't that just like stealing money? It seems this spoiled girl from the third household has really become wealthy. She can even buy basins that cost 3 or 2 silver coins each. What a spender. With that kind of money, I definitely can't give it back to her now. Yang didn't think much and said aloud, "It's just a basin that costs 3 or 2 silver coins." As if nobody can afford it. After saying that, she continued to follow Lin Yueyun's words. "Yes, that's right. I bought it in town for 3 or 2 silver coins. As for the receipt, I forgot where I put it. Who keeps receipts for every purchase all the time? Exactly, when I buy things in town, the shopkeeper gives me a receipt. But who would keep all those receipts forever? Unless, for valuable items like a cast iron pot or other expensive things, we keep the receipts. But for other things, there's no need to keep them," said an auntie nearby. Lin Yueyun looked at the aunt and calmly said, "That's true, but this is a basin that costs 3 or 2 silver coins. In our rural family, isn't that considered a valuable item? 3 or 2 silver coins. What does that mean in our village? I believe everyone knows this better than I do. Why didn't the older aunt leave the money for her cousin to attend private school? Instead, she spends it on porcelain basins that cost 2 or 3 silver coins each. It seems that the older aunt has recently come into a lot of money." When this was said, everyone thought about the story of Mrs. Sun losing over 60 silver coins that she had saved over the years. Everyone looked at Mrs. Yang with surprise and disbelief, eager to hear her response. At this moment, Lin Yueyun continued to add fuel to the fire. Could it be that? The money Mrs. Yang has came from an improper source? Otherwise, why would she spend so much on a porcelain basin that costs only 3 silver coins? That's not just 300 coins. It's a valuable porcelain basin. Who in the village would be so generous? Lin Yueyun's words subtly hinted that the missing silver coins from the Sun family might be in Mrs. Yang's hands. Everyone looked at her with mixed feelings of suspicion and doubt. Hearing this, Mrs. Yang was so angry her eyes nearly popped out. She pointed at Lin Yueyun and scolded. You little girl, what are you talking about? Don't slander me. My silver coins all came from proper sources. Lin Yueyun tilted her head curiously and continued, if Mrs. Yang can afford a porcelain basin that costs 3 silver coins, then why does she still need to ask her grandfather and the others for help? Why would she go to steal things by climbing over my wall in broad daylight? Could it be that Mrs. Yang thinks no one in the village saw what you did? Many people saw it. You can't deny it. Taking things without asking is stealing. Mrs. Yang, maybe you should ask your educated eldest son for advice? He's a scholar, and having parents who steal could affect his chances in the imperial exams. Lin Yueyun said this angrily. Then she continued, could it be that Mrs. Yang doesn't plan to let your good eldest son continue attending private school? After all, he's been studying for 3 years and still hasn't passed the entrance exam. TSK. Yang Shi was speechless after Lin Yueyun mocked her. Yang Shi wouldn't call her eldest son to ask questions. Her eldest son, like her, had also been robbed of many valuable items when someone broke into their house. He still looks very sad and down. Of course, Yang Shi couldn't produce the receipt for the porcelain basin, so she had to make excuses. In the end, Yang Shi insisted that she bought it with her private savings and the receipt was lost. Lin Yueyun also found it hard to argue with Yang Shi at this point. The two continued to tease each other. Yang Shi insulted Lin Yueyun, saying she was born without a mother to raise her, and she even called her a wild child. Hearing this, Lin Yueyun's eyes flashed with anger. Yang Shi called her a wild child? That meant she was insulting Lin Yueyun's mother too. Lin Yueyun didn't want to argue anymore with this quarrelsome woman. She simply closed the lid on the porcelain basin filled with pig fat and put it into her basket behind her. Then, she grabbed a thick wooden stick and started smashing the pots and pans in the kitchen of the Lin family's main house. There was a loud noise of banging and crashing, banged, clattered, banged, ringing and clattering, along with Yang Shi shouting and scolding, "You wicked woman! How dare you smash things in our big house? I'll fight you!" After saying this, Yang Shi ignored the broken tiles on the ground. She rushed forward fiercely, trying to pull Lin Yueyun's hair, dragging her out of the kitchen into the yard and slapping her several times to vent her anger. But Lin Yueyun wouldn't let Yang Shi succeed. After smashing the small kitchen of the big house, she quickly left the kitchen and continued to threaten, "I warned you before, don't come and bother our 3rd house. You refuse to listen? You like to steal from us and slander us, insult me and my mother? Now I'll let you experience what it's like to have your home smashed." After speaking, she started smashing the flower pots, clotheslines, wooden buckets, basins, and water jars in the yard of the big house, while shouting, "You thieves, sneaking into my yard in broad daylight to steal things? And you even hurt my sister? Do you think I'm made of mud?" After speaking, she continued to smash and break things loudly. At this moment, Lin Chengbai found a long, flat stick from somewhere and swung it fiercely toward Lin Yueyun's back. Seeing this, Lin Yuezhou, standing outside the main courtyard, shouted, "Big sister, watch out behind you." Lin Yueyun naturally heard her sister Lin Yuezhou's warning. She quickly turned sideways, gripping both ends of a wooden stick tightly. With a loud bang, she blocked Lin Chengbai's stick. Then, in the yard, the two of them started fighting, one swinging a stick trying to hit the other, while the other dodged skillfully with a rough wooden club, avoiding the attacks. Everyone watching was stunned. To hide her martial skills, Lin Yueyun pretended to be weak and almost got hit several times by Lin Chengbai. She narrowly dodged the stick's attacks multiple times, running and dodging near the broken water jar in the old house. Using the water jar as cover, Lin Yuan sidestepped and struck a stick directly at Lin Qingbai's right knee. He immediately lost his footing and knelt on one knee, unable to stand up because his right leg was numb and weak. Lin Qingbai shouted angrily, "You little brat! How dare you come here to smash my house? And you even hit your own great-uncle? You ungrateful, disrespectful dog." Seeing him kneeling without getting up, Lin Yuan threatened again. "My good great-uncle? You sneaked into my house today to steal and even hurt my sister? I won't pursue it today. I've broken your house today, so it's even. From now on, don't come to bother our third house again. Otherwise, I'll come back next time." After speaking, Lin Yuan signaled her younger brother and sister to leave quickly. She then took a big step out of the main courtyard herself. Lin Yuan, passing by the last pickled vegetable jar leaning against the wall, suddenly swung her wooden stick. With a loud bang, a strong smell of pickled vegetables quickly filled the yard, making everyone's mouth water. Then, Yang's voice rang out in anger and tears. "Ah, my pickled vegetable jar? Lin Yuan? You wicked girl, why do you always mess with my pickled vegetables?" After speaking, Yang casually grabbed a wooden stick, ready to rush at Lin Yuan, but Lin Yuan quickly ran away. Yang was so angry. She wanted to find a pot or basin to hold the pickled vegetables from the broken jar, but couldn't find anything suitable. Yang sat down heavily on the ground, crying and cursing Lin Yuan for a long time. Meanwhile, Lin Yuhui, who was resting inside the house, also heard the noise from the yard. He knew that his parents and grandfather had gone to the third courtyard to bring back some things. His mother even brought a small bowl of cooked chicken for him to eat. But he couldn't eat much because someone had stolen 15 taels of silver from him. At this moment, Lin Yuhui didn't want to pay much attention to what was happening outside. He only wanted to find out who stole his silver and paper and pen. He thought about it for days but couldn't figure it out. He was so worried he couldn't sleep. He even considered asking his mother to report it to the authorities. He also wanted to guess who the thief might be based on clues. He wondered if it was Lu Gosheng. But Lin Yuhui didn't think it was him. If it was Lu Gosheng, he wouldn't have only stolen silver, paper, and an inkstone. The books and brushes were still there. Meanwhile, Lu Gosheng's mother, Wu, returned to the village. The next day, she found the village chief and a buyer. She sold 3 acres of her 5 acres of high-quality rice fields to the villagers, earning 6 taels of silver. Wu didn't plan to return the 2 taels of silver to Lin Yuan, nor did she intend to pay back the 30-plus taels she owed the Sun family. But since the village chief was from the Lin family, he naturally favored Lin Yuan and her siblings. Who calls this girl Grandpa Village Chief, like that? She calls him more affectionately than her own grandfather, Old Lin. The village chief is on the other side of the village, just finishing some paperwork with Lu Gosheng and Wu Shi, her mother. They plan to take it to the county tomorrow for approval. Suddenly, they hear noise and see many people gathered around from the Old Lin family's side. The village chief then calls Wu Shi to go over together, and also sends the 2 taels of silver awarded by the county magistrate to the 3rd branch of the Lin family, to be given to the girl there. Next, they see Dr. Lu from the neighboring village rushing into the Lin family's old house, led by Wang Shi from the 2nd branch of the Lin family. At this moment, in the main courtyard of the Lin family's old house, Old Lin pretends to have hurt his waist. When Grandma Lin helps him up, he accidentally steps on his broken cigarette holder, which Lin Yuan had broken earlier. He stumbles and almost falls, and surprisingly, he really hurts his waist. His cry of pain is very real now, and he's sweating slightly on his forehead. He feels like a needle is stabbing his waist with every step, and his face turns pale. Wu Shi, following Grandma Lin's instructions, quickly runs to the neighboring village to call Dr. Lu back. After examining and treating Old Lin, Dr. Lu concludes that he has sprained his waist and cannot do heavy work for at least half a month. He advises rest and medication. When Lin Yuan leaves the main courtyard, she happens to meet Dr. Lu. She asks him to check her own forehead injury and take her pulse. Wu Shi, in front of everyone and with the village chief and others watching, takes out 2 taels of silver to return to Lin Yuan and apologizes, saying, "3rd miss of the Lin family." This is the 2 taels of silver awarded by the county magistrate. Please take it. Everyone bear witness. I've returned the silver to this behalf of my son. Then Wu Shi, somewhat reluctantly, says, I'm really sorry about what happened with my son giving you water with medicine. It was all the idea of son's family daughter and son who provoked him. After saying this, Wu Shi, from overhearing the gossip of the onlookers, realizes that the girl from the 3rd branch came to the Lin family's old house to cause trouble. She becomes a little scared and says, If you want revenge, please go to the Sun family. Just don't target us, the orphaned mother and daughter. After speaking, Mrs. Wu looked at Lin Yueyun with a pleading expression, asking for forgiveness. Although Lin Yueyun didn't care much about her reputation, she didn't want others to misunderstand her. She said, Your son and the women from the Sun family didn't succeed in their scheme and were publicly judged by the county magistrate. I wasn't hurt, and I have compensation silver to take. I won't go out of my way to cause trouble for you. Rest assured. After saying this, Lin Yueyun took the 2 taels of silver from Mrs. Wu's hand and said, Let's all witness this. Today, Aunt Wu returned the 2 taels of silver that the county magistrate ordered her to pay me. Then, she turned to her grandfather, Lin Laotu, and said, Grandpa, I'm giving you this silver. Consider it compensation for repairing the main gate of our old house. As for your injury, that was caused by your own carelessness when you fell. It has nothing to do with me. Treating your wound and fixing the gate cost about 1 tael of silver, which is enough. After speaking, Lin Yueyun handed the silver directly to Lin Laotu. Lin Laotu was eager to get his hands on that silver. He quickly reached out to take the silver from Lin Yueyun's hand and even wanted more. He wished he could have all the silver for himself, but he knew that was impossible, so he didn't say much. Instead, he kept watching Lin Yueyun, thinking about how to ask for more once his 3rd son returned. Lin Yueyun didn't know about Lin Laotu's little scheme. Even if she did, she wouldn't gain anything from it. When she invited village chief Lin Sihai to go out to the old Lin family house, she said, Village chief, I want to raise the height of our courtyard wall as soon as possible. Do you have any suitable people you can recommend to help reinforce and raise the wall? I'm willing to pay 18 won a day, including 2 meals, vegetables and meat. After Lin Yueyun said this, some of the male villagers following the village chief eagerly stepped forward to recommend themselves. 3rd daughter of the Lin family? Do you think I'm suitable? You offered me 15 coins a day, no need for meals included. I will definitely help you build a sturdy wall around your yard. What about me? I can also help build the wall, a villager man quickly said. And me? Another older man also said. Then, Lin Yueyun just listened quietly without responding to everyone. Instead, she handed the opportunity to choose workers to the village chief, Lin Sihai, to help. Lin Yueyun expressed her hope to finish raising the wall as soon as possible, preferably within 2 days. She decided to raise the wall because she was worried that the old house and the big house might try to break in again. She also didn't know if she would really have to run away from her place someday. Raising the wall was also to prevent potential dangers and trouble. On the way, Lin Yueyun shared her ideas and requirements with the village chief. She needed to go to the town tomorrow morning to buy some broken ceramic tiles to put on the wall to stop others from climbing over. When she mentioned this idea, the village chief's eyes lit up. He planned to also find time to do the same for his own yard when he returned. This idea wasn't entirely her own. Back in modern times, her family's yard had steel spikes fixed on the wall with cement to prevent thieves from climbing in. She knew metal items were expensive in this era. She just wanted to use some broken ceramic tiles to stick on top to serve as a simple deterrent. Lin Yueyun quickly returned to her own yard, entered one of the rooms she had locked, and took out some anti-inflammatory medicine, disinfectant iodine, and gauze. She simply treated her sister's forehead and hand wounds. She also reminded her siblings not to be afraid if the old house people come to cause trouble. If there was any problem she couldn't handle, they should tell her immediately. The 3 siblings went back to their yard. Lin Yuezhou and her brother Lin Yueming went to take a nap. Lu Yueyun followed a trip to Lu's village. Tracing back to half a month ago, in the northernmost part of the Dongqi Kingdom, there was a city called Beisha City. This city was only about 60 miles from Mo City, the closest city to the northern desert country, which is roughly 30 miles in modern terms. To defend the city from being taken by the northern desert country, there was always an army stationed there. Inside Baisha City, a soldier, carrying an urgent message, hurried into General Zhao's tent, speaking before he arrived. General Zhao, Major Zhao? This is an urgent secret message from the emperor. The soldier took out a bright yellow silk decree from his leather bag, presenting it with both hands. I accept the order. General Zhao and Major Zhao both bowed and saluted. Then, Major Zhao stepped forward to receive the emperor's secret order. The soldier stepped back a few paces to rest. Because it was a secret order, there was no need for a large group to kneel and receive it. Next, Major Zhao handed the bright yellow decree to his father. General Zhao carefully examined the secret order. After a while, he slowly lowered the decree, showing no particular expression, and said, You should also take a look. This is a secret order from the emperor. After speaking, he slightly frowned, with one hand behind his back, and handed the decree to his son Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu unfolded the emperor's secret order. Father, this. The emperor wants me to personally lead troops to the border of Manhwa Kingdom and take command. Yes, perhaps the emperor wants to see your ability and performance. Do you have confidence? The emperor commands you to do your best to defend our great Qi Kingdom's camp near the Manhwa border. Also, to protect the lives of the border civilians, and to catch those traitors who sell out the country. Can you do it? General Zhao asked. Xiaoyu solemnly saluted his father and said, Father, rest assured, I will not let you down. Good. Worthy of being my son. General Zhao smiled and patted Xiaoyu's shoulder. How many trusted men do you plan to take with you? General Zhao asked. Father? I plan to bring only a few trusted guards with me, Xiaozhong replied.
Well.
All right then. Be careful yourself, his father said. When do you plan to leave for that place? Asked General Zhao. Please allow me a moment to prepare. I plan to set out tonight, Xiaoyu answered. All right, stay safe on the way, his father said. Yes, father, Xiaoyu replied. That night, Xiaoyu took a few skilled trusted guards and rode quickly to Lianan County, which was far in Xinjiang Prefecture. Time passed quickly, and after 11 days, Xiaoyu and his companions entered a military camp near the border of Manhwa Kingdom. At this time, the camp had already received a secret order from the emperor in the capital. This made Zhao Huaxiong, a deputy general who had worked hard for decades and was about to be promoted to commander with his military achievements, feel very upset. Recently, villages near the border of Manhwa Kingdom had been attacked and burned by bandits due to frequent droughts. Because of this, Xiaoyu quickly took control of the camp using the secret order. One of the towns closest to the Manhwa border was Qinghe County, including Qingshui Town, which was very near the border. Lianan County was richer than Qinghe County. Many villages around by Shui Town in Lianan County had been harmed by Manhwa soldiers who burned, looted, and committed many crimes. Xiaoyu smoothly became the commander. He took over the main tent of the camp, which was originally occupied by the deputy commander. The former deputy, Zhao Huaxiong, moved to find a new camp. Some young soldiers, who saw Xiaoyu always wearing a half-silver mask that hid his face, were curious about his true appearance. He looked like a young man in his teens or early 20s. Some veteran soldiers or officers in charge of hundreds were a bit unhappy. They thought Xiaoyu was just a young noble from the capital who had used his family background to get in. They wondered if he even knew how to fight in battles. Some people, feeling a bit jealous, wanted to challenge Xiaoyu's skills directly. Commander Xiao, I wonder if I might have the chance to compete with you? Asked Zhu Biao, a captain. No need for our master to fight. I'll take him on, said a trusted aide and secret guard standing beside Xiaoyu. All right. Zhu Biao hesitated, unsure of the other's strength, but politely extended his hand. Then, the two of them stepped into the middle of a group of soldiers to fight hand-to-hand. After a while of cheers and sounds of fighting from the soldiers around them, the trusted aide and secret guard, intentionally holding back a little, easily won after a few moves. Soon after, several other captains from the camp also came forward to spar, exchanging a few moves. Some admired, others looked down on them. Not long after Xiao Yu entered his tent, a soldier hurriedly ran inside from outside. Report. Deputy Commander, another group of Manhwa soldiers has attacked the village near Linen County, harming the villagers. The soldier seemed to realize that the person in front of him was not their previous deputy commander, but a young general dressed in commanding clothes. He paused in surprise and said, "Call me Xiao Commander from now on," Xiao Yu said. "Do you know how many enemies there are?" he asked. "And how many of our reinforcements are on the scene?" Xiao Yu continued. "We can't be sure how many enemies there are yet. Our 100 soldiers are patrolling nearby," the soldier replied after a few seconds of thought. "All right, you may leave now," Xiao Yu ordered. "Yes, Xiao Commander," the soldier replied with a bow.
Anyi, an Xiao Yu called.
"Here, sir. What are your orders?" they answered together. "Take this," Xiao Yu said, handing them a token. "Gather all the troops quickly. I will personally lead the soldiers to Linen County to fight the Manhwa enemies." He threw a token to an E. "Understood, sir," an E replied. Then, standing with one hand behind his back in front of the well-organized soldiers, he moved to a position near the middle, raised the token, and shouted, "All soldiers. Starting today, I, Xiao Yu, will be the commander of this military camp. If anyone is unhappy, we can settle it privately. Our most important task now is to drive out the bandits from the southern Yu Kingdom who are disturbing the peace along our borders. Drive them out, drive them out, drive them out." The soldiers shouted enthusiastically. "Do all the soldiers believe they can do it?" "Yes, we believe," the soldiers replied.
"Good," Xiao Yu said.
"Where is Vice Commander He?" he called out. Then, a man with a full beard, wearing Vice Commander clothes, stepped forward, bowing with clasped hands.
"I am here," he said.
Xiao Yu looked at him calmly and said, "You are Vice Commander Zhao?
Okay.
Next, I will personally lead 100 elite soldiers to support Linen County. You will assist in managing military affairs there." An E, stay behind, Xiao Yu said, handing him a token. "All right, Master," an E replied. Then, Xiao Yu selected 100 soldiers, took an air with him, and they rode fast horses, rushing toward Linen County with weapons in hand. Of course, some other secret guards remained hidden. An E and an air are only trusted secret guards on the surface. After a short while, Xiao Yu and his 100 soldiers arrived at Baishui town in Linen County. They saw everything in chaos. There were cries from women and children and loud laughter from men. Xiao Yu waved his hand, and the soldiers scattered to catch or kill the bandits from the southern Yu Kingdom. Xiao Yu and an heir dismounted, handing their horses to 2 soldiers for guard. They drew their swords and began fighting the men dressed in southern Yu clothing. The attackers from southern Yu were almost all killed with a single sword. Soon after another short break, the soldiers had wiped out all the bandits who had come to loot Baishui town. Hidden in the dark, the secret guards captured 2 suspected leaders from southern Yu, breaking their limbs and handing them over to an heir and Xiao Yu. "Tell us, who let you in?" Darker drew his sword and held it against the neck of one of the leading men from Manhwa Kingdom, loudly questioning him. The man suddenly sneered and laughed. "Ha ha. Winners take all. Losers are free to kill or plunder as they wish." After saying this, the man bit his tongue and committed suicide. "Oh, he's a death warrior. There's poison in his mouth," Darker said. Before the man could fully die, Xiao Yu quickly struck another death warrior unconscious with a palm strike. Then, the soldiers began to clean up the messy battlefield. Under Xiao Yu's command, Darker handed the captured man over to the hidden guards who took him away. Later, 2 hidden guards stayed behind in Whitewater Town to secretly investigate who was secretly letting Manhwa people into the border town. Xiao Yu and his elite soldiers slowly headed back to their camp. Meanwhile, the county magistrate of Linen, Wan, was dressed as a servant and hiding with his wife and children in a secret passage beneath his study. He knew this was the 4th time Manhwa people had entered his jurisdiction in Linen, killing villagers and looting shops. After hearing rumors, he immediately took his children and hid. Although the town was some distance from the county office, he was afraid to die. He worried that after the intruders finished looting, some might try to break into the county office to assassinate him or steal his treasures. So, when he first heard about the Manhwa people attacking villages in his area, his first reaction was not to send guards to rescue the villagers. Instead, he ordered the guards to strengthen the town's defenses and his own estate's security. He also spent a lot of money to quickly build a large underground tunnel beneath his study, which could hide people and lead to safety. One end of the tunnel connected to the county office for quick escape. The other end led outside the town to a mountain foot. Back to Lin Yueyan and her brother and sister. After running to Lu's village and helping her sister fetch 2 sets of medicine, Lin Yueyan boiled the medicine, let it cool, and then called her sister to drink it. Afterward, she sent her sister back inside to take a nap. Then, she quickly boiled the ducks she caught today, plucked their feathers, and cut them open. She seasoned them with salt, spices, and some high-proof liquor she secretly took from the kitchen. She made 5-spice cured duck and hung it to dry in the kitchen, planning to let it dry for 2 more days before storing it in her space. Next, Lin Yueyan simply packed some dried mushrooms into a cloth bag, putting most of them into her space. She kept only a few outside for daily eating. She also broke apart the leftover bamboo she had cut earlier, shaved it into flat fence-like strips, and inserted them into her small vegetable patch, where the melon seedlings were growing. She helped the seedlings climb the bamboo fences, making it easier for them to grow tall and spread. After finishing these tasks, it was almost the time of the morning watch. Lin Yueyan decided to go straight into the kitchen. She steamed some white rice, fried pork belly, and made a simple soup with dried bok choy and pork bones. She also took out a hot roasted chicken from her space. The 3 siblings ate until they were full and happy. That day passed peacefully and quickly. She had a dreamless night. Soon, she woke up early to the faint sound of barking dogs and the chirping of insects at dawn. Lin Yueyan quickly got ready, opened the door, and went to the kitchen. She took out some lean meat and a few plain buns from her space, then started washing the pot, rinsing rice, and chopping meat. To prevent any poisoning like last time, she carried the pot directly into her space and used the water from her kitchen to wash rice and cook porridge. She also cooked rice in the electric rice cooker in her space kitchen. Afterward, she stepped out of her space and continued cooking in her own kitchen, using a fire lighter to light the fire and cook the lean meat, dried vegetables, and porridge. Next, Lin Yueyan washed the large iron pot with 2 handles carefully. She then placed the hot iron pot on the stove. Once it was heated, she scooped some lard into the pot, quickly grabbed a bowl and chopsticks, cracked a few eggs into the bowl, and stirred them a few times. The oil in the pot melted quickly, releasing its special aroma. Lin Yueyan poured the beaten eggs directly into the hot pot. With a sizzling sound, the smell of fried eggs filled the air. She held a spatula in one hand, flipping the eggs in the pan. Finally, she added 2 small spoons of soy sauce, then transferred the cooked eggs into a bowl and set it aside. She took a break in the yard to do a set of martial arts with fists and sticks. When the porridge was almost ready, she added a little salt and stirred it well with a large spoon, making sure the salt dissolved evenly. At last, Lin Yueyan scooped some porridge into a dish, then placed the dish into a prepared basin of cold water. Using her knowledge of heat transfer, she cooled the porridge quickly in less than half a cup of tea. She finished the porridge quickly and then went to tell her sister in their shared room that she was going to town and might not return until noon or later. She pulled her cart, packed 2 baskets and a few sacks, and set off for the town. Time flew by. When Lin Yueyan arrived in town, it was just past dawn, still early morning. She headed straight to the pork stall. She saw the owner there, quickly cutting pork with a sharp knife, eagerly waiting for Lin Yueyan to arrive so he could settle the bill. Seeing that Lin Yueyan arrived right on time, the pork seller smiled and said, "Miss, you're here. I've already prepared the pork for you," he suggested. "Shall we weigh it now?" Lin Yueyan smiled warmly and said, "Good morning, boss." "Okay." After a quick look, she decided everything was fine and told the pork seller to go ahead and weigh the meat. After paying the remaining balance to the pork vendor, Lin Yueyan packed the large pieces of pork that the vendor had already cut into a basket and a large sack. She then pushed her cart away, waving goodbye to the vendor with a smile. Lin Yueyin thought that it was still early in the morning, around the beginning of the hour, and the streets were almost empty, with hardly anyone around. She wondered if it was too early to go buy cotton and more rice and flour. However, if she really needed to prepare for a difficult time, she would need medicine for colds, fevers, heat stroke, and pest prevention. Although she had a self-healing kit that could be used endlessly, it was based on modern high-tech medicine. She preferred to keep that for her family and buy traditional Chinese medicine to hide her true supplies. She didn't want anyone to know she had special medicine, as she understood the risks of keeping valuable items. At this time, the pharmacy was not open yet. Lin Yueyin decided to find a quiet alley to push her cart inside. She directly stored the basket and sack of pork into her space and replaced the basket with an empty one. Then, she pushed her empty cart to the back door of the Zui Xianglu restaurant, knocked, and bought 10 takeout roasted chickens from the shop assistant. She sat at a small table in the backyard of Zui Xianglu, enjoying a rare free cup of tea while waiting for her chickens. After about an incense stick's worth of time, the 10 hot chickens she ordered were prepared and packed, and the shop assistant, Li Fugue, personally delivered them to her. "Miss Lin, your chickens are all packed now. May I ask you a quick question? You're buying so many chickens at once? Is it for a family banquet?" Li Fugue asked with a cheerful and curious smile. Lin Yueyin didn't tell him she was stockpiling supplies in her space. She used the excuse of needing to repair her house and walls, and that she had to feed workers twice, to dismiss his questions. Whether he believed her or not was not her concern. After leaving the backyard of Zui Xianglu, it was almost the end of the hour. Lin Yueyin thought about how many more things she still needed to buy. It is always a waste of time to find an alley and wait until no one is around before putting things into the space. There is also a risk of exposing the space. So Lin Yueyin asked a worker about the human tooth trading market and then went there. The entrance to the human tooth trading market is a large courtyard with an archway. There is a big sign above it that says Human Tooth Trading Place. Lin Yueyin pushed her cart inside directly. Soon, a young man, about 17 or 18, who looked inexperienced, ran over and nervously asked Lin Yueyin, "Miss? I don't know what you're here for." Lin Yueyin looked surprised and glanced at the somewhat nervous young man, then quickly looked away and said, "Oh?
Me?
This is the Human Tooth Trading Place, right?" The young man nodded quickly and said, Yes, miss. "Are you here for something?" He looked at Lin Yueyin with a bit of nervousness and embarrassment, waiting for her to answer. Just as Lin Yueyin was about to reply, she saw a middle-aged man dressed in the same uniform as the others, running over and adjusting his hat as he said, "Miss? You can't leave your cart here. This is our human tooth trading area." Lin Yueyin thought to herself, "I know this is your territory." Then she realized that maybe others saw her pulling the cart and thought she was a street vendor. She should have left the cart at Zui Xianglu's backyard and asked Zhang Pozi to watch it. Without wasting time, Lin Yueyin told the worker her purpose. "Oh, I want to rent a small house in town, maybe for a month or half a month. Do you have any recommendations?" The middle-aged worker smiled and asked, "Miss, what are your requirements for the house?" Lin Yueyin thought for a moment and said, "It should be able to park the cart, and it should be quiet nearby. Don't squeeze into a big courtyard with others." The man in charge saw that Lin Yueyin only had this small request, and didn't ask more. Instead, he frowned and thought for a moment, then smiled and took out a small notebook to flip through. Next, he led Lin Yueyin to an alley near the water jar shop she had bought from before. They stopped in front of a rundown small courtyard. The gate was made of 2 large, worm-eaten wooden planks, with 2 big iron rings embedded for locking and knocking. This courtyard looked very old and shabby. The man in charge casually took out a bunch of keys, found one, and opened the door directly. "Miss, what do you think of this small courtyard? Although it looks a bit old, it's quite quiet nearby. Maybe just a little noisy near the water jar shop." Lin Yueyin looked at the place and thought it was a good spot. The yard was small, but the walls were high, and the door looked worn but solid. It wasn't like the old Lin family house door, which could be easily broken with a few swings of an axe. She wondered how the neighbors would be. Anyway, she would only rent it for a month at most. It was just to make it easier for her to buy supplies and store goods in town without revealing her space. Lin Yueyun parked her cart inside the yard. Then, she followed the man in charge, looked around, touched things, and even knocked on the main door. The yard had a main house, 2 side rooms, a small open-air thatched toilet on the west, and a small kitchen on the east. After a quick look, she decided to rent this yard. "Hello,
Sir?
I want to rent this yard. How much do you charge?" Lin Yueyun asked the man with curiosity. The man in charge smiled and explained the general situation of the yard to her. He also handed her a copper key, saying, "Miss, here. This key is for the main gate of the yard. Take good care of it." "Okay." Lin Yueyun took the key, wrapped it in a cloth, and put it in her pocket. Actually, she stored it directly in her space. Next, Lin Yueyun took the man's key and returned to the trading post. She wrote 2 copies of the transaction documents. After both parties signed and stamped them, the man was briefly surprised. He couldn't believe that the simple-looking woman could read and write. Lin Yueyun paid 300 coins as 1 month's rent and an additional 150 coins as a half-month deposit with the man. After 1 month, she could return the keys, get back the deposit, and end the lease. She handed over the money, received the keys, and a stamped rental agreement. Then she pushed her cart and left the trading post. Back at her small rented house in the town, she took out the key the man had given her, unlocked the yard gate, pushed her cart inside, closed the gate, and locked it with a latch. Next, Lin Yueyun tidied up the main house and the kitchen, sweeping and organizing. After that, she continued pushing her cart out. She stored the old lock and key from the yard gate into her space, wrapped the iron chain around the large gate's iron ring twice, and locked it with a spare lock she had prepared earlier. Then, after visiting the pharmacy and returning with several packages, she went to the rice and flour shop. She bought 100 jin of rice and 100 jin of black flour at once, claiming she needed them for repairing her house and cooking for herself and her workers. When she entered the grain shop, she learned that the town had already limited the amount of grain each person could buy. Lin Yueyun pushed her cart to the vegetable market street. She found good vegetables, scallions, garlic, and other seasonings and bought quite a lot. Among them was a large basket of white radishes, which she bought along with the basket. She also went to the elderly woman who had previously agreed to buy dried bok choy from her. Lin Yueyun bought 30 jin of dried bok choy. Her cart was now full of food and vegetables. Under the laughter and good wishes of the crowd, Lin Yueyun left the vegetable market street. She went down a small alley and stored most of the vegetables and 100 jin of rice into her space, leaving only 100 jin of black flour visible. After returning to her small rented house and closing the door, she pushed her cart inside. So, she decided to do everything properly and moved all the remaining items from the cart into the main house. Then she went out again to the Rui cloth shop, where she had ordered cotton and patterned handkerchiefs. She learned that the shopkeeper had not finished making the handkerchiefs promised to her. Shopkeeper Song also planned to close the shop for a few days to go on a long trip to buy supplies. Lin Yueyun realized that shopkeeper Song had also heard the news and was probably planning to leave Qingshui town. She also decided she wouldn't be able to get the handkerchiefs from shopkeeper Song. She paid the remaining silver to shopkeeper Song, including 50 jin of cotton and some cloth pieces. She pushed the cart back and forth twice to finish transporting everything. Later, with the discount offer today, Lin Yueyun bought a lot of rough and fine cotton cloth, 2 pieces each of black, white, red, blue, and green. She also bought several ready-made clothes from the shop, and of course, bedding and sheets. Lin Yueyun bought some winter quilts that hadn't sold last year, spending 5 taels of silver to buy 2. Finally, she returned to her small rented house in the town. She went to a nearby water jar seller and paid 10 coins, but was forced to accept 2 large baskets of broken tiles. After storing most of her things in her space, she placed some radishes, greens, rice, and flour on the cart, along with the 2 baskets of broken tiles. She pushed the cart back to the village. When Lin Yueyun returned to Daking village, it was already noon. The sun was very hot, burning the earth fiercely. On her way back, she didn't feel any cool breeze, and only a few steps in, she was sweating heavily. Because the sunlight was shining directly on her face, her eyes squinted from the heat. She muttered, "Looks like I need to buy a few straw hats another day." She couldn't help but occasionally wipe her forehead and face with her sleeve. While walking back with her cart, she saw that many wild grasses and flowers along the roadside had withered and died from the sun. A strange feeling of unease grew in her heart. This feeling was naturally caused by seeing the large patches of yellowed, withered wild grass and flowers. Lin Yueyin just returned to her home yard and happened to see the village chief leading his second son over. Both the village chief and his son saw the large cart loaded with various items on Lin Yueyin's cart. The village chief couldn't help but secretly sigh. People really do outshine others. Such a young girl is doing better than most people. The village chief smiled kindly and said to Lin Yueyin, "Yun girl, you're back? I came to talk about raising the height of your yard wall. Do you have time now? Would it be convenient to discuss the details?" After speaking, the father and son waited inside Lin Yueyin's yard for her reply. Lin Yueyin rested her chin on her hand, thought for a moment, and said, "Yes, village chief. I want to raise the wall as soon as possible. Money is not a problem." Hearing this, the village chief relaxed a little and said, "That's good. Well, here's the thing." So, the village chief, his son, and Lin Yueyin began to discuss the plan to raise her yard wall. The village chief learned that Lin Yueyin could make decisions herself. Based on her request, he appointed his second son, Lin Jitsai, as the foreman. Lin Yueyin directly gave 2 taels of silver to Lin Jitsai to buy materials for the wall. The village chief's son also chimed in, saying they could finish building in 2 days. However, they would need 5 or 6 people to work faster. Lin Yueyin promised the work would be done within 2 days, paying each worker 18 won per day, with free lunch and dinner, meat, vegetables, and rice, enough to fill them. The village chief and his son were very happy to hear this. They said they would choose honest and reliable people to ensure the wall was built on time. Lin Yueyin thought it would be best to have an aunt come help cook. Her family only had herself, her brother, and sister, and they couldn't handle cooking for so many people. She also didn't want to waste time cooking herself, especially since in ancient times, men and women kept their distance. Having a large group of men and her 3 siblings in one yard was not ideal. She was worried that some jealous neighbors might spread rumors that could damage her sister's reputation. She was fine herself, but she was worried about her younger sister, Lin Jiao. After all, this girl is a native of ancient times. When she went to break into Lao Lin's house to retrieve her own belongings, she was quite frightened. While the village chief was leading his son away from Lin Yueyin's yard for a while, Lin Yueyin quickly ran out to stop him. She raised her hand and loudly said, "Village chief! Village chief!" Wait a moment. The village chief and his son both turned around, looked at each other, and asked in unison, "Is there something else, Yun girl?" Lin Yueyin hurriedly ran in front of the village chief, placed one hand on her hip, slightly bent forward, took 2 deep breaths, and then said slowly, "Village chief.
Unso gì cái?
I want to hire another Annie to help cook for a couple of days. The pay is still 18 coins a day, including 2 meals. Does the village chief have someone in mind? Huh? Yun girl, if you don't mind, I can ask my old lady to come help you for 2 days. How about that? Her wages don't need to be paid. Just provide 2 meals." The village chief looked a little surprised and politely said, "That won't do. Money still needs to be paid. Come over tomorrow, then." Lin Yueyin smiled and replied. After everyone discussed, Lin Yueyin turned back to her own yard. She needed to tell her younger brothers and sisters about raising the wall of their yard so they wouldn't be frightened if too many people came suddenly tomorrow. Although, the last time Lin Yueyin went to the county with the village chief, she had already discussed with her mother, Yao Shi, about raising the wall of their new yard. Her mother told her to ask the village chief to handle it or wait until her father returned to get someone to do it. But Lin Yueyin didn't distrust her cheap father. She was worried that the people from the old house might cause trouble. So, she decided to make the decision herself. If the people from the old house dared to cause trouble, she had ways to handle it. If it had been her father, he might still care about family ties and let the people from the old house come to take advantage. Then, Lin Yueyin moved all the rice, flour, carrots, and greens she had previously placed on the cart into her yard-side courtyard and locked them up. Next, Lin Yueyun began to go to the kitchen, taking the opportunity to bring out the pot of rice she cooked in the space earlier that morning, pouring it into her family's rice basin. Then she stored the pot back in the space. Finally, she cooked a large bowl of radish and pork stew and a stir-fried green vegetable dish. The three siblings chatted happily while enjoying a luxurious lunch compared to other families in the village. Naturally, the Sun family was among those who tried to steal chickens but ended up losing everything. The Sun family was originally considered to be somewhat well-off in the village, usually eating white rice and noodles, with some meat and vegetables. Occasionally, Sun Xiaotao and her sister would go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables to change their diet. However, compared to other families, the Sun family rarely ate wild vegetables before. This was because Sun's mother and daughter tried to con Lin Yueyun, but their plans failed, leaving their money and grain depleted. In the end, they had to pay Lin Yueyun over 10 taels of silver in front of the county magistrate. Their reputation was also damaged. If this 10 taels of silver had been in the past, it wouldn't have been a big loss for the Sun family. But since their enemies were Lin Yueyun, she had taken most of their savings and grain. The 10 taels they paid were actually made up of jewelry and money from their family members. Now, the Sun family appeared prosperous on the surface, but was actually very poor. "All your fault for being a money waster," said Sun Sheng, angrily pointing at Sun Xiaotao and scolding her. "Yeah, mother? Younger sister? Now Lu Goxing is in jail," said her older brother Sun Dao, supporting her. "What can I do? Does it matter if they eat enough? That cursed Lu Goxing really caused harm to our mother and daughter," said Sun's matchmaker, frowning as she looked at Sun Xiaotao, sad. "Even if they sell land or houses, they still have to pay off their debts," she added angrily, crossing her arms. "This county magistrate is also very foolish. Anyone with common sense can see that. Why did they only order that Lu Gosheng to pay back our family 35 taels of silver? Is the rest of the silver just gone like that? Ridiculous county magistrate. I spit on him," muttered Grandma Sunday and that little troublemaker from the Lin family's third house. "That Lu Gosheng failed, and now he's also betrayed us. I heard that the little troublemaker even used the silver money we gave her to build a wall around her yard. It's so frustrating to hear. You two sisters? Don't go bothering that strange girl from the Lin family in the future. She's not someone you can mess with. Do you hear me?" Grandma Sun said angrily. Sun Xiaotao and Sun Zhaodi nodded reluctantly. Zhaodi even pouted and said, "Got it, mother." Sun Xiaotao clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms, leaving faint marks she didn't notice. She coldly replied, "Got it, mother." In fact, Sun Xiaotao didn't think she had done anything wrong. Because of this, she grew even more resentful toward Lin Yueyun. That morning, their family's breakfast was a simple porridge made from wild vegetables she had gathered early in the mountains. Her sister-in-law cooked the wild vegetables into a watery porridge, which was tasteless and not filling at all. She suspected her sister-in-law had a lot of secret savings, but refused to share them to help the family. It was all because her mother had taken some silver from her sister-in-law to give to that troublesome Lin Yueyun. She thought, "It's all because of that troublemaker Lin Yueyun that I'm living like this now." As long as she still had a chance, she wouldn't let Lin Yueyun have a good life. She worked herself to the bone doing all the chores for the family. Not only did her father and brothers not praise her, but they also blamed her. And her mother was involved in plotting to harm Lin Yueyun by giving her medicine. Her father and older brother didn't blame her mother, but instead blamed her. Could it be that her father and brothers couldn't tolerate her anymore? After all, she was already 16 and still unmarried. Finally, Sun Xiaotao decided to speak up. "Yin Yang, I think you should find a family to marry this girl off quickly, to avoid causing more trouble in the future. Besides, that girl is already 16 years old. It's about time she started looking for a suitor," said Sun Sheng, her father. Sun Medler was surprised for a moment, but quickly returned to her usual expression and said, "Then find a good opportunity to introduce her to someone." After speaking, Sun Medler muttered inwardly with a mix of regret and worry, but she didn't dare say it aloud. "I'm just worried that the trouble at the county office has already spread everywhere." Good families are hard to find now. Sigh. Sun Xiaotao looked at her father, Sun Sheng, with disbelief and wide eyes, her brows tightly furrowed, almost like she could squish a fly. Although she guessed her father and older brother might dislike her, she didn't expect her father to dislike her so completely. Suddenly, Sun Xiaodao felt very sad inside and quickly said, "Mother, I don't want to marry anyone randomly. Foolish girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Is there a young lady who doesn't want to marry? Do you want to stay in our family forever?" Sun Xiaodao. She didn't want to just marry anyone without thinking, especially not someone she didn't like. She planned to marry a talented scholar, a future scholar's wife. Maybe she could even become the wife of a successful candidate or an official's wife someday. She definitely didn't want to marry someone she didn't like. If she was to marry, it should be someone handsome and talented, with potential. Thinking of this, Sun Xiaotao couldn't help but remember Lin Yuehui, her secret crush who hadn't been openly announced yet. He was good-looking and a scholar. His father and grandfather were both successful candidates. But she didn't understand why he hadn't continued to take the imperial exams. She heard it was because his family was too poor to support him and needed to support the next generation instead. Many villagers felt it was a pity when they found out. Meanwhile, Lin Yuehui was lying in bed, thinking repeatedly about who in the village might secretly steal from his family. He thought about it carefully, but couldn't come up with anyone. He remembered that, besides Lin Yueyin from the third household, he hadn't offended anyone else. But Lin Yueyin was just a young girl. How could she sneak into the old house unnoticed and steal silver from his and his mother's rooms? This made him hesitate again. At the same time, there was the matter of the theft at Ma's aunt's courtyard in the county. They couldn't find many clues, which made the county magistrate and the steward feel a bit worried. In the courtyard of the eighth aunt of the Ma family, Lin Yuanyong, who also lost her money in a theft, heard that the servants were saying she was a troublemaker. She was so angry that she smashed a set of tables and chairs in her courtyard. It's not that she didn't want to smash other things, but there was nothing else to break. Even Ma Xiangrong hadn't visited her courtyard for 2 nights. The servants in the house started to guess that she was losing favor, like the other aunties. She couldn't allow that. The servants in the house tend to follow the trend. Whoever is most favored gets the best treatment. She needed to win her husband's heart, or else, where would her expenses and household decorations come from? Her monthly allowance wasn't enough even for a few bowls of bird's nest. So, just as Ma Xiangrong and his father, the steward, returned from the county office, Lin Yuanyong saw the opportunity, appeared weak and pitiful in front of Ma Xiangrong, and showed herself as delicate and helpless. Ma Xiangrong couldn't help but want to go forward and carry her back to the house. But his father, the steward, was standing nearby. He was sharp-eyed, and after a quick glance at Lin Yuanyong, he waved his hand, signaling his son to leave. Ma Xiangrong didn't have time to go back to his own room for washing or lunch, and instead, he held the fragile Lin Yuanyong, and they went into her courtyard. It was broad daylight, and they closed the door for a private talk. This made the other aunties who heard the news so angry they were almost furious, especially the 7th auntie, who had just given birth to a daughter and lost favor. The rumor that Lin Yuanyong was a troublemaker was definitely her doing. Later, Ma Xiangrong stayed in the 8th aunt's courtyard for dinner, and he also ordered the housekeeper to replace everything that was lost in Lin Yuanyong's room. He even gave her an extra 200 taels of silver, telling her to buy things she liked. This made Lin Yuanyong very happy, and she instantly forgot her exhaustion from Ma Xiangrong's earlier actions. She was almost eager to clap her hands in joy. At this moment, upon learning that Ma Xiangrong was staying in the residence of Auntie 8, the other concubines had mixed reactions. Except for the first concubine, who had a daughter, and the third concubine, who had a son. The rest felt jealousy and resentment toward Lin Yurong, the youngest of the concubines. Among them, the 7th concubine was the most intense. With a loud crash, she forcefully swept her hands to one side, smashing a set of fine tea utensils on the table. She also cursed, "Wicked woman, all you do is fight for my man? Humph." Really, my husband is so easily fooled by that fox spirit.
Didn't he say his favorite was me?
Even a plain-looking maid standing nearby was trembling and kept her head down, afraid to speak. She worried that her anger might turn on her. The seventh concubine looked at the maid and got angry, feeling that the maid secretly looked down on her. Suddenly, she snapped at the maid. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and check on the young lady." The maid quickly nodded and ran to the bed where a 4 or 5-month-old baby girl was lying, wanting to see if she needed a diaper change. The seventh concubine looked at the maid's gaze and saw the baby girl smiling at her from the bed. Seeing this, her anger cooled instantly, but she felt very sad, thinking, "Why did I give birth to a girl? If only I had a boy. At least my husband would pay more attention to me. Now that there's a new woman, he forgets the old one. Boo-hoo. It's all that wicked Auntie Rong's fault. If it weren't for her, why did I lose favor so quickly? Lately, my husband hasn't even come to see me much. And when he does, he's in such a rush to go back to Auntie Rong's fox spirit to spend the night. It's so infuriating. You, Auntie Rong. I'll remember you. Just wait and see." Thinking of this, the seventh concubine's hatred for Lin Yurong, the eighth concubine, grew fierce. Her teeth clenched loudly, her eyes widened, and her fingernails dug into her palms. Because a new eighth Annie arrived, she caused her mother and daughter to be criticized and lose favor with the household staff. This gossip about her was considered very embarrassing by the seventh auntie.
She was not happy about it.
So she bribed the servants to keep an eye on the actions of the eighth auntie, Lin Yuerong. Now, let's go back half a month. During his first military campaign, Commander Xiao killed many bandits from the southern Yu Kingdom. When he returned to the camp, he was warmly welcomed by the soldiers. "Welcome back, Commander Xiao. You successfully defeated the bandits threatening our border." The soldiers' cheers made Zhao Huaxiong very annoyed. In Zhao Huaxiong's view, those bandits from southern Yu were just small troublemakers. If it had been him, he could have easily defeated them too. But the credit for this victory was taken by the new, boastful Commander Xiao. What made him even more annoyed was that Xiao was still very young, almost like his son. He also discovered a secret. His own good son, who was the deputy commander in the camp, often spent money extravagantly outside, needing a lot of silver to support his wild lifestyle. He was just a minor officer in the border camp. His monthly silver was limited. To support his son, Zhao Huaxiong even arranged for his son, who was lazy and unruly, to be posted in the camp as a captain leading about 50 soldiers, patrolling the nearby forests. He often advised his son to stay away from places like the Flower Pavilion and spend more time training in the camp. But his son refused to listen. Zhao Huaxiong's son, Zhao Yiguang, was 17 years old, considered quite old for a bachelor here, and he was still unmarried. But not married doesn't mean he didn't have women. Right now, Zhao Yiguang was sleeping soundly at a place called Flower Pavilion in Linan County. Recently, he had become obsessed with a courtesan named Yu Yanyan at the pavilion. After about an incense stick's time, Zhao Yiguang opened his eyes and slowly woke up, feeling the soft, beautiful woman he longed for beside him. She was stunningly beautiful. It was said that Yu Yanyan's family used to be merchants. Because their business was very successful and they earned a lot of silver, they were eventually betrayed by rivals. The whole family was sentenced to prison and exile. I also escaped danger by switching places with a loyal maid. However, I was sold multiple times before ending up as a courtesan at the Flower Pavilion. When Zhao Yiguang found out, he was very heartbroken. Yu Yanyan, through frequent contact with Zhao Yiguang, gradually learned about his identity. She discovered that his father was the son of a deputy general, vice commander, in the nearby Dongqi Kingdom army camp. Yu Yanyan felt her efforts were not in vain. She then began to use sneaky tricks, pretending to be a gentle, loving woman who listened patiently to Zhao Yiguang's military stories. Soon, they started to meet often. Yu Yanyan learned that Zhao Yiguang's troops were among the leaders patrolling the borders of Dongqi and Manhwa. She started to act fragile, crying and pretending to be pitiful, saying, "Young Master Zhao, don't you know? My family was betrayed by traitors. Some died. Some were exiled. I haven't seen them in many years.
Boo-hoo.
I wonder how they are now. Are they still alive and well?
Boo-hoo.
After speaking, Yu Yanyan covered her face and cried even harder. Seeing the beauty crying, Zhao Yiguang couldn't bear it. He had to step forward and comfort her properly. Yanyan, don't be afraid. I promise you, if I get the chance, I will try to find your family. Seeing that he was hooked, Yu Yanyan continued smoothly. Is what young Master Zhao said true? I am willing to follow you wholeheartedly. As long as you need me, I will always be by your side. Zhao Yiguang was overjoyed. A courtesan who responds at any call, who wouldn't be moved. Then Yu Yanyan mentioned that some relatives had once helped her family in a life-and-death situation, but because of her family's trouble, they had to flee to Manhwa to hide. She really wanted to see them again. She wanted to know if they were doing well. She even hoped they would come back to live in Great Qi. Unfortunately, the border was too tightly controlled. When they fled, they didn't have time to take their household registration, so they couldn't return to Great Qi. When she mentioned this, Yu Yanyan started to sob and cry again. Zhao Yiguang felt very sorry for her. In the end, Zhao Yiguang agreed to relax the rules when he led his team to patrol the border. He was willing to give her some leeway. He just didn't know how Yu Yanyan would contact her relatives who had escaped to Manhwa. So Yu Yanyan discussed her plan with Zhao Yiguang. Then, Zhao Yiguang, who couldn't stand to see a beautiful woman crying so sadly, offered to lend her soldiers' clothes. He suggested she pretend to be his soldier, and when they went on patrol together, he would let her go to Manhwa. Whether she could successfully enter Manhwa depended on her own efforts. Yu Yanyan was very happy when she heard this. She then once again submitted herself to the clueless young Master Zhao. In the end, they used silver to persuade the Madam of Manhwa Tower to let Yu Yanyan accompany Zhao Yiguang out for a few days. Yu Yanyan found a place and dressed up as a male soldier. They pretended to be a superior and subordinate team and went to patrol the border of Manhwa. Along the way, Yu Yanyan took the opportunity to run toward Manhwa. They agreed that after 3 days, Yu Yanyan's group would arrive at the designated spot. Once they heard a signal, they would rush in quickly. During these 3 days, Zhao Yiguang kept busy. Besides training soldiers at the camp, he also searched everywhere in a town called Baishui Town, hoping to find a safe place for Yu Yanyan's family. Finally, near a mountain at the foot of the border between 2 counties, close to a village with few people, he found a quiet spot to settle Yu Yanyan's so-called relatives who had fallen into Manhwa. Yu Yanyan did not disappoint Zhao Yiguang. 3 days later, she arrived on time with more than 30 people, including men, women, and elders. Most of them were young and strong, and they all gathered secretly at the agreed place, waiting for her signal. Soon after, in the mountains near the eastern kingdom of Qi, rhythmic calls of cuckoo birds could be heard. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Cuckoo, cuckoo. On the other side of the forest, Yu Yanyan and her group responded. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Then, Zhao Yiguang led his soldiers to retreat in accordance with his orders. Immediately after, Yu Yanyan and her people quickly crossed from the southern Yu country border into a village in Baishui Town, Linan County, near the eastern kingdom of Qi. This village mainly houses members of the Bai family clan, and it is known for its many willow trees. Because of this, it is called Bai Lu Village. With Zhao Yiguang's help, Yu Yanyan and her group soon settled comfortably in Bai Lu Village. Among these 30-plus people, some pretended to be Yu Yanyan's uncles and older relatives. They were all tearful and grateful for Zhao Gongzi's help. Without his assistance, they might never have had the chance to return to the eastern kingdom of Qi. In truth, this group was made up of members of the second prince of Southern Yu, not Yu Yanyan's uncles or older relatives. They were very happy because Zhao Yiguang had chosen such a good place for them. Afterward, among the 30-plus people brought by Yu Yanyan, they worked tirelessly day and night, digging a secret passage underground, claiming it was needed to build 2 courtyards. Finally, after more than 10 days of non-stop work, they successfully opened a tunnel connecting to the territory of the second prince of Southern Yu. The secret passage started beneath a courtyard at the foot of a mountain in Bai Lu Village, Baishui Town, in the eastern kingdom of Qi, and led directly to a forest guarded by the second prince's men on the border of southern Yu. After that, nearby villages around Baishui town began to see frequent cases of missing people and a wealthy landowner family with the surname Zhu being robbed and slaughtered. County Magistrate 1 was very troubled by these events. He sent people to investigate, but found no results. Later, the missing persons case was linked to human traffickers. He warned everyone to be careful and not go out alone, to avoid falling into the hands of traffickers. This matter was left unresolved. As for the case of the wealthy landlord's family being murdered entirely, Magistrate 1 was very scared and troubled. The people he sent out found no clues to identify who was responsible for the massacre. After several more days, the case was finally judged to be a revenge killing by an enemy and was hastily closed. Then, the spies from Manhwa Kingdom living in Bailu village became more confident. They began scouting several wealthy families in nearby villages and towns, sneaking into homes at night to slip sleeping drugs into water. Later, they broke into homes, killed entire families, and looted everything. These incidents happened repeatedly. Some even escalated to robbing shops in Baishui town and openly attacking shopkeepers. Magistrate 1 was terrified, worried that one day his own family might be targeted and robbed too. Fortunately, he had already sent people to dig secret tunnels in preparation for escape. He knew he couldn't solve this problem himself, so he sent a letter to his superior, Governor Wang, informing him of the recent major cases in Linan County. Several wealthy families in Baishui town had been slaughtered, causing panic among the people. Magistrate 1 asked Governor Wang to send people to investigate and restore peace. The investigators found traces left by Manhwa people in the homes of 2 of the murdered families. They concluded that Manhwa agents had entered Linan County to kill and loot wealthy households. Governor Wang personally conveyed this news to the authorities. Realizing how serious the situation was, Governor Wang immediately wrote a report and sent it swiftly to the emperor. This led to Xiaoyu, who, overnight, took trusted followers to the southern border military camp to serve as commander. Meanwhile, in Baishui town, Linan County, Manhwa agents continued openly stealing supplies and killing people, with 3 more such incidents occurring. During a time when a man from the southern Yu kingdom was recklessly killing people from the eastern Qi kingdom, he was wearing a special shirt with a unique collar typical of southern Yu. His clothes became messy during a fight, and someone hiding in the shadows noticed him. Later, it was rumored that a southern Yu man had slaughtered a wealthy family to steal their money and supplies. Once the story spread, it caused even more fear among the people. The story reached Yu Yenu, a famous courtesan of southern Yu. She immediately went to Bailu village to find her own people and confirmed that they were indeed responsible. Yu Yener was very angry and shouted, "Can't you behave better lately? You keep killing wealthy families and stealing their things. Don't cause trouble for me. I still have a task from my master to complete." She then calmed down and continued, "Over the next few days, you'd better control yourselves. People are talking everywhere, saying we southern Yu people are looting and killing. They even believe spies from southern Yu have entered Linan County. If you don't want to die, you'd better behave." Humph. One man, who looked very, stared at Yu Yener's clothes with dead fish eyes and said with a mischievous smile, "Wow.
So?
You've been sleeping with the Eastern Qi kid for a few days, and now you're defending Eastern Qi, Yu Yener? Don't forget, you're also from southern Yu. You should be loyal to our master and be willing to sacrifice," he sneered. "We do things in our own way. You, a courtesan, have no right to tell us what to do. Understand?" Yu Yener was so angry her chest rose and fell rapidly. The man took this as encouragement and continued, "Are you mad now? A little who sleeps around dares to boss us around. First, take care of yourself before telling us what to do." Tisich. Fuming, Yu Yener pointed at the man and others nearby, shouting, "Are you all like this? Fine, I won't interfere anymore. Do as you please. Just wait and see when you regret this." After saying this, Yu Yener burst into tears and turned to leave. A group of men present. "Haha," the little troublemaker cried after she was scolded. "What big trouble can she cause?" "Tsh," said a lecherous man. Then a few men started discussing. Some would use a secret passage to carry all the stolen goods back to Manhwa. Others would split into two groups to disguise themselves as Manhwa people, dress in their clothes, and go to the town to look for opportunities to loot supplies and secretly attack villagers. Their goal was to create chaos and confusion in Dongchi, making the enemy lose control. One group would act boldly, seize the moment, and cause panic. The other group would continue pretending to be Dongchi citizens, scouting wealthy households and looking for chances to strike. Among these, two of the emperor's elite guards, who were secretly loyal to Manhwa, would infiltrate. Coincidentally, Xiao Yu personally led troops to attack Baishui town, killing all the Manhwa soldiers there. They also captured the two spies. One of the spies had already bitten his tongue to commit suicide, but the other was still alive. The emperor had given Xiao Yu a secret order to lead the army because he suspected there was a traitor inside the camp working with the Manhwa spies. He wanted Xiao Yu to find out who it was quickly, arrest him publicly, and execute him to give the villagers of Linen County an explanation. Meanwhile, Zhao Yiguang, a foolish man, was completely captivated by Yu Yenu and lost his own judgment. He listened to everything Yu Yenu said and was played around by her. He never doubted the recent reports about Manhwa soldiers robbing wealthy households, setting fires, killing nearby villagers, and looting shops in the town. He didn't suspect that Yu Yener and her so-called relatives who fled to Manhwa had anything to do with these events. At this moment, the story rewinds to the night before, at the hour of the pig, around 11 p.m. in a cave near Daking village. The two people who failed to attack Lin Yueyin during the day were knocked out by her and are now unconscious. When one of them opened his eyes, he realized he was still alive. He felt very relieved. But when he looked around, everything was dark and unclear. He didn't know the exact time or where he was. However, he had a feeling that they were still on the mountain. Don't ask him how he knew. Because the mountain mosquitoes were buzzing around them and biting near their ears, he became very annoyed. Both of these men's arms and legs were broken by Lin Yueyin. At this moment, the first man to wake up moved his body slightly, trying to sit up. Suddenly, he gasped in pain. The sharp, bone-deep pain from his broken hand and leg, along with the tearing sensation in his muscles and fascia, struck him deep in his soul. It felt as if something inside his body was out of place, no longer belonging to him. The man broke out in cold sweat from the pain, clenched his teeth tightly, but dared not cry out loud. Because of this, he hated Lin Yueyin even more. It was all because of her that they ended up like this. He decided that, even if he had to die, he would make it back to the county to exaggerate the story about Lin Yueyin to Ma Xiangrong. He wanted Ma Xiangrong, that lecher, to send someone more powerful to deal with Lin Yueyin. Two grown men, and they couldn't handle a girl? That would be embarrassing to admit. It would probably be hard for them to get revenge. At least, they needed to recover from their injuries first. So, he could only ask Ma Xiangrong for help. Suddenly, a gurgling sound came from the man's stomach. He knew they had been unconscious for a while and hadn't eaten dinner. Then, he touched his money pouch. When he found it was gone, he thought to himself, "Is that really true?" He muttered quietly, "That stole my money pouch." Fortunately, he had a habit of keeping a 10-ounce silver note wrapped in oiled paper, folded, and hidden under the insole of his shoe. This time, it finally came in handy. Soon after, another younger man, Zhang Xiao, woke up. He looked around at the dark surroundings. He wanted to reach out and check, but the pain made him gasp. It was as if he suddenly remembered that his hands and legs had been broken. Then he heard his stomach gurgling loudly. His arms and legs were both hurting terribly. This made him wake up completely and want to cry. Later, the two of them dared not act rashly. After a whole night of being bitten by mosquitoes just before dawn, they found two sturdy branches and tucked them under their arms. Slowly, they supported each other as they went down the mountain to a pharmacy in town that hadn't opened yet to see a doctor. On the way, they kept cursing Lin Yueyin and Lin Yuedong. Especially Lin Yueyin. They both agreed that they needed to tell Ma Xiangrong to find someone to deal with Lin Yueyin and help them get revenge. As for Lin Yuedong, it was because they didn't know that Lin Yueyin was skilled in martial arts, which left them unprepared. This mistake indirectly caused them to be beaten so badly. Finally, they returned to the county. They went to Ma Xiangrong's house, the Ma residence, and knocked on the door. The servant told them that Ma Xiangrong and his son were not at home. To see Ma Xiangrong faster, they told the servant that they would wait at a nearby inn and asked him to pass the message. After the servant agreed, they left the Ma residence, still supporting each other. When Ma Xiangrong returned home after lunch at Lin Yuedong's place, he was informed by a servant that someone was waiting for him at an inn nearby, He Daong and Zhang Xiaowu. Ma Xiangrong told the servant to go back, then sat for a while with Lin Yuedong, and finally left. After leaving Lin Yuedong's courtyard, he went straight to the Yulian, where Zhang Xiaowu and He Daong were waiting. When they saw Ma Xiangrong arrive, they hurriedly helped each other and greeted him excitedly. "Young Master Ma, you're here?" Ma Xiangrong looked carefully at their battered appearance, his lips twitching as he asked, "Huh? What happened to you two? How did you get into this state? Did someone beat you up? Enemies?" Or, hearing this, especially Zhang Xiaowu, who burst into tears within wow sound. Then, Zhang Xiaowu and the other person took turns, speaking clearly. In no time, they exaggerated and told Ma Xiangrong about Lin Yueyin, the cousin of Aunt 8, who was very beautiful. However, she knew some martial arts. They also mentioned that she had a muscular, scar-faced man with a beard as her helper. They said they were careless and ended up in their current situation. Yes, after fighting these two, Lin Yueyin, disguised as the scar-faced man, was called an accomplice by the two. When Ma Xiangrong heard that Lin Yueyin was a great beauty, he was a bit stunned. He thought, what kind of beauty is she? And she can fight too. Could it be? These two were beaten by that beauty. This made Ma Xiangrong interested in his little sister-in-law, whom he had never met before. He saw that the two were hurt trying to help him. Ma Xiangrong took out 80 silver notes from his servant and handed them to the older of the two, He Daong. The two gratefully accepted the money. Ma Xiangrong told them to rest and recover, saying he would handle the rest, then left the inn. What he didn't know was that when the two came to knock on the Ma family door to deliver a message, their arms and legs looked just like those of Ma San, who had been injured before. This caught the attention of the gatekeeper boy. The gatekeeper was from the same hometown as Ma San and got along well with him. Usually, he helped send messages to Daking Village for Lin Yueyin. Naturally, Ma San gave him 1/3 of his monthly silver as a reward. Seeing this, the boy turned around and, before his master returned, ran to inform Ma San that 2 people had come to see their master. They looked very similar to Ma San's injuries and had arranged to meet at a certain inn. So, after Ma San complained and begged, the boy used his trip to buy things as an excuse to keep an eye on the gatekeeping work. He followed Ma Xiangrong from behind, but he didn't dare to follow directly into the inn to eavesdrop on their conversation. After Lord Ma left, he went inside to ask the shopkeeper to pack a roasted chicken. While waiting, the young servant asked around about the location of the 2 people's room. He then sneaked outside their room to listen in on their conversation. He heard 2 familiar voices talking openly, as if they had been chatting for a while. "At least, young Master Ma gave us these silver notes. That's enough for us to eat and heal our wounds. It's a pity about the silver and silver notes we brought to Daking Village. We wasted them on that scoundrel and that scar-faced man. I wonder if young Master Ma will keep bothering that scoundrel. Hopefully, after everything, he'll sell her to a brothel." "Humph," Zhang Xiaowu said angrily. "That scoundrel is so dark-skinned and thin. Besides her eyes, she probably has little flesh on her. How can she be pretty? I'm worried that after seeing her in person, young Master Ma will blame us for tricking him together." The older He Daong said that young Master Ma might be disappointed in us. Maybe he won't ask us for work anymore? "What should we do?" Zhang Xiaowu continued. "Well, boss, we've both been beaten up by that scoundrel. We have to get revenge, right?" Zhang Xiaowu frowned and asked He Daong again. "Of course, we need revenge. But we don't have to do it ourselves," He Daong replied. "I wonder if young Master Ma will find someone more powerful to deal with that girl. But don't worry, young Master Ma loves beauty. No matter what, he'll want to see her himself. Maybe he'll even help us get revenge?" A sly smile appeared on He Daong's face. "That would be best," Zhang Xiaowu nodded. The two continued whispering about what might happen to Lin Yueyun. The young servant outside listened for a while, but didn't hear anything more useful. Seeing that my roasted chicken was almost ready, I realized that staying longer might attract attention. So I left the room directly, went to get my chicken from the shopkeeper, and then returned home. I needed to tell them what the two people had said, that Ma-san was involved. At this time, sister and brother Lin Yueyun had just finished eating. At Lin Yueyun's request, she let her younger siblings to practice boxing in the yard to help digestion. After 15 minutes, Lin Yueyun stopped. Yuejo, little brother? If anything happens in the future, you must not hide it from big sister, okay? Lin Yueyun suddenly spoke seriously to her siblings. They looked at each other, then nodded and looked at her. Yes, we understand, big sister. Yuejo looked at her older sister, then quickly lowered his head and looked back at Lin Yueyun, nervously and stammering. Sister?
Sorry.
It's all my fault. I couldn't stop Uncle from climbing over the wall to take things. And I didn't tell you that Uncle came in through the wall and pushed me and my little brother. After speaking, he looked at Lin Yueyun with some worry, then immediately lowered his head, afraid to meet her eyes. Lin Yueyun realized her sister was willing to speak up about this. She didn't want to scold her anymore. Since her sister had been quiet ever since causing trouble at the old Lin family house, she probably was scared or worried about her big sister's anger. In Lin Yueyun's memory, her sister was not the timid type. She used to argue her point strongly. Even though she was busy, she knew she had to give her siblings some psychological comfort. She gently patted each of their heads and said, "It's okay. Big sister doesn't blame you. Big sister knows you will stand up to stop the people from the main family, right? But you are still too young. Unlike big sister, you don't have much strength and you're not a match for the adults. Do you promise me? If you encounter the same situation next time, don't worry about those external things first. The most important thing is to protect yourselves. Can you do that?" "Yes, sister, we can do it." Sister Lin Yuejo and her brother both sighed in relief and said together. Both the brother and sister realized that as long as their big sister didn't blame them, everything was fine. They are a family, and they should listen to their big sister. Seeing that the two seemed to feel better, Lin Yueyun continued. "No matter what happens, wait until big sister comes back. She will naturally go to settle the matter." After speaking, the brother and sister both put on their previous smiles. However, Lin Yueyun still worries about her big sister's reputation. If her big sister causes trouble at the old Lin family, it won't sound good. People will probably talk badly about her and say she's unfilial. But even though she worries, the trouble has already happened and there's no way to change it now. Lin Yueyun also felt a little regretful for forgetting to ask the main house for money. When she knocked on the door, she mentioned losing some silver. But it's okay. The things in the main house's kitchen can be taken back when she has time, even in the middle of the night. It's just a way to help her younger brother and sister get some good food. Later, Lin Yueyun noticed the small mustard greens she had dried for 2 days and decided to put them away. Along with their neighbor, Wang Area, who lives next door, came over with a slight smile and a bit of nervousness to Lin Yueyun's yard. The yard gate was open, and as soon as they entered, they saw Lin Yueyun and her brother and sister. Her younger brother and sister were practicing some kind of martial arts she couldn't understand. Lin Yueyun was tidying up some dried vegetables. Wang Area felt a little shy and approached Lin Yueyun, saying, "Yueyun sister?
Sorry to bother you.
I came suddenly. Did I disturb you? Area? You're here? Have you had lunch?" Seeing Wang Area, Lin Yueyun smiled and looked at her, saying, "Yes, Yueyun sister, I already ate, hee. Today's matter, I didn't think much about it, so I came straight to tell you. Are you all okay?" Wang Area looked at Lin Yueyun and her siblings with some worry and asked, "Yes, we're all fine." "Thank you for telling me the truth," Lin Yueyun replied. "By the way, Area, is there something you came for now?" she continued to ask. "Is there nothing going on? I just want to come and play with you. Oh, by the way, you guys have dried so many vegetables too, huh? Not dry enough yet. Are you planning to use them to make pickled vegetables? I can do that too. I can help you with the work." Wang Area looked at the dried vegetables in Lin Yueyun's hand and smiled as she spoke directly. Lin Yueyun thought for a moment and said, "Wouldn't that delay any chores at your home?" No, my mother and sister can handle the chores at home. Wang Arya sincerely smiled and said. Seeing this, Lin Yueyun nodded and said, then, okay? With one more person helping, I can relax a bit more, right? Then you must promise me? Stay at my house for dinner tonight. Don't refuse me, okay? Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to keep you here to help me with work. Wang Arya thought about how Lin Yueyun had caught quite a few prey today, so she probably wouldn't be exhausted after one meal. She smiled and nodded at Lin Yueyun. Yes, yes. Okay. Sister Yueyun, we are already friends. Then I'll be shameless and come to your house for a meal? Hee. So, the two of them, along with Lin Yuezhou and Lin Yueming, started gathering the dozens of pounds of semi-dried vegetables. Yes, originally they bought 100 jin of fresh vegetables, and when they dried to a semi-dried state, Lin Yueyun took them back inside. But they shrank, leaving only a few dozen jin. After organizing everything, they left Lin Yuezhou and her brother at home. Lin Yueyun pushed a cart, which held several wooden buckets and basins. She and Wang Arya happily went to the village water well at the entrance and fetched 2 carts of water. They filled the 2 small water tanks they bought for the house. After visiting her mother in the county and learning she would return in a few days, Lin Yueyun also tidied up the main house where her parents stayed, moving some items to the side room along with a pile of potatoes. The large water tank was also moved to the yard to store water. Lin Yueyun brought out a piece of oilcloth to lay on the ground, then prepared a cutting board and a knife. Wang Arya and Lin Yuezhou squatted next to a large wooden basin, rewashing the dried vegetables. They then handed the vegetables to Lin Yueyun, who cut them into small pieces about the size of a fingernail. After about an hour, everyone finished sorting and cutting all the dried vegetables into small pieces. While working, Lin Yueyun quietly recalled her grandmother's method of making pickled vegetables from her childhood in the countryside. She followed her grandmother's instructions, taking out coarse salt and some fine salt from the storage space near the stove.
Wow.
Sister Yueyun, your family must be quite well off. That pure white coarse salt must be expensive, right? Is it better than the yellowish, blocky coarse salt we usually eat? Seeing the jar filled with white coarse salt and some fine salt, Wang Arya was very jealous and said. Before taking out the salts, Lin Yueyun had thought they might look different from what villagers usually have, so she mixed the fine and coarse salts together. But Wang Arya still noticed a little difference. Lin Yueyun didn't want to lie too much to her friends, but she also didn't want to reveal her secret space. She calmly explained, yes, I bought these salts when I went to the county before. Some wealthy families in the county also use this kind of salt. I was curious, so I bought some. Hearing this, Wang Arya envied Lin Yueyun for having been to the county, unlike herself, who had only been to the town.
Wow.
Sister Yueyun, you're so impressive. Since we came to Daking Village, I haven't been anywhere outside the village and the town. Sister Yueyun, tell me about the county. What fun things are there? What delicious food? She looked at Lin Yueyun with admiration and a smile. The group divided tasks. 2 washed the vegetables, and 1 cut the semi-dried mustard greens into small pieces and placed them into a large basin. After Lin Yueyun added salt and mixed everything well, Wang Arya and Lin Yuezhou helped to put the mixture into jars. Then Lin Yueyun, who is strong, used the end of a not very sharp wooden stick to carefully press the pickled vegetables inside the jar. She squeezed out the excess water and poured it away. She also added more salt on top of the jar's opening. Wang Arya and Lin Yueyun took turns squeezing or pouring out the water from the vegetables on the drying rack. With everyone working together, they quickly finished pickling several dozen jin of vegetables. They covered the jar's opening with some dried straw that had been boiled and cooled. Then, they turned the jar upside down and placed it on a clean spot outside the kitchen door, waiting for the fermentation process. Meanwhile, the village chief's son and a few others came to Lin Yueyun's small yard. They could smell the aroma of pickled vegetables being made. Yin, are you making pickles at home? It smells so good. The village chief's son, Lin Jitsai, asked with a smile. Yes, Uncle Jitsai, Lin Yueyun replied. He then gathered some bricks and stones needed to build a wall around the yard, piling them into a big heap. They agreed to come back the next day at a certain time to help repair the wall. After a few polite words, they left. Lin Yueyun and Wang Area talked about the need to build a wall around their yard. Wang Area also knew about the Lin family's wall climbing issue and didn't find it strange. After the group left, the kitchen at Lin Yueyun's house started to smoke with cooking fumes. Finally, Wang Area enjoyed a meal at Lin Yueyun's house. It was a big plate of plain white rice with stir-fried pork and radish, some stir-fried green vegetables, and a pot of pork bone soup with dried vegetables. She felt a bit shy, thinking Lin Yueyun had prepared such a generous meal because she had agreed to stay and eat. Seeing her nervous, Lin Yueyun found it amusing and happily scooped a lot of meat and vegetables into her bowl, saying, "Come on, Area, eat more. I cooked enough to fill you up." Wang Area still hesitated a little and replied shyly, "Oh, okay, Sister Yueyun. I'll serve myself. You gave me too much." Later, Lin Yueyun suddenly remembered what she overheard in the county. While Wang Area and her siblings were eating, she told them about seeing a wealthy family in the county sending people to line up and stockpile grain. This news shocked Wang Area. She stared blankly, opened her mouth wide, and looked at Lin Yueyun with disbelief, saying, "Is that Sister Yueyun?
Does that mean
We have to continue?" Seeing her hesitation, Wang Area looked around to make sure no one was listening, then leaned in close and whispered, "Are we going to run away again?" Lin Yueyun didn't want to scare this girl, who seemed younger than her actual age, but she appreciated her reaction. She nodded and told her to gather the grain quickly, dry it, and wait for the grain collection team. If possible, use silver to pay taxes. The grain should be kept as reserve. In case of a real famine or war, there would be food to survive, so no one would starve. Wang Area listened, feeling a bit confused and trembling with fear, but she nodded seriously and promised not to tell anyone yet, to avoid causing panic among the villagers. After all, the famine hadn't reached here yet. When she heard Lin Yueyun's message, Wang Area seemed a little distracted. She was very sure that Lin Yueyun wouldn't joke about such things. Lin Yueyun shared this information to build good relations and also to learn about her family's past experiences during their escape. Before Lin Yueyun could ask, Wang Area began to tell her stories, one after another, about when she was young, how her family fled with her and her two sisters, and the hardships they faced, people starving, stealing grain, lacking water, and fighting. After briefly sharing these stories, Wang Area hurriedly got up and ran back home. She needed to secretly tell her parents about the large grain stockpiling in the county. Her father was told not to sell their grain and to use silver to pay taxes instead. This day quickly passed. The morning sun shines through the clouds onto the land. Everything in the village looks peaceful and beautiful. But this peace only exists in the town and village areas where news doesn't spread quickly. At the Yao family in the county, today is also her day off to go home for the autumn harvest. She didn't help in the kitchen today. Early in the morning, she left the house to buy some supplies, then planned to wait in town for her husband, and together they would return to the village. Today, she also noticed that the lady of the house and the master had secretly instructed servants to repeatedly go to the estate and bring back large amounts of grain, then move it out of town. At the same time, walking through the county streets, she felt something was a bit strange. She started to notice that shops selling rice, herbs, vegetables, and meat were busier than usual. In just a short time, she saw two big groups of people with many family members and servants, all neatly riding in carriages heading out of the county. It looked like they were leaving the county. Yao was curious and thought to herself, "What's special about today? Why is everyone moving away?" She didn't think much about why they were moving. From what she heard from her employer, the lady, the old lady, and the young master and miss were also going on a trip to visit relatives. The servants, including her, would stay behind and continue working at the house. However, the lady wanted to select a few cooks to go with them. Yao hesitated whether to sign up or not. She wasn't sure if she would be chosen. She was a contracted cook, and once her contract was over, she could leave. If she wanted to keep working, she could renew her contract and stay as a cook in the house. In truth, Yao didn't want to go far with the family. After all, her husband, children, and the town and village were still waiting for her. When Miss Yao entered a pastry shop, she noticed there were still many maids and young servants waiting in line to buy pastries. The prices had also gone up quite a bit compared to before. These people didn't seem to mind the high prices and appeared eager to buy as many as they could. It gave the impression that they were stockpiling goods intentionally. This didn't seem right. Seeing this, Miss Yao felt a bit uneasy. She smiled and approached a young maid nearby, asking, "Hello, young lady. By the way, these pastries are much more expensive than before, aren't they? Why aren't you bargaining? And why are you all buying so many at once?" The young girl, who looked to be in her teens, turned to a woman in her early 30s and looked at Miss Yao with a blank expression, saying, "Auntie, don't you know? The price of grain has gone up a lot lately. I heard there's a famine in the neighboring city. So, of course, the pastries are more expensive now." Hearing this, Miss Yao's heart skipped a beat. She wondered, is there a famine in our village too? After all, it hasn't rained here for nearly 3 months. This looks pretty serious. I must go back quickly to check. Harvested grain can't be used for taxes. I need to save it. It seemed that Lin Yueyun and her mother, Miss Yao, had the same thought. At this moment, Miss Yao couldn't continue shopping for pastries and hurriedly left the shop, heading straight home. She planned to pack her things and return immediately. It was almost late morning, nearing noon. Today, the workers were helping Lin Yueyun's family build a wall around their yard. Lin Yueyun didn't go to town right away to pick up her purchased items and the custom-made iron pipes. Instead, she stayed home to organize her household chores. At this time, Lu Eru, who was close friends with Lin Yueyun's father, rushed into her house in a hurry. Before he arrived, his voice was heard, panting, "Brother Foam?
Oh.
Yin, is your father back? Is he at home?" Lin Yueyun was busy instructing Mrs. Chen, the village chief's wife, who was helping prepare extra meals for several people around noon. Just then, Lu Eru hurriedly ran in and said these words. Lu Eru continued, "Yun girl? Your family? Building a wall around the yard?" Lin Yueyun was slightly surprised for a second and replied, "Yes, Uncle Eru. I don't know why you're in such a rush. Is there something urgent?" At this moment, the village chief's wife, who was quite observant, quickly poured a bowl of water and handed it to Lu Eru. She knew very well that Lu Eru and Old Third Lin had been close friends since childhood, like brothers. Lu Eru took the bowl of water from Mrs. Chen, the village chief's wife, and drank it quickly. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and said anxiously, "Here's the thing. Brother Feng asked me to help watch over your family's old water field, which was divided from the land. Yesterday, when I went to water the crops, I saw that your rice was fully mature. I was planning to come today to tell you that you could start harvesting, but unfortunately last night at the end of the evening I checked your rice and it was still fine. This morning when I checked again, I found that someone had stolen part of your rice crop. Yin girl, you should go and take a
Look.
See if you can find any clues." Girl, hearing this, Lin Yueyun understood that her rice had been stolen last night. But she didn't know who dared to steal her rice. She frowned and thought, anyone who hates me? Besides the main family of the Lin household, it must be Lu Goshing's family or the Sun family. Could it be one of them? Thinking of this, Lin Yueyun felt uneasy. Although she had already stored over 1,000 jin of grain in her space, her own rice field and rice couldn't be taken lightly by others. Since she saw the rice was fine last night, it meant the thief probably did it after dark, either late at night or before dawn. She looked calmly at Lu Eru and said, "Uncle Eru, thank you for telling me about this. I will go and check what's going on right away. Please don't tell anyone about my family's rice being stolen." Uncle Eru and village head's wife. After hearing this, the two men didn't quite understand Lin Yueyun's intention. Lu Eru touched his head, looking worried and unsure of what to say, and asked, "So, Yun girl? When will your father and the others come back? Uncle suggests you should harvest your rice soon to avoid more trouble from thieves. Our family will also be busy with the autumn harvest in the next few days. Maybe we won't have time to watch over your fields anymore. It would be good if you check your fields from time to time yourself. Uncle won't bother you anymore." After saying this, before Lin Yueyun and Mrs. Chen could say anything, Lu Eru turned and ran off quickly from Lin Yueyun's house. Lin Yueyin wanted to give him some pork as a thank you, but she only saw his back running away. She could only give up that idea for now and plan to repay him later if possible. A while after Lu Era left, Mrs. Chen, the village head's wife, also looked a bit angry and said, "No matter who it is, stealing someone's rice is wrong. Yun girl, what do you plan to do? Do you need my husband to help?" Lin Yueyin knew Mrs. Chen was just being kind, but she didn't want to make a final decision. "If I need to talk to the village head, I won't hesitate, but for now I have my own way. Please ask Grandma Chen to keep this a secret and not tell anyone else." Mrs. Chen saw this and didn't press further, saying, "As long as you understand, that's good. If you need help, just say so. Our family will help if they can. You don't need to be polite." Lin Yueyin nodded with a smile to show she understood. Then, she handed over the chores in the kitchen to Grandma Chen and quickly went to check her own rice field. From a distance, she saw that her rice seedlings were still healthy, but a part of the rice ears on the top half of the stalks had been cut off. The loss was about a quarter of that field. Lin Yueyin looked around the area where the rice had been cut. Besides the cracked, dried fields with some scattered rice grains on the ground, there were also some footprints in the grass that were unclear whether they were from men or women. No real clues were left behind. Frowning, Lin Yueyin glanced at her rice fields. She immediately took out some old mouse traps she had bought earlier in town from her space. She placed them in 4 different directions around the rice fields and then left. She planned to go to town to pick up an embroidered handkerchief she made and a water pipe ordered from the blacksmith. As she headed to town, she thought to herself, "If they like to steal rice like mice, then maybe I should try feeling what it's like to be caught in a mouse trap." At this moment, Lin Yueyin hurried toward town, muttering, "It would be better to have a cart pulled by animals. Otherwise, if there's an emergency, I'd have to walk all the way. That takes too much time." The more she thought about it, the more she felt she couldn't wait for her parents to come back so they could discuss buying a cart pulled by animals. She had enough silver in her space to buy one. She could even buy it first and then tell her parents later. After all, if she really needed to escape from hardship, having a cart pulled by animals would be very useful. Thinking of this, Lin Yueyin quickened her pace toward town. Meanwhile, far away in the county, Yao Shi was packing some valuable items into a bundle. She carried it and greeted some colleagues from her work at the government office. Then she hurried to the county gate's archway, spoke a few words to the driver of a cart pulled by animals, and then got on one of the carts heading back to Qingshui town. In the town, Old Third Lin had already made plans with his wife to wait for her to come over today so they could go back to the village together for the autumn harvest. Old Third Lin woke up early. After tidying himself and his belongings, he ate a simple breakfast. He then stood at his lodging, occasionally looking outside, waiting for a few incense sticks worth of time. Finally, at the mid-morning, his wife Yao Shi arrived to find him. When they met, they greeted each other with smiles, holding hands tightly, exchanging looks of mutual affection. It seemed like if they kept watching, they might even find a little brother or sister for Lin Yueyin. "Husband? Sorry to keep you waiting." Mrs. Yao's eyes sparkled with happiness as she looked at her husband, Lin Qingfeng. "Sweetheart? No problem. I've been waiting for you. No matter how long I should wait. You must be tired from the journey. Come on, let's go back to the village to see the children." Old Third Lin tightly held his wife's hand, as if holding a precious treasure, and smiled as he looked at Mrs. Yao. After saying that, he kindly took the bag she was carrying and put it on his back. Mrs. Yao looked at her husband, her face slightly red, and said, "Yes, okay. By the way, husband, we also need to buy some snacks, rice, flour, and meat to bring back for the children to enjoy. And let the children have a good meal, all right?" "Well, listen to you, wife." Old Third Lin smiled affectionately at Mrs. Yao. After exchanging a few sweet words, the couple carried their packages and headed to a local pastry shop, where they bought 2 boxes of cakes. They also bought 2 jin, about 1 kilogram, of pork mixed with lean and fatty parts, and 10 jin of white rice. As they walked, they talked about recent events happening around them. They both carried large and small bags, heading toward the town entrance, waiting to get on Lu Dahu's ox cart to go back to the village. Soon, Lu Dahu appeared, pulling his ox cart from another place. Since it was not yet noon, there weren't many people on the cart heading back to the village. Usually, Lu Dahu would wait until the cart was full before leaving. The Yao couple stood nearby, waiting. Before long, they saw Granny Song, Granny Yu, and two young wives approaching. Everyone paid their fare and got on the cart. Granny Yu, noticing Lin Third and his wife, couldn't help but gossip. Hee. Hey Yao. Lin Third? Are you two heading back to the village today? You're quite involved in town and county affairs, huh? Looking at her big and small packages, you must have made quite a bit of silver. Granny Yu moved closer and sat down next to Yao, smiling as she looked at her. Even if Mrs. Yao had earned a lot of silver, she wouldn't tell these gossip-loving women in the village. So, Yao smiled and joked, saying, "There's no real money to be made. Honestly, I barely managed to cover our basic needs." But Madame Yu didn't believe her. She glanced at the big bundles and small packages that Yao and her husband were holding tightly, and with a hint of jealousy, she said, "Yao, did you buy something nice? You're not even willing to put it on the cart. Are you afraid we might take it when you're not looking? We're not that kind of people. You don't need to be so cautious around us." Hearing this, the others traveling on the cart looked at Yao with annoyed expressions as if saying, "If you don't give me a good answer, I won't stop bothering you." Seeing this, Madame Yu continued with a smile, "Why don't you show us what you brought? Let us see. We're just simple folks who haven't seen much." "What good things did you bring back from the county?" Yao quickly responded, "There's nothing special. Just some clothes for changing, a box of pastries, and some rice and flour to give the children a treat." Madame Yu was a glutton. She had lived for decades and had eaten pastries only a few times. She wanted to taste the pastries Yao bought, but felt shy to ask directly. Instead, she said sarcastically, "I wonder what delicious pastries you bought, Yao." After saying that, she took a deep breath and continued, "I can smell the aroma from here. Are you saying you didn't make any money? That's hard to believe. Who would normally spend such a lot on pastries just to eat? That's quite expensive." Yao could tell that Madame Yu was jealous of her. Her words sounded so bitter and jealous. Yao wondered if she had done anything to offend her. Yao knew that her family would not share their pastries with outsiders, so she spoke in a teasing tone. "You too, since you're rarely in the village, maybe you haven't heard. Recently, your eldest daughter has become quite famous." She was thinking about her own daughter winning 10 taels of silver in a court case in the county, where she got compensation from the Sun family. She had told her daughter secretly that she was keeping the silver safe, so the old family wouldn't cause trouble if they found out. But she didn't take the silver from her daughter. Instead, she trusted her daughter completely and even handed over some of her own saved silver for her to keep. Yao said calmly, "Oh? The Sun family brought this on themselves? The county magistrate is very fair. They only ordered the Sun family to pay a little over 10 taels of silver. If my daughter had been falsely accused and harmed, it wouldn't be just about 10 taels of silver. Would I have to fight them to the end?" Then Auntie lowered her head slightly, covering her mouth as she chuckled softly. "Maybe you don't know yet. Your daughter might have had enough. Yesterday, she went to the old Lin family with an axe and caused a big fuss." "What happened?" She paused and couldn't help but laugh softly, covering her nose. She continued, "Even now, I still find it hard to believe." Hearing this, Yao and her husband felt a jolt in their hearts, suspecting that the old Lin family was after their daughter's silver. As for why their daughter went with an axe to cause trouble, they were very curious. They looked at Aunt Yu with eager eyes, wanting to hear more. But after a while, Aunt Yu stopped speaking. The two young wives sitting opposite didn't dare to say a word, as if afraid of offending her. They all pretended not to hear what she was saying. Yao also knew that Aunt Yu wanted to eat her pastries. But she only bought 2 boxes, one for her children to eat and the other to give as a gift to the Arrow brothers. "You shouldn't be so cheap with this old woman. Anyway, even if she doesn't say anything, when they return to the village and ask her daughter, it will be the same." The ox cart has been moving for a while, but old woman Yu hasn't seen Yao Shi open a box of cakes to share. Even just a small piece would be nice. That way, she could take some home to share with her little grandson. She could also taste the flavor. Unfortunately, Yao Shi is too stingy. Then, old woman Yu exaggerated and said with ill intent, I heard that your daughter caused a big fuss at old Lin's house. She even used an axe to break down old Lin's door. Teske. And she injured old Lin with the axe. After speaking, old woman, you looked at Yaoshi and her husband, who both looked tense and stared at her. I saw old Lin lying on the ground, crying out loud. That's not something fake, right? After saying this, old woman, you sneered disdainfully and turned her head away. Women like her? Who would dare marry her in the future? Better to stay at home as an old maid for the rest of her life. Tsh. Old woman, you dismissed her words, hitting Yaoshi hard in her heart. Hearing this, Yaoshi gasped quickly, wanting to say something to refute. But she didn't know what to say. Lin Lao Sen saw this, and immediately patted his wife's back to help her calm down. Even Lu Dahu, who was driving the ox cart nearby, couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to speak up. After all, his younger brother and Lin Lao San on the cart have been good friends since childhood. Hey, old woman, you. Don't believe everything you hear, okay? My wife was there too. It was old Lin who didn't want to let go. He was just scared when that girl waved the axe at him and fell to the ground, saying he hurt his back. How did it turn into that girl chopping old Lin, like you said? When he said this, everyone except Yaoshi, her husband, and old woman you started laughing. Tsk, I tell you, old woman you should change your way of talking. Louise, just focus on driving your ox cart. Who asked you to interfere? Seeing someone break the story. Old woman you glared at Lu Dahu. Alright, I spoke too much. I'm sorry. Lu Dahu responded, and Aposi snorted coldly, saying nothing more. The ox cart quickly returned to Daking village. Mr. and Mrs. Yao stopped in front of Lu Dahu's house, both getting off the cart, smiling as they headed toward the courtyard at the end of the village, where their daughter was. Earlier, Lin Yueyun hurriedly headed to the town, spending nearly an hour and a quarter running there. By the time she arrived, it was already noon, and her clothes were soaked with sweat. No choice, she went to the small courtyard she had rented before and took a new set of coarse cotton clothes from her space to change into. This also avoided meeting Mr. and Mrs. Yao in town. She threw the clothes she changed out of into the washing machine on the second floor of her space, washed and spun them dry, then hung them out to dry in her rented house. Then she carried a basket and went out the door. Yes, Lin Yueyun had discovered that the washing machine on her space's balcony, which was plugged in and could use water normally, was working fine. She walked to the blacksmith shop she had visited before and took her custom-made iron arrowheads and the hollow iron water pipe. Because of the limited time, the 2 wooden cabinets they were making would only be finished by late afternoon. Lin Yueyun wasn't in a rush. She said she would come back in the afternoon to pick them up, paid the remaining deposit, and happily left the blacksmith shop. At the corner, she threw the iron arrowheads and the handy water pipe directly into her space. Today, Lin Yueyun came to town mainly to find out where livestock was bought and sold, so she could get an idea of the prices and discuss with her parents later. She didn't plan to buy anything right away. So Lin Yueyun went to a nearby shop that looked like it had been there for a long time, to ask where in town livestock was bought and sold. She then entered a pastry shop, took 2 boxes of red date cakes and 1 box of mung bean cakes, and handed them to the shopkeeper, saying, "Shopkeeper, check out, please." The pastry shop owner was a clean, simple middle-aged man with a kind face. Seeing the situation, he smiled and looked at Lin Yueyun. He took the boxes of pastries from her hands and quickly wrapped them with a large piece of oily paper.
Here you go, miss.
The total is 280 coins. Soon after, the owner handed the packed pastries back to Lin Yueyun, smiling as he spoke. She looked at him and directly took out a silver coin from her pocket to pay. While he was giving her change, Lin Yueyun took the opportunity to place her hand on the counter and lightly tapped a few times, then asked eagerly, "Excuse me, shopkeeper, where is the market for buying livestock in town? I want to go see it with my family." Lin Yueyun didn't say she wanted to look around. After all, it's wise to be cautious. Lin Yueyun didn't mention her true intention to look around because she knew she had to be careful. The shopkeeper paused, pursed his lips, and looked in a certain direction for a moment, as if thinking about her question. Then he smiled and whispered to her for a while. Lin Yueyun carried her pastries and left the shop. Following the shopkeeper's instructions, She took a winding path for about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Soon, she reached a place where she could smell the strong odor of animal waste from afar, especially under the hot sun. The smell gradually grew stronger. She could also faintly hear some shouting and animal sounds. Lin Yueyan knew she was close. She quickened her pace and arrived at the entrance of the livestock market. She saw people on both sides of the road leading their mules, oxen, donkeys, and horses. Some carried cages made of bamboo with live cats and dogs, while others had piglets, chickens, ducks, and geese. There were even people selling live snakes in iron cages, but the snakes were only as big as a grown man's thumb, much smaller than the large silver-ringed snake she had caught before. The noisy calls and various animal sounds made Lin Yueyan feel like she was back in a lively modern market. There were many pedestrians, carriages, and servants on the road. The road was still a wide, rough dirt and gravel path. Because it hadn't rained in the past 3 months, the ground was very dry and almost seemed to smoke. When a carriage passed by, the dust would rise in the wind. Lin Yueyan didn't pay much attention to these things. She was walking quickly, looking for a reliable livestock shop. As she walked, she looked up and saw a sign at the entrance of a large courtyard that read, "Yumming Carriage and Horse Shop," in traditional characters. Then she simply went inside. When Lin Yueyan entered the shop, she saw a young man dressed as a servant hurriedly approaching her. He looked her over and saw she was wearing a plain yellow cotton outfit. He thought she was a maid sent to buy or pick up livestock for her master. The young man smiled and asked, "Miss? Are you here to bring back livestock stored here? Or do you want to buy some?" Lin Yueyan listened and thought, "Can animals be stored here too? So, not all the animals here belong to the shop." "Oh? Sir, I am interested in buying some livestock. I just want to look around first. Would you mind showing me around?" Lin Yueyan glanced around and then turned to the young man and said, "Of course. What kind of animals are you looking for? We have strong oxen and donkeys and mules that run faster than oxen. Of course, we also have horses." The young man led her toward the area where the oxen were kept, talking as they went. Soon, they arrived at a place where an old yellow ox was, and the young man kept walking forward. Lin Yueyan looked curiously at the ox and noticed something unusual about it. It seemed sick, but its fur didn't look dull like a sick animal's. Instead, its coat was shiny and stood upright. Carefully, she saw that the ox's eyes were red, with tears in the corners. Its lips looked slightly yellow, and it seemed to be in pain. Moreover, this old yellow cow's belly looks very large, but it is clearly not the kind of swelling from pregnancy. The old yellow cow stands there mooing constantly. This cow's body and limbs are very thin. Lin Yueyan immediately stops and loudly calls out, "Hey, the young man in front. I want to see this old yellow cow." The young servant hears this and also stops, turns around to look at Lin Yueyan, then glances at the cow, thinking, could this girl be interested in this sick cow? This cow's owner said it must be worth a lot. Are they planning to report it to the authorities to have it slaughtered and sold for meat soon? The young servant directly shares all the information about the old yellow cow. Miss. This old yellow cow was brought back by our owner from outside. We've had it for nearly 2 months. Somehow, in the past month, it hasn't been interested in eating grass. It only drinks water and, whether day or night, keeps mooing non-stop. Our owner also had a doctor look at it, but the doctor couldn't find any illness. The doctor said it doesn't seem pregnant. Our owner is planning to report it to the authorities to be slaughtered and sold. After hearing this, Lin Yueyan pauses to think, recalling some documentaries she watched in her previous life about cows containing cow bezoar. Most of this seems to match. In her past life, cow bezoar was a valuable medicinal product that could be sold at high prices. But here, in ancient times, slaughtering working cattle was not allowed casually. Only sick cows or old cows that could no longer work could be slaughtered, and only after official documents and approval. This is because cow bezoar can be used to make many traditional medicines to cure illnesses. Lin Yueyan can't help but think, I wonder if there are any pills like in Gong Nyo Huangwan in this era. If there are, then this cow bezoar would definitely be a good medicinal ingredient. Actually, Lin Yuan remembered that cows with cow bezoar prefer lying on their left side, and touching between the second and third ribs on the right side can cause severe pain. She no longer cares about the young servant's continued persuasion and walks closer to the old yellow cow, gently touching the area between its second and third ribs on the right side. The approximate location, gently pressing, made the old yellow cow moo more painfully, and tears couldn't help but flow out. Even Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a little nervous, almost wanting to draw her sword and give it a quick end. However, this also made Lin Yuan secretly happy, thinking of taking a gamble and directly buying this cow. At that moment, the horse shopkeeper suddenly appeared from nowhere. With a clever, sneaky smile typical of a merchant, he hurried over, pushing aside a young servant with one hand. He glanced at Lin Yuan as if seeing money coming toward him and said with a bright smile, "Hee hee.
Miss?
Don't judge this old yellow cow by its thin appearance. It might just be a little sick. A doctor can fix it. When healthy, this cow is very strong, good at pulling carts and plowing fields. Recently, though, the hot weather has made it less interested in eating grass. Otherwise, everything else is fine." After saying this, he felt confident that he hadn't said anything wrong and continued, "Miss? Are you planning to buy a cow for pulling carts or plowing land? I can decide and give you a small discount." Hearing this, Lin Yuan's lips twitched slightly, thinking, where did this shopkeeper learn to lie so convincingly? Hearing this, Lin Yuan's lips twitched again, thinking, where did this shopkeeper learn to lie so convincingly? Does he really think I'm a child? She looked up at the shopkeeper's face, which was smiling like a chrysanthemum, and felt that he was a bit too eager to profit. But wasn't she also taking a risk? From his expression, it was clear he was eager to persuade her to buy this old yellow cow. Calmly, Lin Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, "May I ask what the best price you can offer me is? If I decide to buy this cow." The horse shopkeeper immediately lit up with joy. He then worked even harder to describe the sick cow. This cow used to be quite valuable. After saying that, the shopkeeper felt it might not be appropriate, so he continued, "However, this cow is very good at pulling carts and working. Buying it back is definitely a good choice." Lin Yuan looked at the shopkeeper's old face with a look that seemed to say, "Do I look like a fool?" The shopkeeper felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze and chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Well, miss, honestly, when I bought this cow, I spent nearly 30 taels of silver. I've been raising it for a few months. Now, the cow has become thin, but it's still worth at least 30 taels. How about this? I'll take a small loss and sell it to you for 28 taels. I'll get the paperwork ready for you soon. What do you think?" After saying that, the shopkeeper smiled happily and looked at Lin Yuan with a mischievous expression, as if he had won. He waited a moment, but didn't see her reply. Could it be that this young girl can't come up with that much silver? Did I overprice it? I can only offer 14 taels for your old yellow cow. No more than that. Lin Yuan frowned and thought for a moment, deciding she could spend up to 20 taels. But bargaining was necessary, so she decided to cut the price in half. Surely that would work. The shopkeeper quickly stepped forward. "Oh, miss. How can anyone bargain like you? 14 taels for a cow. That's unbelievable. Are you joking here? 14 taels is impossible. You wouldn't even be able to buy a dead cow for that price, let alone a live one. If you're serious about buying, I can lower it by 2 more taels. Fixed price, 26 taels. Deal?" After saying that, the shopkeeper clapped his hands cheerfully, signaling he was eager to close the deal and get the money. "No less, I won't sell it." The shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his forehead and waved his hand as if to say he wouldn't sell if she didn't agree. Lin Yuan was calm and thought, no matter how thin this cow is, once it's opened up, it should have at least 200 or 300 gene of meat. Even without the yellow cattle bile, just eating meat is still good. Do I need to report to the authorities? Ask someone to kill a cow? Tisk, it's just a bit more expensive. Lin Yuan decided to take a gamble. In the end, after her careful analysis and bargaining, shopkeeper Ma finally gave in and sold her the sick yellow cow for 22 taels of silver. To avoid any trouble later, shopkeeper Ma made her sign 2 identical sales agreements right away. Lin Yuan didn't hesitate and took a look at the documents, quickly signed her name, and pressed her thumbprint. Worried she might change her mind, shopkeeper Ma added, "From the moment this sale agreement is signed, neither party can ask to return the yellow cow or the 22 taels of silver for any reason." Seeing this, Lin Yuan just chuckled softly and reached into her pocket. Actually, she took out a dusty little pouch from her space, which held exactly 15 taels of broken silver. In front of the shopkeeper, she reached into her basket again, pulled out a small cloth bag of unclear material, and took out another 7 taels of silver. She acted as if she was reluctant to hand the money over to shopkeeper Ma. Seeing this, the shopkeeper quickly and skillfully took the silver from her hand, poured it out onto a wooden tray he had secretly brought out. After confirming the silver was real, he happily handed her one of the pre-stamped official livestock sale contracts. "Here you go, miss. Be sure to keep this sale document safe. It's an official record approved by the government. My name is Ma. If you want to buy livestock again in the future, you can come find me. I promise to give you the best prices," shopkeeper Ma said with a bright smile. Lin Yuan just nodded with a light smile and didn't say much. After receiving the sale agreement, she wanted to look at other livestock, but it was already late in the day and she had other things to do, so she decided not to stay and look at more animals. Lin Yuan led the rough rope given by the shopkeeper, tying one end to the cow's nose. The old yellow cow was pulled out of the yumming carriage shop by Lin Yuan. Other people who were selling animals outside saw this and thought the cow Lin Yuan was holding was sick and wouldn't live much longer. Some even secretly cursed the shop for being greedy. They sold a sick cow to a young girl of about 10 years old. "Look over there. The girl is holding that cow. It's obviously a sick cow that won't last long. This carriage shop is so greedy. Are they trying to trick the girl?" A kind aunt pointed at Lin Yuan and said. "Should be quiet. Don't let others hear," a woman warned. "Exactly. The girl is so naive. Buying a big animal like that is a serious matter. Why didn't she bring some experienced elders or adults with her? She could easily be cheated," a dark-skinned, middle-aged man added. Lin Yuan heard their gossip about her. She just smiled lightly and didn't mind. Everyone was laughing at her foolishness. She was laughing at their inability to see through things. Lin Yuan pulled her old yellow cow and headed back to her rented house in town. By the time she came out again, it was noon. She didn't bother to check how the village was doing with building the wall around her home. She believed the village chief's son and daughter-in-law would handle it well. Plus, she knew today was the day her parents were returning to the village. With her parents here, she wasn't worried that the wall building would be delayed. Lin Yuan went straight to the place called Jihatang, where she had sold herbs before. She asked shopkeeper Wu and Dr. Chen about the details and prices for buying cow bezoar. When she returned to her small rented yard in town, her face couldn't hide her smile. She then took her cow directly to a patrol officer stationed in town. Lin Yuan briefly explained that her new cow had fallen ill. She heard that it hadn't eaten grass for nearly a month and might not have much time left. She didn't want to wait until the cow actually died, losing both her money and her hope. After speaking, Lin Yuan quickly handed a small silver coin to the patrol officer and asked him to help her quickly get the paperwork needed to slaughter her old ox. She wanted to have it done as soon as possible. The officer took the silver, and a smile appeared on his face. He weighed the coin in his hand and then asked Lin Yuan to show her household registration and livestock purchase documents. After a brief smile, he returned the papers to her. The officer took the silver again, and his smile couldn't hide. He weighed the silver in his hand and then asked Lin Yuan to show her household and livestock documents. He smiled lightly and handed the papers back. "Has a doctor examined this cow? Are you sure it's an incurable sick cow?" The officer suddenly put away his smile and the silver, looking seriously at Lin Yuan and asking. Lin Yuan pursed her lips and thought to herself, "Just giving silver might not be enough to get the ox slaughtered quickly. Maybe I should give some meat too. That might speed things up." After hearing the officer's words, Lin Yuan quickly said what she had already prepared in her mind. "Oh, that?" The doctor already examined it at the carriage station. He said he couldn't tell what illness it has. It's been refusing to eat grass for a long time. Sir, do you think you can tell just by looking at this old ox that it's sick? Otherwise, normal cows wouldn't be so thin. Please, sir, help report to your superiors that I need to slaughter this sick old ox as soon as possible. Hearing this, the officer frowned slightly, clearly displeased, as if Lin Yueyun, a young girl, was telling him how to do his job. Later, I will bring some of the beef as a gift to you, sir. Would that be all right? As soon as Lin Yueyun said this, the officer, who had just frowned, immediately relaxed his brows. When there's a benefit, people tend to be more willing to help. Because in town and even in the county, some wealthy families spend money to buy cows that are about to die or are very old. After paying someone to slaughter them, they eat the beef. The official messenger did not disappoint Lin Yueyun's expectations. He quickly ordered someone to ride fast horses to the county to handle the paperwork for slaughtering the ox. Sure enough, money and benefits made things happen quickly. After leaving his address in the town and the village, Lin Yueyun pulled the old yellow ox back to her rented courtyard in town to wait for news from the official. She thought she might have to wait a whole day or even several days, so she took out a roasted chicken and some buns from her space to eat. Additionally, Lin Yueyun went into the space's kitchen, boiled water with an electric kettle, poured it into a bamboo water jar, and enjoyed a delicious lunch of chicken and buns, something many villagers rarely get to eat. Just after finishing her lunch, less than half an hour later, she received a message and the official paperwork for slaughtering the ox, sent by the messenger. Lin Yueyun stared blankly at the document in her hand, feeling a bit in disbelief. She thought she would have to wait until tomorrow, or even several days for the paperwork. It was already late afternoon, and Lin Yueyun had planned to rest in her space.
Now, she didn't need to.
The messenger saw that Lin Yueyun was staring at the document without response and waved his hand in front of her, asking, Miss? Are you okay? Oh.
I'm fine.
Thank you, sir, for bringing the document so quickly. Lin Yueyun snapped out of her daze, looked at the document, which was stamped by the government for slaughtering the ox, and immediately smiled. The paperwork for slaughtering the ox is ready. Don't forget you promised to send us a few pounds of beef, sir. The official looked at her calmly and said, Miss, when do you plan to take the ox for slaughter? He can also come personally to pick up the beef. Lin Yueyun thought that the official was eager to eat beef. She secretly cursed the official in her mind, but didn't show it on her face. Actually, Lin Yueyun also wanted to have the cow slaughtered quickly to see if there was any cow bile. Or she could store some meat in her space to eat slowly later. Lin Yueyun couldn't wait any longer and stopped her afternoon rest. She was a bit annoyed that she didn't bring the cart. But she didn't care about that anymore. She hurriedly carried a large basket on her back, holding another basket, 2 cloth bags, and a bundle of rope. She also took out a small hand scale from her space. This small scale looked like the kind used by street vendors in later times to sell vegetables. However, the handle was made of wood here. Only the weights and 2 iron rings were made of iron. In her previous life, Lin Yueyun's grandmother also cultivated a lot of land in her yard, claiming it was for growing healthy vegetables. Any leftover vegetables were sold on the street. So, Lin Yueyun was curious and learned how to use this kind of hand scale from her grandmother. She still carried the document for slaughtering the ox in her arms. She also led the newly bought old yellow ox, which hadn't even pooped yet. They arrived at the Jiatong pharmacy and informed Wu the shopkeeper that she wanted to send the old yellow ox to the slaughterhouse for butchering. She asked if there was any cow bile inside. She wondered if the shopkeeper would send someone to check. Wu the shopkeeper was interested and sent his nephew, who was also the apprentice at the pharmacy, to go with her. He also told his nephew that whether or not he saw cow bile, he should buy a few jin of beef to enjoy. On her way to the slaughterhouse, Lin Yueyun suddenly seemed to forget something very important. She stood there trying to remember for a while but couldn't recall what she had forgotten, so she gave up. Soon, following the official's instructions, Lin Yueyun took her cow to a small slaughterhouse in town. She paid a few silver coins, handed her slaughter document to the slaughterer, and after he looked at it, he returned it to her. Lin Yueyun directly asked 2 experienced butchers to help slaughter the cow. When the butcher was taking the whole cow to the main yard, Lin Yueyun watched from afar and didn't want to get too close. After the cow was slaughtered, Except for the horns, hide, and internal organs, the cleaned head weighed only 382 jin, which was quite small. As Lin Yueyan guessed, a small piece of gallstone about the size of an egg was found in the cow's liver and gallbladder. She eagerly asked the butcher to cut out that piece for her. "Sir, could you please cut out the gallstone from that part of the liver? I want to take it," she said happily, pointing at it. The butcher was slightly surprised, thinking Lin Yueyan was just a young girl who didn't know much. He initially planned to secretly take some of the cow's internal parts himself and look for the gallstone. But he made a mistake. Since the cow belonged to someone else, he simply followed the instructions without showing any emotion. Lin Yueyan held a perfect, egg-sized piece of gallstone in her hand, feeling quite happy inside. At least, she wouldn't lose too much this time. Carefully, she put the gallstone into her basket, but in reality, she directly stored it in her space. Lin Yueyan was not foolish. She wouldn't let the butcher get away with just that small piece of gallstone. She also planned to take the rest of the cow's internal parts back. And what about the cowhide? Once tanned, she could ask someone to help make a few pairs of leather shoes. The two butchers, who were paid for their work, didn't say much. They finished slaughtering the cow, leaving her about 80 jin of the whole hind leg, which she planned to store in her space and eat slowly later. As for the remaining meat, besides the cow's head and feet, which sold for a few cents per jin, she cut out another 3 jin to give to the officials. She didn't plan to sell the rest cheaply to the slaughterhouse. Instead, she personally sold the beef at 40 cents per jin to some curious people wanting to buy meat and to some maids and young servants from wealthy households. In total, she earned over 200 coins from 11 tails of beef. At this moment, Lin Yueyan finally remembered what she had forgotten before coming to the slaughterhouse. She forgot to inform the town's restaurant, Drunken Fragrance Tower. She could sell the beef and bones to the restaurant. If she sold directly to the slaughterhouse, they would only pay 30 coins per jin of beef and would want her to give away the cow's head and feet for free. But if she sold to the restaurant, she could get more than 35 to 40 coins per jin. As for the leftover cow parts, Lin Yueyan saw no one wanted to buy them, so she casually packed some into a sack to take back later. The young servant from Jihetang, who was following her, also saw Lin Yueyan holding a small piece of cow gallstone about the size of an egg. He immediately bought 3 jin of beef and hurried back to the pharmacy to tell Wu the shopkeeper about it. In the end, after slaughtering the whole cow, Lin Yueyan only got a hind leg and a few bones from the frame, along with the cow's feet and other bones. One cow was simply too much to carry all at once. She couldn't take everything back immediately, nor could she openly store all these items in her space in front of everyone. While Lin Yueyan was pondering how to handle this, a young man who noticed her distress appeared. This young man didn't usually come to places like the slaughterhouse. His family wasn't from this area either. He and a few servants came to Qingshui town to solve some issues with their shop and planned to leave early the next morning. However, his subordinates were busy with their own matters and couldn't leave right now. So, he decided to come along himself, planning to buy some fresh beef to make dried meat for the journey. He watched from the side as Lin Yueyan asked the slaughterer to cut out the valuable cow gallstone and retrieve the cow's leftover parts. He also saw her skillful technique in cutting and selling meat. He realized that this woman was someone who wouldn't easily suffer losses. "Miss, would you like to use a cart to carry these items?" he asked kindly. "I can help you." Then he hesitated and added, "But perhaps you could sell me a few jin of fresh beef." Looking at the sound, Lin Yueyan saw a young man with a bright smile, about 6 feet tall, handsome, with fair skin and well-defined features, around 20 years old. For a moment, Lin Yueyan was stunned and thought, "Wow, such a handsome young man. He looks as good as the popular celebrities from her past life." However, the young man, feeling a bit shy from being stared at, lightly cleared his throat and covered his nose with one hand. Lin Yueyan quickly snapped out of her daze and felt a little embarrassed. She realized that staring at someone might be impolite. The young man saw the admiration and slight contemplation in Lin Yueyan's eyes, as if she was thinking whether to accept his help. Lin Yueyin was indeed considering whether this wealthy young man's kind and proactive offer was genuine. First, she didn't want to trouble others, and second, she was worried about bad intentions or ulterior motives. She also wondered if she might face bigger problems later. So, she politely declined, saying, "Thank you for your kind offer, young sir. My things are quite bloody, and it would be bad if I dirted your carriage. I can just borrow a cart instead. And as for the fresh beef you want to buy, how about I sell you a few pounds?" She kept a gentle smile on her face as she looked at the handsome young man and spoke. Seeing this, the young man decided to let it go since she refused his kindness. "Then, please, miss, sell me 5 pounds of beef," he said directly, without asking the price. Lin Yueyin nodded and agreed, smiling as she replied, "All right, please wait a moment." Then, she took a small knife and quickly cut a tender-looking piece of beef from the hind leg she had planned to cook at home. After weighing the beef, she said, "Sir, is 6 ounces too much? The total is 224 coins. I'll sell it to you for 220 coins. After he nodded in agreement, she finished the transaction. Lin Yueyin tied the 5 gene of beef with a rope and carefully handed it to a young servant following the young nobleman. "Here, sir and young master. This is the beef you ordered. It costs 220 when in total." The young nobleman took out a tael of silver and handed it to Lin Yueyin, saying, "Take this, miss. No need to give change. Consider it a tip for your help." "Thank you for your kindness, miss," Lin Yueyin quickly thought to herself. "Since you're giving me a tip, it would be silly not to accept it." She smiled and said politely, "Thank you for your generosity, young master. I won't refuse." After that, the servant took the beef, and the two of them, master and servant, left together. They probably didn't expect that later, on their escape route, they might meet Lin Yueyin again. It was still early in the evening, and the beef she had arranged to sell was almost gone. She didn't want to sell any more of her own beef. Next, Lin Yueyin used 2 baskets to carry the full heads and bones of the cattle, along with some ribs and a leg she planned to give to the officials. There were also 2 large sacks, one filled with the cow's internal organs, and the other with the complete cowhide she had peeled off. Since these bloody things were hard to carry, she gathered everything together and slowly moved it outside the slaughterhouse, keeping everything within her sight. Lin Yueyin saw someone outside with a cart and went to ask around. Others saw the bloody stuff and were not willing to help. Even when she offered more money, they still refused. So, Lin Yueyin decided to slowly move everything to her small rented house in town. As Lin Yueyin moved her pile of beef and beef bones along the road, she arrived at a quiet alley. She planned to directly put some of the beef offal and hides into her space. Then she would only need to carry 2 baskets back home. However, what was surprising yet predictable was that 2 dark, strong men were standing directly in front of her, blocking her way with their tools. When Lin Yueyin looked back, she realized she had encountered a roadblock again. Behind her, there was a tall, muscular man over 7 feet, holding a thick wooden stick, standing angrily to block her path. "Young girl, be sensible, quickly leave your silver and these meats and bones. You can go now," one of the 2 men in front sneered at Lin Yueyin. After saying that, he began to his fingers with a popping sound, making a gesture as if he was about to attack. Seeing that some pedestrians nearby didn't want to get involved, Lin Yueyin shook her head and hurriedly ran away. She believed in her fighting ability and thought she could handle these few men without trouble. At this critical moment, she was not willing to leave her silver and beef behind. So she decided to fight. Using her mental energy, Lin Yueyin sensed the movements of the 3 men blocking her way. She calmly reached into one of the baskets, but actually took out a sharp axe from her space, hiding it behind the basket. After revealing the axe, she stood up calmly. She turned slightly to look at the 3 men blocking her front and back, her eyes fierce as she said, "If you don't want to die, get out of my way. This axe in my hand? It's not for show," she warned. The 3 men burst into loud laughter. One burly man said, "Ha ha ha. That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. Ha ha." Then another man pointed at Lin Yueyin and said, "You? A little girl who hasn't even grown a full set of hair?
And you dare to threaten us? Haha.
Don't just stand there and look. Do you think you can handle us, a group of brothers? You're just a little girl. Do you really think you can fight us? That's funny. Just don't cry after I punch you a couple of times. Haha. Exactly, little girl. If you don't want to get hurt, leave the stuff and get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude, another man standing in front said, crossing his arms. After saying that, he swung his fist directly at Lin Yueyun's face. Seeing Lin Yueyun standing still without moving, the other two strong men looked at her and her belongings on the ground with a careless smile, as if those were already theirs. They thought Lin Yueyun was so scared she wouldn't dodge. But Lin Yueyun wouldn't just stand there waiting to be hit. In an instant, a loud bang sounded, followed by a man's loud scream like a pig being slaughtered. The man covered his arm, bent over in pain, and screamed. He stared at Lin Yueyun with disbelief, as if he couldn't believe she had hit him with her axe. The strong man who had just rushed forward to punch Lin Yueyun in the face quickly dodged her punch by turning sideways. Then, Lin Yueyun swung her axe. Hesitating not at all, she forcefully chopped at the attacking man's arm. The man's arm immediately made a sound breaking. It seemed there was a layer of skin still covering his arm. Lin Yueyun didn't use the sharp side of her axe to hit him. Instead, she swung the back of the axe, enough to cut off his arm. At this moment, the other two men, one in front and one behind, saw what happened and instantly turned red with anger. Without thinking, they both swung their fists and rushed at Lin Yueyun. Lin Yueyun was worried that the fight might ruin her 2 baskets of beef and bones. So, she moved slightly closer to the man standing in front. The first to attack was naturally the man in front. Lin Yueyun timed her move perfectly. She bent her knee on one leg and leaned slightly forward, quickly dodging the punch coming at her. She felt a strong gust of wind brush past her face, gently ruffling her hair. Then, she skillfully swung her axe at her opponent. The axe hit the target with a loud bang, followed by the sound of a pig being squealed loudly. The man was struck hard enough to break his arm. His forehead was covered in large beads of sweat, almost ready to roll down. His furrowed brow and wide-open eyes showed he was in great pain. After finishing her series of strikes, Lin Yueyun saw that the man was no longer a threat. She turned to face the last man approaching her. He was tall and skilled, clearly experienced in fighting. At her height of 1.5 meters, fighting him up close would be difficult and could even be dangerous for her. The best strategy was to keep him away. In a flash, Lin Yueyun dodged his punches, avoiding his attempts to grab her hands. She almost got caught several times. While dodging, she thought about how to end the fight. Just as he was about to grab her again, she remembered the dagger she had gotten from Massey inside her space. She didn't worry about whether she could dodge the punch or not. She quickly reached for her waist, grabbing the dagger she had taken from her space, holding it tightly in her hand. Meanwhile, she still held her axe in her left hand. Just when the man thought he had the upper hand and was sure of victory, his fist changed into an open palm, trying to grab Lin Yueyun. Suddenly, a sharp sound of a blade slicing through flesh rang out, puff, as a weapon cut his palm. Blood immediately gushed out from the man's hand, which Lin Yueyun had attacked with a hidden dagger, leaving a long, deep cut. The man quickly covered his right hand with his other hand, cursing loudly and foully. That little brat? How dare she attack me with a knife? Then, he roared angrily, like an earthquake shaking the ground, rushing toward Lin Yueyun. He continued to curse. See if I don't teach you a lesson today. I'll make you regret it. Lin Yueyun saw that although she had injured him, she couldn't be careless. She became more focused and prepared to fight him seriously. Lin Yueyun quickly stepped back to the side, hiding her dagger in her sleeve and secretly placing it into her space storage. Then, she raised her axe and faced the man directly, engaging in a fight. The sound of metal hitting wood echoed as her axe struck the man's wooden stick. After a few moves, Lin Yueyun felt her strength waning, while her opponent seemed to become more aggressive. Even her powerful strikes with the axe were blocked by him, causing her right hand to tingle slightly, as if she might lose her grip. Lin Yueyun knew that if this continued, she would be the one to lose eventually. But who was she? She had a space to help her. She endured a punch from the man that brushed past her cheek, making her hair stand on end with fear. She narrowly dodged the. If it had hit her face, it would have hurt a lot. Finally, Lin Yueyun pretended to reach into her sleeve and quickly grabbed a handful of chili powder from her space kitchen, something not yet known in this era. She forcefully threw it at the man's face. The man let out a scream of pain as he was caught off guard, his eyes stinging intensely from the chili powder sprayed into them. In an instant, the man's eyes could no longer stay open. He could only cover his eyes with his hands, while still waving a wooden stick wildly, trying to scare Lin Yueyun away and prevent her from getting closer or attacking him. He also listened carefully to the sounds on Lin Yueyun's side. At this moment, Lin Yueyun was the main character controlling the fate of these three people. She tightly gripped her axe, which was the only one with a sharp edge, and mercilessly swung it at the man's right hand and left leg. You wicked person. It hurts so much. Suddenly, the man let out a terrible scream that echoed loudly. His screams, combined with Lin Yueyun's cold, bloodthirsty gaze, made the other two tremble with fear. One of them was so frightened that he peed himself. He quickly cried and shook, tears and snot covering his face, and begged for mercy. "Miss? I know I was wrong. Please, forgive me and spare my life." After saying that, he forcefully slapped his own face a few times with his uninjured hand. Seeing this, the other men also mimicked him, slapping his own face hard with his hand. He cried and shouted, "Miss? Please be kind. Let us go, okay? We won't dare to do anything again. Please spare us." Seeing this, Lin Yueyun knew these men couldn't fight her anymore. They had been hurt quite badly, and they had to accept the consequences of provoking her. She tightly held her axe and looked coldly at the three of them. At this moment, except for the one who had been knocked out after Lin Yueyun cut off one hand and one leg, the other two were trembling as if they saw a fierce female demon. They knew they were doomed. They had angered the wrong person this time. The other was just an unremarkable girl. They never expected her to be so fierce. She had completely disabled their strongest leader. In the end, Lin Yueyun decided to let them experience what it felt like to be robbed, making the two of them hand over all their valuable belongings. She quickly helped the person who had fainted on the ground to leave. The two of them looked at each other in surprise, but didn't dare ask questions. They hurriedly took out their money bags from their pockets and carefully placed them on the ground, waiting for Lin Yueyun to come and pick them up. Lin Yueyun remained cautious and alert to the two of them. She told them to pick up the money bags and throw them over to her side. Then she asked the two to crouch down with their heads bowed. After they crouched with one hand on their heads, Lin Yueyun picked up the two bulging money bags and directly tucked them into her arms, actually placing them into her space. She then let the three of them leave. The two frightened men, with one arm hanging limply, struggled to drag the person lying on the ground with them, stumbling away in a hurry. Lin Yueyun chose not to let the two search the man whose hands and feet she had cut off because she saw he was now useless and decided to let him go. As for whether he could live well in the future, it was no longer her concern. Seeing that the three had already gone far away, Lin Yueyun knew she couldn't stay there any longer to avoid trouble if the officials arrived soon. She used her mental power to sense if anyone was secretly watching nearby. Finding no one, she immediately stored the two large bags into her space. Then she cleaned the blood from the axe she had used to cut the man and also stored it away. In her mind, Lin Yueyun sighed. "It seems I still need to greatly improve my fighting skills. If I hadn't used that spicy powder to trick him, maybe I wouldn't have been able to fight him directly." Next, carrying a large basket full of items on her back and holding another in her hand, she hurried back to her small rented house in the town. After half a cup of tea, Lin Yueyun returned to her small house. She locked the door, took out 3 jean of beef to throw into the kitchen stove, and stored everything else into her space. After washing her hands, she collected the clothes that had dried in the yard. Then she returned to her usual room, locked the door again, and quickly entered her space. When Lin Yueyun entered her space, her first action was to run into the bathroom and wash herself thoroughly. Finally, she changed back into the outfit she had worn earlier that morning. Next, Lin Yueyun gently dried her wet hair with a towel. She then went to her second-floor room, picked up a hairdryer, plugged it in, and dried her hair for about 15 minutes. Once her hair was dry, she simply tied it into her usual hairstyle. She then picked up the small bag of money she had taken from the two people earlier. She opened it and poured out all the silver coins and banknotes inside. The coins clinked together with a clear, cheerful sound. Lin Yueyun roughly counted the silver and banknotes she had spilled on the ground and was surprised to find that the total amount in their bag was over 80 taels. She thought to herself, maybe these three people robbed others together. She felt that taking the money was like avenging those who had been robbed. She chuckled to herself, feeling more at peace with the silver in her hands. Then she shook her head and sighed, saying, TSK, these days you can really get rich by robbing. Much easier than hunting and gathering herbs in the mountains, she added, but I shouldn't rob, right? Finally, Lin Yueyun took out a banknote worth 50 taels and set it aside. The remaining 30 taels of silver were put into a dull gray bag. Lin Yueyun smiled happily and muttered to herself, since I've already gained all this silver and money, there's no need to think further. I should just go to the livestock market and buy a beast to pull a cart. After saying this, she quickly left her space and went straight to the kitchen, carrying the 3 gene of beef to give as a thank you gift to the official she had met earlier. Lin Yueyun left her house and headed toward the official station. She saw the officer who had helped her speed up the process of getting the cattle slaughtered was still there. She smiled and approached him politely, clasping her hands in greeting. Hello, sir. Thank you very much for your help. I'm giving you this beef as a gift.
Please accept it.
After saying this, Lin Yueyun handed the piece of beef to the officer. The officer was pleased and a little shy as he accepted the beef. He had been craving this spicy beef for a long time. Today was a rare chance for him to try it without paying. He planned to invite some colleagues to drink and eat meat tonight. After greeting the officer with a smile, Lin Yueyun went straight to the Jiha Hall Pharmacy, where Wu the shopkeeper was. Wu saw her and hurried over with a warm smile, saying, Oh no, Miss Lin. You're here. Did you bring the yellow cattle bile? Are you planning to sell it to me now? We're old friends after all. Wu waved her over eagerly. Lin Yueyun smiled happily and approached him, reaching into a cloth bag she carried. Inside, she took out a piece of fresh cattle bile wrapped in white cotton cloth, still warm. She handed it to Wu for inspection. Wu looked surprised for a moment, thinking it was just the hot weather causing the bile to be warm. Wu used a small scale to weigh the bile and made a gesture, saying, Miss Lin, I think this price is already high enough. It's still wet bile after all. What do you think? Lin Yueyun didn't agree immediately. After a lively discussion and bargaining, Wu finally wiped the sweat from his forehead and agreed to buy the bile for 8 taels of silver. Since she was selling the bile to make special pills that could help wealthy families with certain illnesses, she could sell each pill for over 10 taels of silver. It's a safe bet with no risk. There's no need to argue over a few silver coins with this young girl. Lin Yueyun directly sold her small, egg-sized ox gall to shopkeeper Wu. She roughly calculated in her mind. She spent 22 silver coins to buy the ox, 2 silver coins and 15 won to get the slaughter permit, and 3 silver coins for the slaughtering service, a total of 25 silver coins and 15 won. She sold some beef and steaks, and the other party paid her 1 silver coin. She kept a beef leg, a skull, some leg bones, and other bones. From the slaughter, she got the hide and a piece of ox gall. She plans to tan the hide herself and make a few pairs of leather boots, which she can wear in winter. The extra leather can be stored in her space. She worked this, spending nearly 8 silver coins, but gained a full hide, a beef leg, and some bones. Overall, she didn't lose much. Just the hide alone is valuable. At least she kept a beef leg for herself, and because she was robbed on the road, she ended up with 80 silver coins instead. By all accounts, she made a profit. Lin Yueyun isn't worried about those 3 people coming back to trouble her. If she could fight them once, she can do it again. She believes they won't dare to bother her anymore. After leaving Jiha Hall, Lin Yueyun headed straight to the yumming carriage and horse shop. After a cup of tea, inside the shop, this time, another young servant saw Lin Yueyun. He hurried over with a smile and asked her the same question. Miss? Are you here to pick up your stored animals and carts? Or are you looking to buy or sell animals? After speaking, he looked at Lin Yueyun with a smile, waiting for her reply. Lin Yueyun straightforwardly said, Are you offering to teach me how to drive a carriage if I buy animals from your shop? The young servant was pleased and replied with a smile, Of course. Anyone who buys animals here can bring a person to learn how to drive the carriage for free. After saying this, the young servant continued, Miss, would you like to look around with me? The young servant smiled and reached out to invite Lin Yueyun as they walked. We have oxen, mules, donkeys, and horses here. May I ask what kind of animal you want to buy, miss? The young servant led Lin Yueyun and spoke. As they passed by a stable tied with some large yellow oxen, the young servant was about to introduce the yellow oxen to Lin Yueyun when she thought, although oxen are strong and good for pulling carts, they are too slow for running. Not considering that, thinking this, she directly said, Oh,
Hey,
young man, you don't need to introduce the oxen first. I'm not interested in buying oxen. Show me the other animals instead. All right. Please follow me, miss. The young servant, hearing this, smiled and gestured for Lin Yueyun to follow him to another area. As they walked, the young servant kept talking non-stop. He was explaining what kinds of animals were in his stable and their advantages. But Lin Yueyun wasn't really listening to his chatter. Instead, she was thinking to herself, What kind of animal should I buy? Should I buy a horse? Would that make the villagers jealous? After all, good horses probably cost a lot, right? And in this era, oxen and horses were controlled by the government. The best horses were likely kept on the battlefield or in the military camps. Only those with connections or wealthy families could probably afford a few good horses. What about donkeys? They are too stubborn. What if they suddenly refuse to move at a critical moment? That would cause trouble. So, she wasn't considering donkeys. That leaves only mules? Mules, which are a cross between a horse and a donkey. I've heard their meat isn't very tasty. But since they are hybrids of two different species, they lack some parts and can't reproduce. This reduces the chance of animals being lazy or uncooperative when facing mates. They can also combine traits of both horses and donkeys. A mule is the offspring of a male donkey and a female horse, called a horse mule. Similarly, a donkey mule is born from a male horse and a female donkey.